Society of Health System Pharmacists has documented since it began tracking the problem in 2001. The medicines include everything from cancer chemotherapies to ADHD treatments. Even blockbuster obesity drug Wegovy is currently in short supply. Most drugs in short supply tend to be generic injectable medicines with bargain basement prices. The thin margins on these drugs make it challenging for companies to stay in business and keep factories up to date. The Biden administration is proposing a rule that would pay hospitals to maintain a buffer stock of certain crucial medications as insurance against shortages. But that and other possible solutions could take years to effect change. Sydney Lupkin, NPR News.
A U.S. official is calling on the world to take greater care of Sudan. UN Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield says next Monday marks the first anniversary of the Sudanese civil war. She says tens of millions of Sudanese civilians are facing acute hunger. Thomas-Greenfield says only 5% of the UN's appeal for help for Sudan has been met. Torrential flooding is underway in southern Russia and parts of Kazakhstan. Major rivers have overflowed their banks. Kazakhstan's president says the country hasn't seen such a natural disaster in years. About 100,000 Kazakh residents have evacuated. I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Max, with the new HBO original limited series, The Sympathizer, from executive producers Park Chan-wook and Robert Downey Jr., streaming April 14th at 9 p.m. Eastern on Max. Subscription required.
You're with listener-supported radio for Northeast Texas. This is 88.9 KETR in Commerce. On Friday, April 12th, the time is 7:06. Kind of a cold morning across the region, but we're in for a warm afternoon today. Probably about a 35-degree temperature difference for Northeast Texas today. Currently across the region, we have fair skies with temperatures in the low 40s. Afternoon highs today in the upper 70s. Skies remaining sunny and not as breezy as yesterday. Wind from the south today, 5 to 20 miles per hour. A few clouds tonight, lows in the mid-50s. Saturday and Sunday, mostly sunny, highs around 80 both Saturday and Sunday.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadil in Washington, D.C.
Enemy Martinez in Culver City, California. Coming up in just a few minutes, federal prosecutors say that baseball star Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara, stole some $16 million from the Dodgers slugger. Mizuhara is due in court today. How much prison time could he be facing if found guilty?
But first, more than 33,000 Palestinians have been killed, the majority women and children, since Israel's war in Gaza began, according to health authorities there. Ami Ayalon is a former director of Israel's internal security service, the Shin Bet. In an essay published by Foreign Affairs this week, he argues that global opinion is turning against Israel, but he still believes the war is justified.
It's a war of defense, and it is a response to the horror, violence. Hamas do not recognize our right to a state, a Jewish state, on the land of Israel.
Speaking to our co-host, Michelle Martin, Ayalon says Israel is currently winning on the battlefield, but will ultimately lose the war if they don't maintain the support of the international community and lay out a plan for peace.
The major mistake that our leaders did is that on the second or the third day after the 7th of October, our cabinet ministers decided not to discuss the day after. Once we do not know to describe the day after, we do not have any concept of victory. We do not have any political goal. We tend to forget that, war is only a mean to achieve a better political reality. This is the definition of victory. our leaders do not understand that when we fight a war against a theological, radical terror organization, we are fighting in two dimensions. One is a battlefield. But in order to defeat Hamas, we have to win the war of ideas. Mm-hmm. And we cannot do it by the use of military power. The only way to do it is to create or to present a better idea.
Can that still happen?
Of course. The first question that we have to ask is why? Why Palestinians are fighting? My answer is very, very simple. They see themselves as a people. We do not recognize them as a people who deserve a self-determination and a state alongside of Israel. But what Biden is telling us now, and I believe that he is totally right, that we have to launch again the negotiation in order to create hope among Palestinians.
Can I ask, based on your experience as the former director of the Israeli Security Agency, did the scale of the October 7th attacks surprise you?
No, it did not surprise me, and because 50 years earlier, on the 6th of October, the October War started, and we lost 2,000 and almost 700 people. And what we learned after Yom Kippur is that our security doctrine should be based on, yes, a major and very powerful military organization, IDF, but in addition, we have to use diplomacy. And this is something that we forgot. Because I think that most Israelis do not understand that victory for Israel is to see on the other side of the border a Palestinian state. Because once they will have a state, they will have something to lose. And if I learned something in Shin Bet, the most dangerous enemy is an enemy that has nothing to lose. This is exactly what we saw on the 7th of October.
The leader of the Democrats in the United States Senate, Chuck Schumer, said recently that, that he feels that Netanyahu needs to step down, that a new government needs to take place in order to achieve these results. Do you agree with that?
Turn right
I
onto Traders
totally
Road.
agree. I think that
Take the next right onto Traders
he's
Road.
a great leader, but this is a leader who leads his people to a dead end. He is leading us to the end of Zionism. If we shall follow Netanyahu, we shall go on, building settlements, and we shall face an ongoing war that nobody knows when it will end. The only way for us, first of all, to defeat Hamas, because for Hamas, it's a nightmare. This is the end of the dream of Greater Palestine. So in order to defeat Hamas, the ideology of Hamas, we have to present a better future in which most Palestinians will believe.
Do you have hope that a better day will be possible?
Yes, I have hope because I was the deputy and then the commander of the Navy and later the director of the Israeli Shin
Turn
Bet.
right onto Wesley
I
Street.
was sitting with Palestinians who were in our jails. We saw them as terrorists, but they became my friends, Jibril Rajoub and Muhammad Ahlan, and we cooperated. And they told me every day, we are doing everything in order to stop terror, Jewish terror and Palestinian terror.
In 1,000
Just because we
feet,
believe
turn
that
right
on the
onto
end of the road
I-30
we shall
frontage
see,
road.
we shall have our freedom, our state alongside Israel. The moment that our people will not believe, forget about us. And if you ask me what happened when the diplomacy collapsed, this is exactly what happened. They lost hope.
At the light,
And
turn
when
right
they
onto
do not
I-30
have
frontage
hope,
road.
we shall not have security.
That is Ami Aylan. He is a former commander of the Israeli Navy and a former director of the Israeli Security Agency, the Shin Bet. We are talking about a piece that he's just published
Continue on
in
I-30
Foreign
frontage
Affairs.
road for half a
Admiral
mile.
Aylan, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
For more perspectives, go to npr.org/Mideast updates.
Los Angeles Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter and close friend is due in court today after being charged with bank fraud.
Federal prosecutors say Ippei Mizuhara stole more than $16 million from Ohtani's bank account, all because he had run up massive
slide
gambling
left
debt.
onto the
LA's
I-30 East
reporter
ramp.
Yusra Farhazan was at the news conference in downtown Los Angeles where prosecutors announced the charges yesterday. So tell us more about these charges. I mean, bank fraud is pretty serious stuff.
Right. Bank fraud is a felony offense that can carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison.
Slide
Federal
left onto the
prosecutors
I-30
say
East
Mizuhara
ramp, then merge
illegally
onto
transferred
I-30
money from Ohtani's bank account to bookies. They say he began gambling back in 2021, placing bets on sports. though not on baseball.
Right, but then he began losing all that money.
Yes, and according to the complaint, they say to pay off his debt, Mizuhara siphoned off more than $16 million from Otani's account. They also believe he spent about $325,000 of Otani's money on baseball cards purchased through websites like eBay and whatnot.
Now, Otani and Mizuhara were friends, but how did Mizuhara get access to his account? Because I'm not sharing my account with my friends.
So when Otani moved to America from Japan to play professional baseball, he could not speak English. And prosecutors say that Mizuhara acted as his translator, but also his de facto manager. They say that Mizuhara helped Otani set up a bank account and that he later used that information to change the phone number and email address associated with the account. That's how they say he gained access to it. He is one of the prosecutors, U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada.
We've obtained recordings of telephone calls in which Mizuhara spoke with bank employees, lied to them about being Mr. Otani, gave personal biographical information for Mr. Otani in order to impersonate him, and thereby convinced the bank to approve large wire transfers of large amounts of money to the bookmakers.
Estrada also said that Mizuhara blocked Otani's professional advisors, including his agent, accountant, and financial advisor, from gaining access to the account. None of them speak Japanese. We did reach out to Mizuhara's attorney for comment, and he declined.
All right, so now for a big key part in this, what did Otani know or didn't know about all this?
Well, Otani has said publicly he was shocked by Mizuhara's actions and had nothing to do with them. And U.S. Attorney Estrada said yesterday that Otani is a victim in this case.
I want to be clear that Mr. Otani has cooperated fully and completely in this investigation. He's not only spoken to investigators, he's provided access to his digital devices, to his personal information, to ensure that justice was done in this case.
Estrada says that they've gone through years of communication between Otani and Mizuhara and that they haven't found any evidence that he knew about or was involved in Mizuhara's gambling. Major League Baseball had initially said they'd launched a probe into the gambling incident, but after Thursday's announcement, they said they'd wait until the criminal case is complete.
That's LAist reporter Yusra Farzan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Starting this week, big broadband companies like Verizon and Comcast are required to publish labels describing all the fees and specifics of their internet plans. It's like a nutrition label, but for your internet connection. NPR's Alina Saliuk reports.
You know the exciting surprise when you get an introductory offer to hook up your phone or house to high-speed internet, and then the price expires and jumps. Or you discover you're paying a whole new fee for renting a modem. Well, federal regulators have long been trying to rein this in, and here's President Biden now taking a victory lap.
My administration is taking a major step toward eliminating junk fees on internet bills.
The major step is this new label requirement. It's a chart that looks very similar to the nutrition facts on the back of a soup can, except instead of sodium and calories, it's download speeds and early termination fees. The idea is to have a universal way that internet providers have to show all the details of your broadband contract so that consumers can compare plans apples to apples, or I guess speeds and fees to speeds and fees. Experts at the Federal Communications Commission have been working on this for almost a decade. Both the president and Congress have called for consumer-friendly labels. This week, the label requirement formally goes into effect for big providers, and smaller providers have until October to bring any hidden fees into the light. Alina Saliuk, NPR News.
This is NPR News.
And you're listening to NPR News on 88.9 KETR in Commerce. It's 7:19. If you're doing any spring cleaning around the house this spring, If you have some books that you could stand to part with in Greenville, the W. Walworth Harrison Public Library will be accepting book donations this month. They'll accept used as well as new books. Donations accepted Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 until 6 at the door on the west side of the library. Donations should be boxed. You can find details at the W. Walworth Harrison Public Library Facebook page. Coming up this evening and this weekend in Sulphur Springs, the community players of Main Street Theater will be presenting Little Shop of Horrors, the Broadway musical. Opening night is tonight, 7 p.m. curtain. They'll have a 7 o'clock show Saturday night as well, before concluding with a Sunday matinee at 2 o'clock. Main Street Theater, located at 225 Main Street in Sulphur Springs. Information at communityplayersinc.com. That's Inc, I-N-C. Happening tomorrow night in Ladonia, the Ladonia Chamber of Commerce will be hosting its annual banquet. 6:30 p.m. at Fannondale High School. Information at the Ladonia Chamber website, cocladonia.org. Sunny skies today, highs in the upper 70s this afternoon.
Business to reach an educated, affluent, and loyal audience. Become an underwriting sponsor on 88.9 KETR. You'll reach an audience that prefers to solicit businesses that support public radio while making an impact on our local community through helping to fund educational and entertaining programming. Call 903-886-5841 to learn more now.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from your part-time controller specializing in nonprofit accounting. Your part-time controller helps nonprofit organizations with their accounting needs remotely or in person at yptc.com/NPR. From Indiana University, committed to moving the world forward and working to tackle some of society's biggest challenges. 9 campuses, one purpose, creating tomorrow today. More at iu.edu. And from C3 AI, C3 Generative AI works to enable rapid access to traceable, hallucination-free insights from enterprise systems using any LLM, helping turn the invisible into the obvious. C3.ai. This is NPR.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadel.
And I'm A. Martinez. It's National Library Week, but in Prattville, Alabama, it's a time of stress for librarians. Troy Public Radio's Ann Kend reports the suburb of Montgomery is at the center of Alabama's book challenges.
On a recent spring evening, a small group of protesters showed up in downtown Prattville.
Hey, ho-hos, library board has got to go.
They're holding signs that say things like ban bigots, not books, and all books are important. The protest comes after new members on the Public Library Board had asked Library Director Andrew Foster to review 113 books for sexual content. When he tried to get clarification, the board's lawyer at the time, Laura Clark, answered in email.
One email that included Laura Clark giving advice on how or whether he could remove books from the library.
That's journalist Jacob Holmes, who'd filed an open records request with Foster to see the email exchange. The board then fired Foster because they said the emails were privileged information and should not have been released without their permission.
And that is the apparent impetus of what caused them to call the meeting to fire Andrew Foster.
The board didn't comment for this story. Foster, who's suing to get the job back, also didn't comment, but his former colleague, Lacey Sutherland, was at the protest. She's one of 3 other librarians fired for supporting Foster.
Basically, we had an old-fashioned stand-down, like in the old Wild West, except there was a circulation desk between us.
Sutherland says she loves the Prattville Library, but is now applying elsewhere.
As much as I would love to have my job back, I am moving on. I can't wait forever for them to see the light, and I can't not have a job.
The Prattville Library controversy is not new to Casey Meehan. She's with PEN America, which advocates her writers. She says across the country, people are losing their jobs in fights like this.
Individual librarians, educators, library directors are being dismissed from their roles. for defending and for protecting and for advancing the freedom to read.
At the protest, Nancy Klisterka worries that more book bans are not far off. She's a retired librarian.
Believe me, when they get the LGBTQ books out of there, then it'll be the books on the Civil War, because white people are portrayed in a poor light. And then it'll be books on religions that are different from their own. There's no stopping these people.
She's referring to conservative groups like Clean Up Alabama, which is behind the Prattville Book Challenge. The group would not comment for this story. Prattville's library has an interim director and is open, but a Facebook post asks the public for patience as it's understaffed. For NPR News, I'm Ann Kenda in Prattville, Alabama.
Time now for StoryCorps. These conversations are not scripted, and even the participants can be surprised by what comes up when they get behind the mic. That's what happened to Karina Borgia-LaCroix. Last month, she brought her 10-year-old son, Levi, to a StoryCorps mobile booth in Fort Myers, Florida.
What is your favorite memory of me?
There's one memory that makes me sad, but it is the memory that always comes up when I think about you and your kindness.
Okay.
Do you remember when we were in that car accident? It started raining so hard that I couldn't see anything. And there was a guy, I was heading west and he was going east. And same thing happened to him. He couldn't see and he loses control of his truck. And then he's head on to us when he finally sees us. He crushed my car and the car then went into the retention pond. He started swimming towards the car.
I remember.
You remember?
Our car had landed in the water. And then he goes to swimming and it gets me out.
Yeah. Do you remember when we finally made it to the hospital?
Yeah. I had an orange monkey with me.
You did. They gave you an orange monkey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember this because you were just, 2 years old? Almost 3. You were sitting on my lap. I was in the hospital.
I remember that, and you were crying, and you thought that I was bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't. That was
my blood.
Yeah.
And you grabbed a tissue and you started cleaning off my face and my neck and my chest.
Yeah.
That was one of those memories that will always be here for me. You know what was really tough out of that accident was realizing that I had very little control over some of those things. You know? It didn't matter how much I wanted to protect you, I couldn't. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. You really care about me, and you really try and protect me and make sure that I'm safe at all times.
Yeah. It also let me know that there are good people out there. If it wasn't for the guy that hit us, we wouldn't be here today. Even the people that hurt us, they can still save us after they've hurt us. That's a big lesson out of that.
That was Karina Borgia-LaCroix with her son Levi in Fort Myers, Florida. They haven't seen the man who saved them since that day. Their interview was recorded in partnership with WGCU Public Media and is archived in the Library of Congress.
Major support for StoryCorps comes from Dignity Memorial, helping families protect their loved ones and gain peace of mind by planning cremations and funerals in advance. Dedicated to professionalism and compassion in every detail. More at dignitymemorial.com. And from Subaru, featuring the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness with off-road capability and 9.3 inches of ground clearance designed for adventure seekers. Learn more at subaru.com/wilderness.
Tomorrow on Weekend Edition Saturday, NPR's Scott Simon talks with poet Callie Siskel about her latest collection, Two Minds, about making loss a part of living. To listen, stream NPR from your smartphone, your smart speaker, or on your radio. This is NPR News.
This week, another whistleblower at Boeing came forward with damaging allegations.
In a mad rush to reduce the backlog of the planes, Boeing did not follow its own engineering requirements.
He also claims that the company retaliated against him when he raised his concerns. I'm Elsa Chang. Hear more about the latest allegations on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Quiet and dry weather over the next couple of days as a high pressure takes control over the northeastern Texas region. Today will be partly to mostly sunny and breezy, with temperatures rising to the mid to upper 70s. The breeze continuing into the overnight tonight with partly cloudy skies as temperatures fall to the mid 50s. Partly sunny during the day on Saturday as the winds pick up, with temperatures rising to the low 80s. Another windy day on Sunday with a mix of sun and clouds as temperatures rise to the low to mid 80s. I'm staff meteorologist Morgan Bolton for 88.9 KETR.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. A ban on almost all abortions is scheduled to become the law in Arizona now that the state Supreme Court has revived a law from 1864. State Attorney General Chris Mays told NPR's Morning Edition she won't enforce it.
For a number of reasons, we won't be enforcing this law. First and foremost, it is unconstitutional. It violates our state's right to privacy, which is expressly written into our Constitution. Secondly, this isn't over by a long shot. We still have an opportunity over the next 60 days to try to get this terrible decision reversed.
She said the law was passed before women could vote. The House is expected to consider today a bill to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which allows the federal government to collect communications of non-Americans without a warrant. FBI Director Christopher Wray says the part known as 702 is needed to protect Americans.
The purpose of Section 702 is to identify foreign threats to us, to Americans. And so when you have, I'll give you an example to illustrate the point, it is critical for our ability to identify foreign terrorist organizations communicating with, inspiring, or working with people here in the U.S., and that's how we identify and stop attacks.
This is NPR News in Washington.
Live from the Texas Newsroom, I'm Matt Harab. A doctor in Houston is accused of manipulating data to keep some of his own patients from getting a liver transplant. Memorial Hermann Hospital halted liver transplants last week and kidney transplants a few days ago. A New York Times report says the investigation was launched after an unusually high number of patients on a transplant list died. Texas University and legislative leaders say mass layoffs at UT Dallas and UT Austin because of the law banning DEI departments are having a, quote, chilling effect. Our Bill Ziebel reports.
This week's firing of 20 UT Dallas faculty follows last week's 60 dismissals at UT Austin. The incoming Texas Conference president of the American Association of University Professors, Brian Evans, says he was surprised by the move he said no one expected.
We don't really know who's going to be fired next and for what reason. I mean, these are staff legally working. I hope it is the last mass firing, but we're concerned it's not the last.
Earlier this year, both schools said they were in compliance with SB 17. Next month, there will be a legislative hearing on how public universities are complying with the law. I'm Bill Ziebel in Dallas.
And recovery efforts continue in the Texas Panhandle after this year's deadly Smokehouse Creek fire ravaged over 1 million acres. Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller joined a live special Texas Newsroom report yesterday.
Probably lost 10,000 head of cattle, that died in the fire, but my estimate, we're probably going to have to call another 20 or 25,000 that have burnt hooves or burnt udders. They're not salvageable.
Miller says it may take 2 years before the grasslands can sustain cattle again. I'm Matt Harab in the Texas Newsroom.
You're listening to statewide news from public radio stations across Texas. This coverage is only possible because of support from listeners like you. You can help sustain and grow Texas news coverage by donating to your local public radio station today.
88.9 KETR News keeps you in touch with the world at home in Northeast Texas. KETR brings you public affairs programs every weekend, from the investigative journalism of Reveal to the keen insights of On the Media. You can hear the in-depth storytelling that makes public radio special. You can find our weekend schedule at KETR.org.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from Ooma, a cloud-based phone service for any size business, with an automated virtual receptionist, video meetings, and other features to connect to customers and coworkers anywhere at ooma.com/NPR. And from Easy Cater, committed to helping companies from nonprofits to the Fortune 500 find restaurants that cater meetings and events, with online ordering and 24/7 live support. Learn more at easycater.com. This is NPR.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadel in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Martinez in Culver City, California. It feels like the passing of O.J. Simpson closed a chapter in Los Angeles history, one, though, that still leaves a sense that there is still a lot that will never be resolved.
His family announced yesterday that he died of cancer. Last century, he was a famous and infamous figure as an athlete, an actor, and murder suspect.
Here to look back at his cultural legacy is NPR's Manolita El Barco, who reported on the Simpson saga in the 1990s. Manolita, before the freeway chase, before the so-called trial of the century, O.J. was already famous in so many ways.
That's right, A. You know, O.J. Simpson started off as a star football player at USC. Then he went on to be a running back in the NFL and a sports commentator. You know, he was handsome and with a famously great smile. And after his football career, Hollywood ate him up. He starred in commercials, sprinting through airports. He was in the TV series Roots, and he had parts in movies like The Towering Inferno and the Naked Gun comedies.
Police, throw down your guns.
Audiences loved him, and that's why it was so shocking what came next.
That next is becoming the #1 suspect in the murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend Ronald Goldman. That was 1994. Manolita, you covered that story for NPR. I mean, it was just a huge deal.
It was huge. And after Simpson became a wanted man, he went missing, and then he emerged as a passenger in a white Ford Bronco on the freeways of Los Angeles, getting chased by police. 95 million people were transfixed by the slow car chase that was broadcast live on national television. Here's a clip from a CNN special with Eric Spillman from KTLA.
People have pulled over, many of them carrying signs reading things like "Save the Juice," "Go OJ." People are literally cheering him on.
And as a reporter, I don't think I had a cell phone then, but I followed the helicopters to his mansion where a crowd of people had gathered, some with kids on their shoulders, to see what would happen next. Simpson sat in his car in the driveway, pointing a gun to his head, and he eventually surrendered.
And then there was his murder trial the following year, which was another huge media moment.
Yeah, it was called the trial of the century, and it felt like the whole country was glued to the TV to watch it unfold live. Everyone involved became a pop culture icon: the judge, the prosecutors, and Simpson's lawyers, like Johnny Cochran, who famously asked Simpson to try wearing once bloody gloves found at the crime scene. Here's Cochran in his closing argument.
It makes no sense. It doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
And they did acquit. Manolita, the reaction was very telling.
It was huge all over the country, and it was somewhat divided along racial lines. I interviewed some liberal white Angelenos who were outraged. Here's a retired Hollywood accountant named Al. NPR agreed at the time not to use his last name.
This trial was a big fraud, as far as I'm concerned. The guy is as guilty as sin.
Reaction was more complicated for black Angelenos I spoke to. Some told me that whether or not Simpson killed his ex-wife, they felt that for once, justice was on the side of an African-American man. Here's a clip from Al Humphreys, a former sheriff's deputy.
We said, wow, at least a black guy got away sometimes, because there's a lot of people, a lot of dead black folks that nobody ever went to jail for.
O.J. lived nearly 30 more years after all that, and really, Manolita, he remained a very fascinating and complicated figure.
Yeah, you know, after his civil trial, he sort of faded away from the public for a while. He served 9 years in a Las Vegas prison for armed robbery and kidnapping. But in 2016, there was a highly acclaimed TV miniseries about his trial and a documentary about him that won an Oscar.
That's NPR's Manolita El Barco in Los Angeles. Manolita, thanks.
Thank you.
Cancer that spreads from the lungs is the most lethal form of the disease, killing 135,000 Americans a year. But survival from lung cancer is dramatically improving thanks to new treatments and technology. NPR's Yuki Noguchi reports.
Denise Lee started smoking at 14 in the mid-1970s, hoping it might help her lose weight.
The back door at my all-girls Catholic school was where I started smoking.
Her cigarette addiction lasted 4 decades, spiking at times to 2.5 packs a day. Yet she didn't think about lung cancer until driving past a billboard near her home in Fremont, California, urging former smokers to get screened.
The thing that caught my attention was the fact that it was an African-American female on the front.
The low-dose CT scan she eventually got caught an early but dangerous tumor. Lee cried and panicked. Her father had died of prostate cancer.
My biggest concern was telling my mom.
That was 6 years ago. Surgery since removed her 2-inch tumor. New treatments also boosted her immune system, keeping her cancer-free. Robert Wynn is a lung cancer specialist at Virginia Commonwealth University.
This is where science and innovation has impact.
Wynn says the key breakthrough is the ability to pinpoint the mutations of a patient's particular cancer. In the past, treatments were blunt tools that caused lots of collateral damage while treating cancer.
And we've gone from that to molecular characterization of your lung cancer. And as a result of the molecular characterization, it has been a game changer.
One of them uses genetic biomarkers to target and kill mutated cancer cells. Another is immunotherapy, usually a pill that stimulates the body's own defense system to fight cancer as it might a virus. Today, these targeted drugs only exist for patients with certain types of cancers, but an ever broader array of them are being developed. Combined, the treatments are already improving national survival rates for lung cancer, which increased 22% in 5 years. Wynn says they're even reaching people who historically have less access to care. Chief Fu Jeffrey Yang, a thoracic surgeon at Harvard, has seen even late-stage cancers shrink.
It was just remarkable to see the lung cancer completely melting away.
To Yang, progress feels personal.
Was really, really close to my grandfather. He passed away from small cell lung cancer. Helping to take care of him was a big reason why I wanted to be a doctor.
He says his grandfather might still be alive if diagnosed today. But further progress in lung cancer survival hinges largely on greater screening. Low-dose CT scans are recommended annually for those over 50 who smoked the equivalent of a pack a day for 20 years. But nationally, only 4.5% of those eligible get those scans, compared to rates of more than 75% for mammograms. Andrea McKee, a radiation oncologist and spokesperson for the American Lung Association, says one barrier is the stigma associated with smoking.
Even talking to patients, sometimes they will say, I know I did this to myself, and so I don't think I deserve to get screened. And it just boggles my mind when I hear that, because, of course, nobody deserves to die of lung cancer.
Denise Lee says she understands the fear and shame, but
I'm just so grateful that my diagnosis was early, because then I had options. I could have surgery. I could have chemotherapy. I could be a part of a clinical trial.
Those things, she says, saved her life. Yuki Noguchi, NPR News.
This is NPR News.
You're listening to NPR News on listener-supported 88.9 KETR in Commerce. It's 7:42. The Department of Music at Texas A&M University Commerce is presenting Fantasy and Farce. It's an opera showcase. There will be 2 performances, one this evening and one Sunday. Members of the opera ensemble will be performing a selection of scenes from operas based on fairy tales, dramatic narratives, and comedic plots. The variety of works includes Hansel and Gretel, The Barber of Seville, and other familiar shows. And admission is free. There will be one performance this evening at 7:30, and then a Sunday matinee performance at 3 p.m. Both shows happening at the Finney Concert Hall in the Music Building on the campus of A&M Commerce. You can find details about this evening's and Sunday afternoon's opera showcase at the university's website, tamuc.edu.
Days into the war in Gaza, the Palestinian medical system was overwhelmed.
The amount of dead cases was so uncountable.
And so were a number of pregnant women needing to deliver.
We already delivered the cases sometimes in the street, sometimes in the schools, sometimes in the roof of buildings.
A doctor in a war zone and a woman trying to deliver on the next reveal. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KETR.
Good morning, I'm Martinez. Christopher Nolan's science fiction masterpiece Interstellar is getting a second theatrical release to celebrate its 10th anniversary. Paramount Pictures says the new release will be in IMAX 70mm format as well as on digital screens this September. The movie stars Matthew McConaughey and Anne Hathaway as astronauts traveling across space and time searching for a new home for humanity. Do not go gentle into that good night. I know, I'm no Michael Caine. It's Morning Edition.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the Joyce Foundation, committed to advancing racial equity and economic mobility for the next generation in the Great Lakes region. Learn more at joycefdn.org. From the Wallace Foundation, working to develop and share practices that can improve learning and enrichment for young people and the vitality of the arts for everyone. Ideas and information at wallacefoundation.org. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Layla Faldil.
And I'm Martinez. A major coaching move is happening at NCAA men's basketball.
We've loved it here, but we think it's time for us to step away. Step away completely from the program.
That's Kentucky coach John Calipari announcing that after 15 years of the storied basketball program, he's leaving to coach at the University of Arkansas. He'll be paid $7 million a season, which is less than what Kentucky was paying him. We reached out to Matt Jones, host of Kentucky Sports Radio, to talk more about the move, which he says is an indication that the role of head coach is evolving.
The salary of the coach is only part of the equation. Now with players getting money in terms of endorsements and NIL money, I think coaches are starting to say, look, maybe I take a little less money to be ensured that I'll be able to get the top players with donors donating to them as well.
Yeah, and those NIL rules, that means college athletes can cash in on their name, image, or likeness to make some money while they're in college. But I mean, I got to ask you, Matt, because at the University of Arkansas, they make the tournament pretty much every year, but the expectations there are nowhere near as high and as crazy as they are at the University of Kentucky. Are you telling me that didn't factor into what John Calipari wanted to do with his new life?
College sports have changed drastically in the last 4 years. They are being run as corporations. And part of figuring out as a coach where you want to be is kind of what corporate structure best fits your personality. At Arkansas, boosters have now agreed to give $3 to $5 million a year in endorsement money for the players. Well, that means Calipari doesn't have to do that.
So they're mini CEOs is what you're saying.
Oh, I definitely think coaches are many. There are a lot of older coaches who've been coaching a long time who all have gotten out of the game in just the last few years. Mike Krzyzewski, Roy Williams, Jim Boeheim, Jay Wright. These guys have all decided, look, running businesses is not why I got into basketball. I got into basketball to coach. With that said, there are young coaches who have decided, you know what? This whole business thing, I enjoy. This is all part of like a different level of basketball. Danny Hurley at UConn, who just won the national championship, kind of being the latest example.
So are we saying, Matt, that because of the newfound power that student athletes have, that puts the pressure on coaches to decide one way or another if they want to be part of that?
Yes. Now you have to recruit them, coach them, and make sure that you're paying them as much as the other schools. It's just a different job. There are a lot of coaches who say it's worse. I don't think it's worse. I just think it's different.
So is John Calipari then, Matt, the canary in the coal mine, so to speak?
It's heading that way, yeah. I mean, there will be a couple who are able to adjust. You know, Nick Saban, the football coach at Alabama, was able to do it for a while. So there are some kind of old dogs that can learn new tricks. But I think a lot of them have become so wealthy, they just don't want to deal with it.
So, Matt, what kind of a person is an ideal fit for a program with the tradition and expectations of, say, the University of Kentucky?
there's a couple of coaches like Danny Hurley, I mentioned at UConn. Scott Drew at Baylor is a guy who went to a program that had no resources and no history and built them into one that won a national championship and has been very successful navigating the new era. Then there's this group of very young coaches, the new coach at Duke, John Shire, that basically they look at everything completely different. They've been business oriented from the beginning, and I think they're also finding a little bit of success.
That is Matt Jones, host of Kentucky Sports Radio. Matt, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm E. Martinez.
And I'm Layla Falded.
And you're listening to Morning Edition on listener-supported 88.9 KETR in Commerce. It's 7:49. Happening this evening on the campus of A&M Commerce over on the west side of State Highway 24. It's Texas A&M University Commerce Lions softball. The Lions will be hosting Southland Conference opponents McNeese State University. Doubleheader this evening, and despite the cool conditions at the moment across the region, it should be a very pleasant evening for softball. 5 p.m. first pitch, with the second game of the doubleheader starting probably around 7 or so. It's a 3-game series with McNeese State. The Lions will be playing one more game against their guests from Louisiana tomorrow at noon. You can hear these games on KETR's HD2 channel, which can be tuned in if you have an HD radio, of course, or you can listen online at ketr.org. Once you're at the main page of the website, you can find your way over to the HD2 stream. A&M Commerce Lions softball this weekend, and if you can't make it to the game, you can catch it on KETR HD2. Across the region this morning, we have fair skies, and as I mentioned, it's pretty cool at the moment. It's 43 in Commerce. Skies remaining sunny today and warming up this afternoon. Should have something close to a 35-degree temperature swing today. Afternoon highs in the upper 70s.
When economic security is national security.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by C3 Generative AI. Verified, traceable answers, secure, hallucination-free, LLM agnostic, IP liability-free. Learn more at c3.ai.
From Marketplace, I'm Sabri Benishore, in for David Brancaccio. If a foreign company wants to buy a U.S. company that makes sensitive technology or collects sensitive data, when is that okay? Should that be allowed? There is a government committee that answers those questions on a case-by-case basis. It's been around for decades, approving or barring deals whenever national security is involved. But as global competition has intensified, the federal government wants to dial up that committee's power. Marketplace's Nova Safos here to explain. Hi, Nova.
Hey, Sabri.
So we are talking about CFIUS. That is the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. There's a proposed rule to expand its powers. What would the rule do?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this committee has a lot of power already. 7 cabinet secretaries are on it. It can force a modification of a deal or force a company to divest ownership. For example, you may remember there was a high-profile case 12 years ago. The committee recommended against a Chinese company's ownership of wind farms near a Navy base in Oregon. Then President Obama took the recommendation, ordered the company to divest. So this committee also has subpoena powers, and here's where the proposed changes come into play. One of them is to expand the types of information it can subpoena. It would also be able to impose much larger fines for non-compliance, going up to $5 million.
How much of this is really about China?
Well, you won't find China mentioned anywhere in the announcement of this rule, but certainly it is a big factor. This committee is reviewing TikTok's ownership, for example, by the Chinese tech company ByteDance. But certainly it's not just about China, and the term national security has kind of grown in scope in terms of what's covered under this committee's purview. We're seeing the Japanese firm Nippon Steel getting pushback over its plans to buy U.S. steel. So these new rules will expand the committee's powers at a time when its role, Sabri, in general, is expanding.
All right, Marketplace's Nova Safo, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
A lot of families get free or reduced price lunches at schools during the school year. 21 million kids in total benefit from this. But then the summer rolls around, school is out, and gone are those free or reduced price lunches. That is a big, sudden expense for a lot of families, and it is one the U.S. Department of Agriculture is trying to address starting this summer. It is rolling out a summer EBT program. Families that get subsidized lunches during the school year will get $40 a month during the summer to help pay for groceries. However, 14 states, including South Dakota, Alabama, and Texas, have opted out of the program in its first year. Marketplace's Savannah Marr has more.
Summer EBT benefits are covered by the federal government, but states pay for half of the administration costs. Poonam Gupta with the Urban Institute says that could be a barrier.
But at the end of the day, political will is a huge factor.
All 14 states opting out are Republican-led, including Iowa, whose governor says there aren't enough restrictions on the types of food families can buy.
It's just incredibly disappointing to see that money left on the table.
Luke Elzinga with the Iowa Hunger Coalition says the program helps working parents. They can't always get their kids to free summer meal sites midday.
Just allows families to purchase groceries when they would otherwise be purchasing them anyway.
But with persistent inflation, can $40 per kid per month move the needle on childhood food insecurity?
You know, the short answer is no.
Poonam Gupta says it could make struggling families' grocery bills just a bit more manageable. I'm Savannah Marr for Marketplace.
All right, let's do the numbers. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are all down in the 4 to 0.7% range, with Dow futures down 154 points. The yield on the 10-year Treasury is 4.503%. Lawyers for Sam Bankman-Fried, ex-CEO and founder of failed crypto exchange FTX, have appealed his federal fraud and conspiracy conviction and his 25-year prison sentence for defrauding customers and investors. If he loses his appeal, Bankman-Fried would have to petition the U.S. Supreme Court to take the case.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Schwab. Schwab knows that investors want control of their financial future. That's why when it comes to wealth management, Schwab is dedicated to giving investors more choices. More at schwab.com.
Next month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics will tell us how much of the income generated by workers' toil actually went to workers in the first quarter this year. This statistic is called the labor share of national income, and as Marketplace's Nancy Marshall-Genzer explains, that slice has been shrinking.
In 1947, U.S. workers got about 2/3 of the income from their labors.
Now they're getting something that is just a little bit over half, and so they're getting less of the pie.
Erica Groshin used to head the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now she's at Cornell. She says you can blame the shrinking slice partly on globalization, with some jobs moving out of the U.S.
If a company decides they are going to contract out a lot of their services to workers overseas, it won't be in American workers' compensation, right?
Groshin also cites declining union membership. She says historically, private sector employees in unions have made 10 to 15% more than non-union workers. There's also the issue of technology. Bart Hobain, a senior economist at the Chicago Fed, says the price of automation has fallen.
Then as we can buy equipment cheaper, we might replace people with computers.
He says automation took a bite out of the workers' slice of the pie back in the 1980s, with a big decline from the mid-80s to around 2010. But Hobain says it's important to put all this in perspective. Sure, the size of the slice ending up on workers' plates is shrinking, but he says the overall pie, that is, the U.S. economy, is growing. So workers are getting a smaller slice of a bigger pie.
Purely from a pie point of view, there's birthday parties with big pies, and if you get a smaller piece of the big pie, you're still getting a bigger piece.
As long as the economy is growing, but both Hobain and Erica Groshin think these trends that are eating away at the workers' share are here to stay. They could even pick up, especially as technology continues transforming the workplace. I'm Nancy Marshall-Genzer for Marketplace.
Nancy has a video version of this story on the Marketplace TikTok, which is marketplace.apm. Spoiler alert, involves actual pies and a face. Nancy's face. Check it out. In New York, I'm Sabri Benishore with the Marketplace Morning Report. From APM, American Public Media.
The easiest way to support 88.9 KETR is to make the switch to a sustaining membership. You choose the amount you'd like to give each month, and your gift automatically renews each year. No worrying about annual renewals or sending in your donation through the mail. Go to KETR.org and click Donate, or call us at 903-886-5841 to become a sustaining member now. You are listening to 88.9 KETR Commerce. KETR also serves Honey Grove in Fannin County, population 1,725.
Good morning. Arizona is adopting a Civil War-era law that almost entirely bans abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest. We speak to the state's Attorney General about her plan on this hour of Morning Edition from NPR News. A new film imagines a modern-day United States destroyed by civil war. I'm A. Martinez.
And I'm Layla Fadel. We asked the writer and director of the film, Alex Garland, if it's a warning.
I am at these people not showing games on the TV, on any of the TV stations. Like, I'm tired of the Rangers being blacked out. That's aggravating me bad. And let me just tell you, my little mother-in-law really pissed off. She liked to watch the Rangers. And, when I came...
Christ is my firm foundation.
Oh, great. Fucking audio cut out. Let's go back to this other station.
National Telecommunications Union, 62 million tons of e-waste was generated in 2022. The ITU says about 22% of that e-waste was formerly recycled. Green Lion expects to start making the precursor materials for batteries within the next few days. For NPR News, I'm Brittany Cordera in Oklahoma City.
The former interpreter to Los Angeles Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani will appear in federal court today in L.A. Prosecutors allege Ippei Mizuhara stole more than $16 million from Ohtani's bank account. LA's reporter Yusra Farhazan says Mizuhara had access to Ohtani's money.
When Ohtani moved to America from Japan to play professional baseball, he could not speak English. And prosecutors say that Mizuhara acted as his translator, but also his de facto manager. They say that Mizuhara helped Ohtani set up a bank account and that he later used that information to change the phone number and email address associated with the account. That's how they say he gained access to it.
Yusra Farzan reporting. Later today, Vice President Harris will travel to Arizona for a rally in support of abortion rights. This comes the same week that the Arizona Supreme Court ruled that a Civil War-era law could take effect, banning all abortions in the state except to save the life of the mother. This is NPR. European Union lawmakers have voted in favor of enshrining the right to abortion in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. As Esme Nicholson reports, the resolution is non-binding and abortion remains heavily restricted in a number of EU member states.
The European Parliament resolution to make access to abortion a fundamental right has passed by 336 votes to 163. The vote is symbolic, though, and has very little chance of making it into the EU Charter, which requires unanimous support from all 27 council members. While France has enshrined the right to abortion in its constitution, wide access remains illegal in countries such as Malta and Poland. Earlier this week, the EU Commission registered a European Citizens Initiative, which helps streamline policy making for citizens, calling for a financial mechanism to help women access safe and legal abortion within the bloc. This is seen as a way to work around national laws. For NPR News, I'm Esme Nicholson in Berlin.
FBI Director Christopher Wray is asking Congress to reauthorize a surveillance program. It allows government agents to surveil electronic communications of foreign citizens overseas without a warrant, even if they're communicating with Americans. The House may vote on this today. The White House says President Biden is announcing more steps today to help student loan borrowers obtain relief from debt. Biden says that in this effort, nearly $7.5 billion in debt will be forgiven. Eligible borrowers must be enrolled in the so-called federal SAVE plan. I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News from Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Jones Day, an integrated partnership collaboratively providing legal services for more than a century. 42 offices, 5 continents, serving clients as one firm worldwide. Learn more at jonesday.com.
I hate bridges like this.
You're with listener-supported 88.9 KETR in Commerce. On Friday, April 12th, it's 8:06. Should be a beautiful spring day across the region, though temperature is still on the cool side at the moment. In Commerce, it's 43. Skies remaining sunny today. Afternoon high temperatures warming up to the upper 70s. Not quite as breezy as yesterday. Wind from the south today, 5 to 20 miles per hour. Looking ahead to tonight and the weekend, partly cloudy tonight. Not quite as cool. Lows down in the mid-50s. Should be a beautiful weekend across the region with cool mornings and warm afternoons. Mostly sunny both Saturday and Sunday with highs around 80.
Funniest thing you've seen this year?
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadel in Washington, D.C.
And Amy Martinez in Culver City, California. Later this hour, we'll hear about Ukraine's attempt to mobilize hundreds of thousands of new soldiers. Kyiv's new law that expands its military draft comes as Russian troops are increasing their offensive.
But first, we go to Arizona, where a Civil War-era ban on almost all abortions will soon be the law, after a ruling this week by the state's Supreme Court. Arizona justices revived an 1864 law barring all abortions except in cases where the mother's life is at risk. It would replace the previous state law that allowed abortion through 15 weeks of pregnancy, and there would be no exceptions for rape or incest. It's the latest state ban on abortion since the U.S. Supreme Court reversed Roe v. Wade nearly 2 years ago. And the state's attorney general, a Democrat, says she won't enforce it. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is here with me now. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you say you're not going to enforce this law. Why?
Well, for a number of reasons,
So
we
you're
won't be
going through
enforcing
Mount
this
Pleasant,
law.
Texas
First
right
and
now?
foremost, it is unconstitutional. It violates our state's right to privacy, which is expressly written into our Constitution. Secondly, this isn't over by a long shot. We still have an opportunity over the next 60 days to try to get this terrible decision reversed. It doesn't take effect immediately, so we have anywhere from 45 to 60 days to try to stop this. This thing was passed or written when Arizona wasn't even a state, women couldn't vote, and the Civil War was still raging.
But your job ultimately is to enforce law. So if it does take effect in 45 to 60 days, do you risk your elected position by choosing not to enforce it?
No, definitely not. Look, there are laws on the books in Arizona and in every state that are not enforced. I mean, Arizona has an adultery law, a bigamy law. Those laws are not enforced, and it's my job to make sure that the resources of my office are properly utilized and spent. And I also have supervisory authority over the state's 15 county attorneys, and I've made it clear that if any of them attempts to prosecute a doctor or a nurse, a medical professional, or a woman under this insane, egregious 1864 abortion ban, that I will step in and I will stop them, or at least attempt to stop them.
You said that this was a seismic decision. I think this changes everything. When you say this changes everything, what does it change?
Well, obviously it changes everything in a terrible way for Arizona women.
Also, I have a
families,
Flight
but
Sim
from a
Discord
political
too that you can
standpoint,
check
this
out.
is an
Should be in
absolute
description.
earthquake. This is a 8.0 on the Richter scale. The Republicans have
For everything
no
Flight Sim
idea
related.
what is coming at them in November. The people of Arizona,
I have a
as
buddy
they
too that's
should,
going to
through the
be
Democratic
opening up
process,
a
will make it
virtual
clear
flying company that I'm
they
going to be
don't
part of too.
want to be subjected
those interested
to an
in that, I might
1864
help
abortion
get
ban. And so I
them
think
into
what
that
that
too.
means is that the ballot initiative that we have is likely, almost certainly, I believe, to pass.
And that's a ballot initiative come November that would enshrine the right to abortion in the Constitution.
Exactly.
Now, we've seen some Republicans, though, criticizing this ruling, saying it went too far, that it's too extreme. Republican lawmaker David Cook from Arizona saying it needs to be changed, even criticized by Carrie Lake, who ran for Arizona governor on an anti-abortion platform. And what do you make of these criticisms? Is this a shift?
I think what you hear in the voices of those Republicans is fear. And it's fear of the fact that the people of Arizona are going to resoundingly reject this in the form of their votes in November. And, I appreciate the fact that there are a few Republicans who are willing to say that, but they certainly should have and could have said that a long time ago. They could have repealed this at any time over the past decades, I suppose, and they certainly could have repealed it in the last year. But they chose not to. So what I say to them is a little too little and a little too late.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Russia's war of attrition in Ukraine appears to be succeeding in ways its military superiority has not.
More than 2 years into its full-scale invasion, Russian troops are now on the offensive, and Ukrainian soldiers are exhausted. So after months of deliberation, Ukraine's parliament has adopted a law to mobilize hundreds of thousands of new soldiers.
NPR's Ukraine correspondent Joanna Kakissis joins us now. Joanna, it can't be good for a country trying to win a war that they would need more troops as soon as possible.
Yes, that's right. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in this war. Tens of thousands more have been injured. Russia has more resources, 4 times the population, and it's trying to win by wearing down the Ukrainian military. Some Ukrainian troops have been on the front line for months, up to 2 years. And to make matters worse, the Ukrainians don't have enough artillery shells to fight back or air defense missiles to protect themselves. The Russians are also dropping these guided bombs from fighter jets that are just destroying Ukrainian defenses.
And Ukrainian leaders think that this new conscription law will help turn that around. How would it do that?
So, the law lays the groundwork to draft more military-age men. They would be required at all times to carry draft registration documents, so conscripts would be easier to find. If they don't, they could lose privileges, like they would be banned from driving. And lawmakers are also considering imposing fines for draft dodgers in a separate bill.
All right, so those are the sticks. Any carrots here?
Yeah, the law also offers incentives to men who volunteer for service. For example, they can get certificates to buy a car or put down mortgage payments on a house. And in one controversial move, the bill also would allow convicts to serve in return for a suspended sentence. Previously, convicts were banned from military service.
Now, you've mentioned how exhausted Ukrainian troops are from their very long deployments. Does this law address that issue?
No, though lawmakers are considering a separate law about that. And, long deployments with no end, that is what people seem to be most upset about when we speak with them. Families of soldiers are concerned that they're fighting for so long, and like I said, for 2 years without a real break, that some of these soldiers are forced to fight with injuries.
So what are those families saying?
Our producer, Polina Litvinova, spoke to Katerina Ampilohova. She's a college student. Katerina talked about her godfather, who's been stationed near the Russian border. He was hospitalized after getting hurt in action and told he can't convalesce for more than 2 months. She's saying he's expected to return to where he was stationed at the border, even if he doesn't entirely recover from his wounds. It does not matter if he's healed because they need him on the front line.
So those are the families. What about the young men who could maybe be drafted?
Yeah, we also spoke with Denise Monastyrny, who will turn 25 in 4 months. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently signed another law that lowered the conscription age from 27 to 25. Denise told us that he's ready to serve, but that he too worries about whether he will ever get a break. He said there seems to be no end to this war, and it's incredibly hard to be on the front line all the time for months at a time with no end.
Joanne, quickly, the draft age in Ukraine is 25. Why are younger men Ukraine exempted?
Ukraine doesn't have many of them. Ukraine has a very low birth rate, drastic declines in birth rates since the USSR's collapse. And if Ukraine recruits a lot of young men, it risks decimating an entire generation.
That's NPR's Joanna Kakissis. Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's tough to break into the art world, but it's easier if you have a key.
Earlier this year, an aspiring artist who worked as a technician at a museum in Munich, Germany, took matters into his own hands.
Joe Lawson-Tancred reports on Europe for ArtNet News.
He was an artist after hours. This was his day job. Harboring this private sort of aspiration to become an artist, he thought a shortcut to getting a bit of recognition might be to just directly put his own art on the wall.
She says the 51-year-old technician drilled 2 holes in the wall and hung up his own painting in one of the museum's galleries.
It all happened at the prestigious Pinakothek der Moderne. The museum did not reveal the man's identity.
Now, what he did wasn't exactly illegal.
So they can only get him on damage to public property, which is putting 2 holes in the wall with a drill. Of course, he's been fired and he's banned from ever returning to the museum. I think they've chosen to take a quite restrained view on it because they don't really want to make it a dramatic or glamorous thing.
But this isn't an isolated event. Another artist snuck her painting into an exhibit in another German city, Bonn.
And actually, the museum didn't notice until they dismantled the show.
This one has a happier ending. The museum posted about the work online, and it ended up selling for a few $1,000s. And then, of course, there's Banksy.
The anonymous artist hung his own work at London's Tate Modern in 2004, and police launched an investigation, which, of course, played right into his brand. And on this side of the pond, the following year, Banksy did a similar thing on the watch of John Borelli. He led security at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art for 30 years.
Banksy came in 2005 and put a small lady with a gas mask in our mezzanine gallery of the American Wing. The guards detected it within 30 minutes, and we took it down. And when it happened, he did that throughout the city to 5 different museums with different paintings.
In nearly 40 years on the job, Borelli says this all is pretty standard fare, but they never caught someone in the act. And he says the only real issue in the Munich Museum incident was the damage on the wall. The art put on the Met's walls never really bothered him.
So somebody putting something on the wall and nothing's damaged, no harm, no foul.
Show interview. In case you didn't know, his name's Blanco Brown. You would know him from this song.
Pokemon? Minion, badum, minion.
Is that a minion?
Minion.
Well, you're saying the word minion. Is that a
Minion.
What is that? What is that?
Minion.
Megan?
Minion.
Minion?
Yeah.
Is that a minion?
Yep.
Oh, okay. What else? Do you do impressions generally?
Oh my god,
That's
so
Donald.
good.
That's Donald.
Is it because you can do you can basically do instruments with your mouth, like you can beatbox really good. Like it's all that the same like skill set? Like
Yeah,
you can
but
create noises.
changing your voice and beatboxing two different things, unless you got like some animation going on while you beatboxing.
No, I mean, is that like, are you able to do those kind of with the same part of your brain that you're able to beatbox with and mimic sounds of instruments?
Only God knows.
Only, yeah.
What other impressions do you have?
I mean, some of everything. Burning Mac. Talking about him. His land.
No, we had to beep that. But okay, so yeah.
What up, Axis?
It's Horn Hog Radio. It's internet. So radio or channel or whatever you want to call it, it's more local than any of the FM stations around here. Hit hornhogradio.com or follow on Facebook or the Twitter or just walk on up and say hey.
This is Dr. Matt Young from Texarkana Emergency Center and Hospital. We've expanded to increase our outstanding services for our community. We're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Texarkana Emergency Center is locally owned with board-certified physicians for all your emergencies. We have on-site lab, pharmacy, x-ray, ultrasound, CT, and MRIs. Texarkana Emergency Center and Hospital. Real ER without the wait. 4646 Cowhorn Creek Road and online at TexarkanaEmergencyCenter.com.
Kroger always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower-than-low prices. And when you download the Kroger app, you can enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on your favorites with the Buy 5 or More, Save $1 each sale. Simply buy 5 or more participating items and save $1 each with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If you've ever spilled grass seed on your lawn and accidentally created the world's largest bird feeder, then you know that lawn care isn't easy. If it were, everyone would do it, as well as True Green does it. Our science-driven expertise ensures your custom, nutrient-rich treatment works to deliver a greener, healthier lawn. And it's all backed by the True Green Guarantee. Go to TrueGreen.com today and save 50% off your first application. It's time to trust your experts at True Green. True Green. Live life outside.
Running WJ loves Horn Hog Radio. Should I just ride in and steal you away? Don't know what else to do.
your number on a 50-yard line. You were always a perfect one and a valedictorian. So under your number I wrote call for a good time. I only wanted to get your attention, but you overlooked me somehow. Besides, you had too many boyfriends to mention. I played my guitar too loud. How do you like me now? How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way, you still think I'm crazy, standing here today. Couldn't make you love me, but I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now?
Will occur.
Yeah, it is very similar. You're right. Libya, Ukraine, Lebanon, every war I've covered. But you also got this dichotomy, right? The people documenting the war, trying to inform, and then there are the people just trying to pretend it's not happening.
Yep.
Throughout the movie, there are references, even to journalist relatives living on
with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-425-1450 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-425-1450. That's 800-425-1450. What do you have to lose? Call 800-425-1450. Again, 800-425-1450.
Hot FM, where local news comes first.
Angel Hernandez, 20, of Texarkana, Texas, was arrested by the Texarkana, Texas Police Department for the alleged possession of child pornography. According to the TTPD, both Facebook and Instagram discovered videos of suspected child pornography had been uploaded to the platforms and immediately reported the illegal posts and messages to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Based on the probable cause, the judge issued a warrant for Hernandez. The investigator arrested him a few days later after recognizing his vehicle pulling into a local business parking lot. Hernandez is currently being held in Bi-State Jail, where his bond was set at $100,000. Texarkana, Texas is seeking talented artists for its Arts and Historic District. Up to $4,000 per project is available for selected artists. Various mediums are accepted, including sculptures, installations, and murals. The Texarkana City spokesperson emphasizes art's role in fostering dialogue. Submissions are due by May 1st. Contact Brookstone for details at 903-798-3901 or brook.stone@texarkanatexas.gov.
Hot FM Sports Update with Chuck Zach.
Texas High picked up a huge win last night in baseball, beating Longview 2-0 and moving into a tie with Marshall for fourth place in the district. The Tigers will host the Mavericks tonight for a chance to take over sole possession of the district's last playoff spot. Pleasant Grove hosts Paris. Liberty Allo travels to Sulphur Springs. Former Heisman Trophy winner and Pro Football Hall of Famer O.J. Simpson died of cancer yesterday at the age of 76. Simpson, of course, was plagued by controversy since the 1990s when he was accused and eventually acquitted of killing 2 people, including his ex-wife. At the Masters Golf Tournament, Bryson DeChambeau has a 1-shot lead after he shot a 7-under par 65. Tiger Woods was still on the course when play was suspended by darkness last night. Kentucky is finalizing a 5-year deal with BYU's Mark Pope to become their next basketball coach. Pope, who graduated from Kentucky back in 1996, has been the coach at BYU for the past 5 seasons. And the Texas Rangers lost to Oakland 1-0 yesterday. 4 A's pitchers combined to throw a 1-hitter. That's a look at sports. I'm Chuck Zach.
Hot FM 4-states forecast now.
Sunny today with a high near 76. Mostly clear tonight, a low 53. Sunny with a high near 80 for your Saturday. Saturday night, mostly clear, low 59. Sunday, mostly sunny, high of 82. Sunday night, partly cloudy, a low of 63. And Monday, mostly cloudy with a high of 82. Scan the QR code and enter to win the ultimate backyard barbecue at our live road show today, 11 to 2 at Daily Deals on the corner of Summerhill Road and New Boston Road.
Still need health insurance coverage for 2024? You may qualify for insurance in the marketplace. Had a recent life change, lost Medicaid or any other health insurance, got married or divorced, had a baby, adopted a child, recently became a U.S. citizen, recently moved, or have low income. Contact a certified bilingual navigator to see if you qualify for a special enrollment from the nonprofit organization Civic Heart. They're available to help you apply. Call 430-529-0043. Civic Heart, here to help you get covered in 2024.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
At Hot FM, we put together everything you need for the ultimate backyard barbecue. From Big Green Egg to gift cards for your meat and passes to take the family to the water park. Enter by scanning the QR code at one of our live road shows this month or at a sponsor location.
Including Metal Mart, Flying Burger, iFurniture, and Texas Freedom.
The ultimate backyard barbecue giveaway is back. From Texarkana's best country, 99.3 and 101.7 Hot FM.
Yeah. So they say that year 12 of your kids when they change, like a 12-year-old changes. You both have kids, that have been 12.
Yeah, I think that there's a difference around that time. There's a lot of hormone changes happening as well.
The 12th year change is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see that? Do you feel it's still happening?
Yeah, so I have boys, right? So like when my son turned 12, he went from being just like a little silly kid to like a nervous teenager. You know what I mean? Like a teenager that cares about his looks all of a sudden and kind of talks a little deeper and
you start to get a little hair on you.
Yeah, like that.
I didn't get like underarm hair until I was like 16 or 17, which was really embarrassing.
Like at school when everyone's changing.
They'd wear even short sleeves. I wouldn't. I wore long sleeves because I was just humiliated. But yeah, that's when like the little hairs start. I'm still waiting for the hair down there.
Yeah. It's not coming.
I'm still
dude.
waiting. Wait, what?
It's not coming anymore. It's over.
It ain't there by now. 12 years old is when kids start to change the most because of hormones, because of their peer groups start to mingle with older peer groups. They're now the youngest of the group of older kids.
Yeah, it's like 6th grade.
6th, 7th grade, and you have
yeah.
8th and 9th graders around. What's been the best age of your kids? What's been the most fun? What's the most fun age of a kid? Amy, you go first.
Well, I only got kids when they were, so Stevenson was 7 when they moved here from Haiti, and Stashira was 11. So I don't know any younger. 7 was cool with him because he was really little. Or actually, when I would visit him, Haiti and let me hold him and cuddle him when he was like 3 or 4. I probably would have loved those years. But in the years they've been with me, I kind of love right now.
The older, the better.
He's turning 14 later this summer, and she's going to be 17 in like a week, which is crazy. And I'm really loving their personalities and having real conversations with them.
You? I'd say like 8 or 9, 3rd grade, that kind of that area, because they're like cooperative and they're funny and they're like, you can talk to them. They have personalities, but they're not like a teenager, you know, where they're defiant or like trying to get in trouble. They're very cooperative and it's a fun time.
What about with school once they get to be 15 or 16? Do you still have to help them with school, or is it so far out of your reach now that you can't help them with school because it's like junior, senior type stuff?
Yeah, it depends on the subject. Like, you know, like I printed out photos the other day for my daughter. I'm like, no problem, I got you. I'll print that.
She didn't know how to print it?
No, it's just that my computer was hooked up to the printer and she was working on, you know, one part of the project, and my contribution was printing. Because, yeah, like some of the math and science stuff, like I'm, okay.
When does that become too hard for you? The general stuff they're learning, either you don't remember it or you never learned it.
Yeah.
6th
I'd say middle school, man. Yeah.
Like 5th, 6th grade?
Yeah, it gets tricky.
Yeah, because they teach it differently too. Like these, you don't know how they're learning. It's like, well, okay, and then I use my fingers and dots. Like this can't be right.
There's a whole thing too, the top things you wish you had been taught in school, but you weren't taught in school. When you look back, mine was for sure money, but I don't think my school even thought to teach money because nobody had really money. It was for sure paycheck to paycheck. Everybody went to school. And so there weren't any like finance classes or balancing a budget class because there really wasn't a budget to be balanced. I never thought about that. And I used to just be like, why did they teach us money stuff? But that would be like teaching the whole school Mandarin and nobody's going to China. So I wish I had learned money and like how money works and how to use money to make money.
That's a good one.
Interest rates for a home.
Sure.
And back then it was checkbook, and so I never had any of that.
Even like the terminology of buying a home, you know, like what does all that mean?
Yeah, that would have been good to know. I probably would have mildly been interested, but at least I would have had a little bit. But when they talk about even now, and it's like APR.
In 2 miles, take exit 201 for Texas 8.
I didn't learn it then.
Yeah, no, that would have been.
What do you wish you would have learned in school?
I mean, I can agree with you on the money part too, but I think more of, you know, talking about hormones and change and more of why we are the way we are, some
body,
mental health, like.
Oh, mental health,
that's cool.
That wasn't even a thing, though.
Right, but I think now, and for teenagers to have a better understanding of why they're feeling what they're feeling, like even just having a class on feelings and emotions, and like these feelings and emotions are okay. Like it's okay if you're feeling what you quote unquote see to be negative, because then you're at a place at school where you're with your peers.
We're getting a feelings and emotions class. Because the generations were different. And we're like, I'm really struggling in feelings and emotions. You know, Arkansas kids have been like, what kind of class is that? That's some bull crap.
Yeah, but it sure would have been great, because then now I'm trying to learn processing feelings at 43, and I'm like, golly. And then now we're having to go back and process feelings we had at 15.
Oh,
it's like, shoot.
I'd have for sure gotten beaten up for being top of the class in feelings and emotions.
You're right, front row.
Look at Mr. Feelings and Emotions.
In half a mile, take exit 201 for Texas 8.
Like, just parenting classes would be cool, because like I remember my dad.
Hey, a lot of kids learn the hard way where I come from. They had to learn at 16 or 17 the hard way.
My dad used to say, like, there's no handbook for parenting. You'll never understand it. I'm like, well, you know what? Now there are. Like, you go to the
literal books.
There are books everywhere about parenting. I wish we could have learned those.
Lunchbox, what's the thing?
Oh, I'd say
take exit 201.
I saw this one high school, like, I don't know, I just read it the other day on Twitter. Their whole first floor is entrepreneurship, where you get to set up shops and learn how to run businesses. I mean, I'd have been so.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Texas 8 South, North McCoy Boulevard.
Oh, you're catching up?
Yeah, catching up, really.
What business have you ever like done consistently and made money?
Well, I did lawn mowing.
At the light, turn right onto Texas 8 South, North McCoy Boulevard. Then your destination will be on the left.
10, 11, 12, I would say, Forrest and I.
That was prime.
Yeah, we were
That
really.
was, well, I don't know. He's prom king. That's probably his prime.
Yeah,
But
prom
like
king.
as an adult, like what have you ever been an entrepreneur? Because that sounds like even before the class.
Yeah, that was, yeah, that's what I'm
Your
saying.
destination
And then it
is
would've
on the
been great.
left.
We would have continued it on, and we could have maintained it. We didn't really know what we were doing, so we just kind of dissolved. And then I did Disney DVDs. That kind of went out the wayside.
That was illegal. And yes, it got shut down. It was illegal. Go ahead.
Yeah, I.
Selling drugs is illegal. Would that be an entrepreneurship?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're your own boss. You don't work for a company.
I don't think that just means entrepreneur. That's more freelance.
I don't feel like I don't feel like unless you're, the one producing the drugs, you're your own boss ever.
That's
you're
true
always,
too. That's true. Yeah,
Like-
you're one losing a bunch of
Yeah.
shipment away from. Yeah.
Okay.
Cartel shows up any day.
Well, good luck with those kids, guys.
Yeah, thank you, man. We're working on
If you
it.
ever need,
I'm
if you have any dog advice, let me know.
You got dog advice.
I got a couple nuggets.
I decided because my daughter's doing like a summer job all summer long, and it's like her first time doing that, and I'm making her do this little financial course that Dave Ramsey has for teenagers, so she can learn how to save what she's earning, give what she's earning.
Get
and-
Lunchbox on that too.
They go together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's online.
Yeah. Let's let him do that too. I bet Dave would give us a free copy of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Bobby Bone Show.
Bobby Bone Show.
Let's go.
You got a fast car, and I wanna take it to anywhere. Maybe we make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove. You got a fast car, and I got a plan to get us out of here. Been working at the convenience store. Managed to save just a little bit of money. Won't have to drive too far, just to cross the border and into the city. And you and I can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. See, my old man's got a problem. You live with a bottle, that's the way he is.
Alrighty.
Said his body's too old for working. His body's too young to look like his. So mama went off and left. She wanted more from life and
Alright, taking a quick break. Well, it's like quick, but at least a few minutes.
been there for a while, and it's been appointed chief. I'll tell you all about it in a second. Amy has this story. If you love animals and you love appointments, I don't know who loves appointments, but she has it coming up next in our positivity segment called Tell Me Something Good.
The morning show's official YouTube channel. Go to YouTube, search Bobby Bones Show, and subscribe today. Bobby Bones.
Nissan SUVs have the capabilities to take your adventure to the next level. Take a Nissan Rogue, Nissan Pathfinder, or Nissan Armada and go find your next big adventure.
Don't miss the 79th Annual Four States Fair and Rodeo, April 5th through April 14th. Brought to you by Farmers Bank and Trust and Texarkana Emergency Center and Hospital. Monster trucks, demolition derby, and rodeo action. Carnival rides, concerts, the Ag Learning Center, great fair food, and more. Tickets are on sale now at the Four States Fair box office or fourstatesfair.com. The 79th Annual Four States Fair, April 5th through April 14th. This ag fair with a combination of state and regional events. Texarkana, the party of the year, Texarkana's 420. It's happening at 46 West 7th Street in the old Kmart Plaza. An unforgettable day filled with fun, food, fantastic deals, and epic giveaways. Enjoy 50% off all Texas Freedom products and indulge in delicious eats from Breeze Salad Hut. Did they mention they'll also be dropping a hot new summer item at the event? The party is from 2 to 5, but don't worry, the sale lasts all day. Craving fresh, delicious seafood? Look no further than Pelican Fish and Seafood. Conveniently located at 2415 Arkansas Boulevard in Texarkana. They're open Wednesday through Saturday from 11 to 2 p.m. for lunch and 4 to 10 p.m. for dinner. Dive into their American farm-raised catfish and savor their handcrafted appetizers, made fresh daily. Plus, enjoy their endless salad bar. Call them now. 870-330-3240. That's 870-330-3240. Pelican Fish and Seafood, where every bite is a taste of perfection. Hey, savvy shoppers, looking for incredible deals and unbeatable savings? Look no further than the Bins conveniently located at 2729 New Boston Road next to Harbor Freight. Score bins for just $7.97 on Friday and for an incredible $6.97 on Saturdays. And a whopping 50% off all wall items and scratch and dent appliances. Plus, any 3 pairs of jeans, 3 pairs of boots, or 3 shirts, even 3 dresses are just $12. Hurry in now, the Bin Store and More, where savings never look so good.
This is Brian from Flying Burger and Seafood, inviting you to join us for the fastest and freshest casual dining experience in Texarkana. Whether you're hungry for a freshly ground hamburger, the tastiest fried catfish, or some of our amazing grilled seafood or chicken, we have just the way you like it. Casual dining, just the way you like it. Flying Burger and Seafood, the biggest, see you soon.
At Amco Transmission and Total Car Care, we provide you with expert repair and service from oil changes to tune-ups and everything else on, in, or under your car. We offer financing options and lines of credit dedicated to auto care so you can keep your car running smoothly without breaking the bank. Amco Transmission and Total Car Care are your hometown repair facilities, locally operated by people who live and care about your community. Amco Transmission and Total Car Care, 1519 Arkansas Boulevard. And remember, AA MCO.
Are you looking for the perfect gift to show your appreciation for that special teacher in your life? Or perhaps maybe you want to celebrate your loved one's graduation in a sweet way. Look no further than Nothing But Cakes. These cakes are not just any ordinary cakes. They're delicious and made with the finest ingredients. And made fresh every day with a variety of flavors. There's something for everyone. Nothing But Cakes, 242 Richmond Ranch Road. Follow them on Facebook or find them online at nothingbutcakes.com.
Brought to you by United Ag and Turf.
4 states forecast now.
Sunny today with a high near 76. Mostly clear tonight, a low of 53. Sunny with a high near 80 for your Saturday. Saturday night, mostly clear, low of 59. Sunday, mostly sunny, high of 82. Sunday night, partly cloudy, a low of 63. And Monday, mostly cloudy with a high of 82. Scan the QR code and enter to win the ultimate backyard barbecue at our live road show today, 11 to 2 at Daily Deals on the corner of Summerhill Road and New Boston Road.
answered an uncomfortable question from listeners. Your fate tickles. Do you get it?
I recommend 4 or 5 minutes. Making me something. Heating me up something to eat. Meantime, we just wait.
to adopt a shelter dog, and we have named the dog Chief Happiness Officer.
And got a title. Didn't even have to work his way up.
It's an 8-month-old dog named Bond, and employees at the hotel are loving it. Morale is up, but hotel guests are like, it's just really cool to walk into the lobby and you see this cute dog every single day. And yeah.
And they adopted a shelter dog, you know?
Yeah.
CHO.
Oh, that's the title. The
Yeah,
CHO of the hotel.
Happiness
Who would be the
Officer.
CHO on this show?
Me.
Probably.
Can you
I'm the
self-appoint
CHO.
that?
Sure. Well, I think somebody would have said that, and you maybe lost. But I think you appointed yourself.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy.
Tell jokes. I'm happy right
Who
now.
would be the chief hate officer?
Betty, he's a hater. He's a hater of everything I do.
Or the CAO, the chief angry
Oh,
officer.
I thought it was something else.
No.
Yeah.
That's
So
a good.
shout out to Fairmont Dallas for giving Bondi a fur.
Okay, And he also wears one of those little suits with a belt.
That's awesome.
Which is funny. All right, there we go. That's what it's all about.
That was Tell Me Something Good.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. Lay your cards down, 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 down. So park your Lexus and throw your keys up. Stick around, round, 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 round. I'll be damned if I can't slow dance with you. Clothes on, show me what you do. Live, hold down. Come take it to the
select in-stock items by 4 p.m. Or homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Well, Bobby, you'll like this. Handbags for men are having a moment.
No, they've been having a moment. Or at least I've been having a moment with them.
Well, now thanks to Harry Styles, Travis Kelce, and David Beckham, sporting bags and totes is a thing.
Okay, I don't think Travis Kelce deserves it.
Why not?
Because it's Taylor Swift that even makes anybody look at Travis Kelce. And I like Travis Kelce. But Beckham has always been very fashion forward. And Harry Styles is extremely fashion forward. Kelce's just with Taylor. He does wear flames on it. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have totes, I have bags, I have fanny packs. The expectation is you get to carry a purse. Us guys, we wear one all the time. Oh, look at him wearing a purse. And he also wears glasses, and he's ugly. And I'm like, stop talking about me.
Do you feel like you were able to embrace it more once you got married because it's like
For sure. I think I embraced it more once my wife started to help me pick them out.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have done that if you were still single.
Yeah, well, I'd have known.
I would have. You would have never found.
I think that would have cramped your
I've seen me bag and been like,
a purse.
but it's not a purse.
You're calling it a merce.
Okay,
A
but
man
that
purse.
purse has been around. People call it that forever. The man bag is definitely different than a purse. It is shaped different than a purse. It's like the difference. It's not a fanny bag always, but it's like the difference in like a computer bag. It's like a hybrid of that and a purse. It's like
Do you
slightly.
think Caitlin's improved you?
In what way?
I'm asking.
Like in general?
It was some headline I saw about how 90% of people think they've improved their partners.
I would say I think I've gotten worse.
Oh.
Really? Easy.
I know. I'm really just thinking about this one. I would say that I think, yes, we change. When we're they change. We take some of their habits and improve.
Moving on to quiet vacations because people are doing these now. Like I've heard of talks, and I mean I saw a whole article in Psychology Today about how people aren't even speaking until noon.
Yeah, we talked about that. It was called like talk fast.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
yes,
remember the segment on the show?
we talked about. Okay, that's probably where I talked about it in my head with y'all.
On the show.
Okay. Hey, you say it over and over. We talk about a lot of different things in a lot of different places, and I forget where. But anyway, talk fasting is a thing. But now quiet trips are a thing where people are literally scheduling a vacation to just be quiet most of the time and
I
not
have a friend
be
that went
around a bunch of people.
and you're not talking for 48 hours. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, like
You're with a group of people?
Yeah, there's even people doing it. It's weird. It's very
you go
weird.
into like the mountains in
You're
North
not
Carolina and just like don't break and
one morning at we just come on, turn the mics on, and just fast for everybody to hear.
well, an old Chris Stapleton interview coming up. It's from 60 Minutes a few years back. Chris is talking about how he loved listening to Snoop Dogg and Dre when he was younger and how that influenced his music.
It was so real that it translated even to some kid from Kentucky who had no notion of the things that he was talking about. And it was dangerous too, and more than dangerous or very appealing to 15, 16.
Everything. We had streaming music for the first time, or download music, or Napster. So it was different before, where you really could only get the music that was at your Walmart or Best Buy or record store, and then mostly what they had was what was regionally popular. So
Yeah, like if we wanted something, I remember, we'd have to listen to the radio, so it was whatever's on the playing for us, and then get our cassette tape and hit to listen to things, unless you wanted You didn't want to go.
Go to the store. Yeah, there's that.
But this is the free way to get it.
Yeah. You stole it, huh? Amy was stealing before stealing was cool.
Dang, Amy.
Dang, she was stealing before Napster even let her. Okay, that's it.
Amy. That's my file.
That was Amy's stories.
In the headlights, I'm mama's boy. I'm a fist fight, kinda cold beer. Little hat down, little John Deere. I kinda give it down, kinda don't care. You see the girl standing right there. She loves a small town. She likes my old boots, likes to slow dance to some old
Head south on North McCoy Boulevard toward Sam Houston Street, then turn left onto Sam Houston Street. Turn right onto the I-30 East ramp. In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-30 East. Continue on I-30 East for 159 miles.
Even when your team's not. Trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on iPhone 15 Pro with unlimited Ultimate and all the storage you need. Get the network you want on the iPhone you love. Only on Verizon.
And Doug. To celebrate everyone who's customized and saved hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, we got a savings siren that goes off every time someone saves. There it is. It's a really more savings, which really... Okay, a lot of savings. Little annoying now. Will you stop saving for 5 seconds?
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Heather Manor Nursing and Rehab in Hope, Arkansas is a unique facility where the priorities are family involvement and quality of life. The skilled staff at Heather Manor provides personalized care for you or your loved one with down-home hospitality, whether the need is for short-term rehabilitation, long-term care, or respite care. Schedule a visit and see for yourself why Heather Manor should be at the top of your list. 870-777-3448. Heather Manor Nursing and Rehab in Hope.
Are you looking to update your athletic clothes and you want to save some money? Go to Plato's Closet this Friday. 50 to 70% off retail prices on brands including Lululemon, Gymshark, Fabletics, Athleta, Nike, and Adidas. At these prices, you can restock your wardrobe and look your best while wearing your favorite athletic brands. Plato's Closet, 2315 Richmond Road, Suite 9. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok for trendy outfit ideas and new and incoming inventory.
Are you looking for a great deal? Do you want to save some money? Go to Daily Deals, 1714 New Boston Road in Texarkana, Texas, right next to Cash Sale. Here's how it works. They're closed on Thursday for restocking. The store is filled with all sorts of amazing merchandise, electronics, home decor, clothing, toys, gifts, shoes, and much more. On Friday, all that freshly stocked merchandise in the store sells for $8 each. Each day, the price drops until everything is sold. Daily Deals, 1714 New Boston Road, Texarkana, Texas. Like and share their Facebook page and tag your friends for a chance to win money.
Still need health insurance coverage for 2024? You may qualify for insurance in the marketplace. Had a recent life change, lost Medicaid or any other health insurance, got married or divorced, had a baby, adopted a child, recently became a U.S. citizen, recently moved, or have low income. Contact a certified bilingual navigator to see if you qualify for a special enrollment from the nonprofit organization Civic Heart. They're available to help you apply. Call 430-529-0043. Civic Heart, here to help you get covered in 2024.
Hey, savvy shoppers, are you looking for incredible deals and unbeatable savings? Look no further than the Bin Store and More, conveniently located at 2729 New Boston Road, next to Harbor Freight. Score bins for just $7.97 on Friday and for an incredible $6.97 on Saturdays. And a whopping 50% off all wall items and scratch and dent appliances. Plus, any 3 pairs of jeans, 3 pairs of boots, or 3 shirts, even 3 dresses are just $12. Hurry in now, the Bin Store and More, where savings never look so good.
In Arkansas, cancers of the lung, breast, prostate, and colon are the leading cause of cancer deaths. Yet simple screenings can save lives, helping doctors find and treat cancer early. If you have a family history of cancer, you need to start screenings even earlier, because cancer screenings can never come too soon, only too late. To learn more, visit cancer.uams.edu. Sponsored by this station, the Arkansas Broadcasters Association, and UAMS.
Take a second to think about this. How safe and secure are your valuables? Your guns, jewelry, documents, and family heirlooms? What are you doing to protect them? You need a safe.
At Locksmith TXK, they're all about access, control, and security. Check out Locksmith TXK today in their fully stocked showroom on Summer Hill Road or on the web at locksmithtxk.com. They offer 100% financing and 12 months same as cash.
Locksmith TXK, you found the right locksmith.
I hate insurance companies. Not the people, just the process. I'm Monty Murray with the Murray Law Office. If you've been injured in an accident, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So give me a call at 903-823-3000. I'm located at 3918 Texas Boulevard here in Texarkana. I'm Monty Murray, and I can help you through this process. Call me today.
United Ag and Turf understands that everyone has a unique vision for their property. Whether you're starting a garden, raising animals, or just enjoying the extra space, United Ag and Turf has a John Deere tractor package that's customized for you. Packages designed for hauling, mowing, loading, grading, and more. With 0% financing for 84 months and zero down available. Visit UnitedAgAndTurf.com for more. Ends 4/30/24. Subject to approved credit with John Deere Financial. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey y'all, always looking local first. We're making sure our babies have a bright future. You know, local businesses depend on our support. They're usually first in line to support our local organizations. Let's do our part to always look local first.
Don't throw your damaged cell phone away. It's repairable. Whether it's a screen replacement or micro soldering, MTech Electronics can repair it. And at the best price in town. Call them today for your smartphone, computer, and game console repairs. 4012 Summer Hill Square, Texarkana.
When you're craving a real, honest-to-goodness, old-fashioned hamburger with the freshest ingredients and French fries that make a jackrabbit slap a hound dog, head over to 201 East Broad, TLC Burgers and Fries. Open Monday through Thursday, 10:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Open till 7 Friday and Saturday.
Legacy Cleaners, formerly Holiday Cleaners, has 35 years experience and 4 locations in Texarkana and surrounding areas, including their newest location at 210 West 7th Street. For the best starched jeans in town, it's Legacy Cleaners. They can handle your finest threads.
Look local first, and everybody benefits. From the store owners to people like you and me supporting them. Look local first.
At Hot FM, we put together everything you need for the ultimate backyard barbecue. From Big Green Egg to gift cards for your meat and passes to take the family to the water park. Enter by scanning the QR code at one of our live road shows this month or at a sponsor location.
Including unclaimed furniture, Wingstop, or Honda, and the Bin Store and more.
The ultimate backyard barbecue giveaway is back. From Texarkana's best country, 99.3 and 101.7 Hot FM.
Segment we do about facts on a Friday. Fun Fact Friday. Yeah, there it is.
Fun Fact Friday.
I'll start with a question. Amy, what do you think the best-selling item is at Walmart? Generally across the country.
Oh.
Gosh, why did a folding chair just come to mind? Like a lawn chair.
I think I got it.
I mean, it's got to be something pretty generic in general that everybody would need.
Like a cooler.
Cooler, lunchbox,
Underwear.
Eddie.
Underwear.
The best-selling items at Walmart are bananas. They sell more than 1 billion pounds of bananas every single year. Wow, how about that? Put that in your Fun Fact Friday pipe and smoke it. All right, Amy?
Okay, so simply the act of holding money in your hand will ease stress and pain from your body.
That makes sense.
No, like studies have been
having it in my hand, it
done.
means I'm about to give it to somebody and have less money.
That's true.
Like you know when you're in Vegas and you kind of hold the chips in your pocket and you kind of feel them, you jingle them around there?
Yeah.
That's right.
That's cool, man.
Hey, I didn't do the study.
And then I'm like, who else has touched this money? Where's it been?
That's your brain for sure.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you. Lunchbox?
This is going to be a sad one for the ladies.
It's Fun Fact Friday.
I know, but it's just the
Should be
truth.
fun for him.
Yeah. Sagging is inevitable. No matter what.
What was that? It's what again?
Inevitable.
There you
Yeah, gravity.
Gravity.
Same for you. Same for dudes, too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying gravity, smoking, and sleeping. Women, if you are sleep face down, you need to change it because if you're pushing on the breasts, it'll change the shape of your breasts.
Thank you, Lunchbox. Morgan?
Animals are more scared of human voices than lion roars. So scientists played human voices around a watering hole to figure it out. And animals ran away when the human voices were there, but lions, they were roaring. They just chilled. No big deal.
Yeah, because they don't know. They get next to one lion that roar, they eat them, then they can never be in the poll again and
Oh, good point.
be like, I'm scared of the lion roar.
That's a great point.
Eddie?
The year was 1897. The place was Nashville, Tennessee. That's when cotton candy was born, and it was made by a dentist. And the first name for it was Fairy Floss. How ironic that a dentist made cotton candy.
Not really.
How ironic.
He gets more customers.
That's actually why he did it.
Really?
Yeah. He was like, we'll sell cotton candy, they'll get cavities, and I make more money.
Wow. That is dirty.
Fairy Floss.
Only 2 women have ever tried to assassinate U.S. president. Both of them went after Gerald Ford. What did he do to them? We need to see what he was up to.
Hey.
Within 3 weeks of each other in 1975.
What in the world?
Yeah, you know something went down.
Only 2 women ever. Same president within 2 weeks of each other.
Gerald Ford, though, that wasn't that long ago.
Coming up on
75.
Texarkana.
You were like in high school. You gotta
I wasn't
wonder.
born yet.
What's up?
I wasn't born in 75.
Advance tickets to Woodstock in 1969, 54 years ago, were sold at record stores for $18. That would be the equivalent of $150 in today's money. So that's what the festival would cost if it happened today. And tickets at the door were $24, so that was $200. And so many people got there though, and they just got in for free because it was out of control.
They tore the gates down.
It was out of control. They just went. It's like we're ready to party. Finally, a hole-in-one on a par 5. Golfers, you know what that's called?
Albatross.
No.
That'd be a 2 on a par 5.
Oh, that's right. Be impossible.
I said golfers, but now Amy's a golfer. I forgot. She was
Yeah.
driving
Right. Go ahead, Amy. You first.
Give me a hint.
It's a bird.
It's got
I said birdie.
No, but it's not a bird. It's a
Pigeon.
bird.
Okay, I got it.
Owl.
It's a bluebird.
Cardinal.
It's a condor.
Never heard.
I don't know what bird that is.
Turkey.
It's a condor. I don't know. Never happened in a pro tournament where someone's got a hole-in-one on a par 5. But there are certain par 5s that we played that are if
what?
you could really crush, you could get it down there. Not us, but like big hitters.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, you're right. But Amy could. Both sides, left-handed and right-handed.
Maybe.
All right, that's Fun Fact Friday.
Fun Fact Friday.
So. About to exit Texas and go into Arkansas.
Welcome to Arkansas.
Oh, there it is. Can you believe the evolution of like the flight sim driving? I went from like to nothing to having Google Maps linked to it and using this media player to stream the nearby radio stations based on where I'm at in flight sim. And of course, it's a lot better truck mod. Yeah. Yep. I'm actually using the Google Maps because being mapped imagery is dog shit. No, there's a mod tool that does it for you. It streams the latest data, so yeah. It replaces it. Yep. Because the only ones that are in this are absolute shit at handling.
Running out of storage for your photos in the stands. Switch to Verizon and get a great deal on a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage for all the ballpark picks you want. Just trade in your iPhone, any model, in any condition.
Popped out of
so
nowhere.
You'll feel like you're even when your
Traffic,
phone's not.
the road traffic hasn't changed
Any
much.
condition for a great deal on iPhone 15 Pro with unlimited Ultimate and all the storage you need. Get the network you want on the iPhone you love, only on Verizon.
And Doug.
Being a spokesperson's easy, kid. Just say, customize and save. Liberty Mutual.
Customize and save with Liberty Biggity.
That's not it.
Liberty Mutual. Liberty Musical.
Nope.
Liberty Line.
It's 2 words. Liberty Mutual.
Got it. Don't not
Car generators are actually in Y maps.
Wow. I guess I'll just do it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
That's a wrap.
Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates.
No, if you want to override existing car generators in normal GTA, you have to edit the Y maps for those in Codewalker.
April Our Love Foundation will have the second annual 5K Walk in the Name of Love Walk Run with a Purpose. April 27th, 10 a.m. at Hope Fair Park, 800 South Mockingbird, Hope, Arkansas. Free snacks and giveaways. On-site registration 8:30 to 9:30. Award ceremony 11:30. For more information, go to AprilOurLoveFoundation.org.
When it comes to caring for your loved ones, Bailey Creek Health and Rehab should be at the top of your list. Bailey Creek is rated 4 stars in staff and quality of care with an RN on duty 16 hours a day. Staff is 100% vaccinated for COVID, as are 90% of the residents.
I mean, if you're streaming Y types,
is a unique memory care unit specializing in Alzheimer's.
you usually gotta declare those in the FX manifest data file.
To schedule your
I
tour.
type
Bailey Creek Nursing and Rehab, 1621 East 42nd Street, Texarkana, Arkansas. Are you
you have to edit Y maps, not car gens are not typically in Y type files.
Located at 1924 St. Michael Drive. Their fully furnished suites come with all bills paid.
No, Y maps you don't have to. It'll override it automatically.
Be one of the first
You just have to declare. That it's a map, and that's it. And there's like a weird thing that says this is a map, and then like in this is a yes string.
793-0100. That's 903-793-0100.
This is the year to stop overpaying for your family. So choose a straight.
Because you have to go on Codewalker and select car generators, and you have to manually remove the base game ones, and then export that Y map replacement.
And no contracts. That's good decision making. Available
Whatever it be named.
and on straighttalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Not combinable with auto pay discount. In times of traffic traffic, your data may be...
Well, you could do it in a script too, where you can remove car generators for an area.
Life insurance,
You can make a Lua script that does that.
blood pressure or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month.
That's for like escrow, to ignore certain assets for the escrow system.
At 800-444-2013, 800-444-2013, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's
No,
on
I don't
meds,
think
too.
so.
800
That's just to ignore like files from being encrypted with the escrow system.
If you're looking for your next quality pre-owned vehicle, visit Old Honda and our newest location.
Or recognize. Escrow is 5M's like security things that they have for paid scripts and shit, or scripts that you don't want like people getting access to and
Go
leaking.
through Old Honda's 182-point certification checklist. Free auto check and Carfax available, and most are backed by Old Honda's no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. Get pre-approved today with Old
The people can use a mod menu or what's called a Lua executor, and most Lua executors come with a what you call a Lua dump.
Two great locations.
And it basically,
4602 Gus R.
I don't know precisely what it does. All I know is that it gets access to anything that's cached to the client, which is basically anything client side. So all the client scripts and all the client like streamed assets. So like clothing and maps and all that, the client has access to, and it's cached to the client. Therefore, they can Lua dump it.
Bed, dresser, mirror, dining table, and 4 chairs. And this year, we're doing a mattress and box spring with it. Come on in, and we'll give you a deal-to-day financing.
You could think of it sort of like it getting into your 5M cache and decrypting everything.
Monday through Friday, Saturday 10 to 4. Shop with us online at unclaimedfurniture.com.
It dumps it, so it's everything would be like as if it would look on the server.
Sunny today with a high near 76. Mostly clear tonight, a low 53. Sunny with a high near 84.
But that's what the escrow system comes into play, because it can encrypt those scripts and it basically makes the code practically impossible to decrypt.
Here to win the ultimate backyard barbecue at our live roadshow today, 11 to 2 at Daily Deals on the corner.
I'm sure there's ways to do it, but they're kind of like impractical, because even if you do end up decrypting it, it's not like there's gonna be a lot of broken shit, because it's gonna be decrypting like code that was encrypted heavily. So it would end up decrypting it, and then it'd probably look like a bunch of like random bullshit that could basically make the script useless. No, I've never Lua dumped. I know, well, Lua dump is different from decrypting. Lua dump, like I said, just gets anything that the client is cached. It puts it in a, as far as I know, it puts it in a zip file, and then you just open a zip file and it has all this stuff in there. Yeah, anything that a client would have, so it would have the actual Lua files for like client scripts. It can't access anything that's server side, so like server sided scripts, the client doesn't have access to. Nope, just client. Yes, streamed assets included, so like custom maps. No, it'll still be the same. It's the actual file. That's why Lua dumping is like a very douchebag move, so to say. Because a lot of people Lua dumps. Go ahead. Let's say a lot of people Lua dump servers that they don't like, or they want to get back at them for whatever reason, and then they end up uploading those files into like launcher leaks or something, and then leak them. It's happened to my server a few times already. They can. can if they had a Lua executor. If the only way around that really would be to whitelist and only let in people you want in. You'd be surprised. Especially if you make your whitelisting process difficult, most modders and people that do that kind of stuff aren't gonna put the time and effort to like a really long application. But if it's open, like if it's public, then you have that chance of somebody with a Lua executor coming in and Lua dumping. It's just that easy. Yep. And if it happens, unless you have an actual copyright or trademark on it, there's nothing you can do about it. That's Yep. You just report them. I don't think you would report you could try reporting the actual CFX, but I think they will tell you that you would need to report it like as a normal, like anything else is a normal copyright thing. You just need to prove that it's yours, and then go from there. Usually they'll get a notice to take it out, and if they refuse, it's, they get into some trouble. You could, I think, maybe 5M escrow as well, because you can submit your assets to the 5M escrow on Keymaster. It'll like encrypt it for you. That would be like one way to. Yeah, but I've not really seen. I mean, there is a way to as far as I know, to decrypt escrow there, but it's very rare. It's very rare, if at all. That just sounds like poorly obfuscated stuff. Crazy.
Hey, it's Bobby Bones. Paul is in next, and he'll keep you company through your workday right here on Hot FM.
It's better to do that if you especially if you're not gonna do whitelist. No, it does it automatically for you. It's like a automated thing. You just upload your. I never did it before yet myself. I plan to do it for like my before shit most likely. But when you go to your Keymaster, you know how you have like your server keys and you have granted assets and creator assets and all that? You would go to creator assets and then you would upload new asset. And you just follow the instructions from there. You would download the escrowed version of your resource, and then you would put that in your server. And then you would keep your actual source code on standby wherever, like in a folder or something. The files would be named the same, but when you open up the little file, it'll look, I'll show you an example. Yeah, like weird symbols and shit. I'll show you an example here. One of the paid scripts I got, that's 5MS code. We'll pick this one, the article one. Say you go to this, right? Not that one. Some they exclude. Well, no, they exclude some of them. I bought this one, but it's a matter of forget. Yeah, there we go. That's what it'll look like. Good question, honestly. This one's a streamed asset and it's from the 5MS code. Because when you tell us something from 5MS code and it's locked to a specific CFX account, you would see a .fxap file like that. It open up streams. For stream stuff, it's okay. I mean, streamed resources, it'll automatically like lock it, so it creates this, that way this asset, if you don't, it'll register to your server and from your account. So if you own it, it'll go to your, like any of your license keys. It won't work on any others. And if you don't have this, say somebody deleted, this will not work, period. It won't stream these, period. But, I mean, probably because they decrypted it. If you just leave it behind, then it's just a useless file. Pretty much. Probably. I'm not like a pro expert, like familiar with the escrow system. I just know a bit because I've kind of had experience with a lot of escrow scripts. But I've never uploaded like my own just yet. I do plan to probably do that for V4 just so, because I plan because this is my direction of V4, making it completely unique and rebuilding it from the ground up. I'd rather it be encrypted than not. Still looking at my screen, by the way. Check this out. See, I got Google Maps working with this. AP. FXAP. Yep. Flight sim, yeah. But I'm actually, for this, I'm actually using Android Studio and the Android emulator to use this. It's the only way to do it. There's this tool. This is how I link the GPS. I just send it to one of the COM ports. Yeah, I think they revamped it. So like, cause 2020 was kind of like a revamped, updated, drastically updated version of Flight Sim X, which is why there's a lot of like similarities to Flight Sim X, especially when it comes to road traffic. 2024 is gonna have bring in some aspects. 2024, they're bringing back shared cockpits, so you and like your buddy could fly in the same plane and have shared controls. And then the tornadoes, the seasons, all the weather stuff, like wildfires and such. Even in the trailer, if you look at the trailer, even in the trailer, the trees look a lot more high quality. Yeah. I'm almost convinced that they're probably upgraded the engine for it or something like that. I'd hope so, because 2020 technically is kind of running off the same engine as FSX, but like a more enhanced version of it. Did you know that Flight Sims used to come out I think every 2 years, and now there was like a 4-year gap between 2020 and 2024? Yeah. Which is why I think it's gonna come out pretty good. I'm excited for the actual season, because this one never had seasons built in, so you have to have a mod called Rexaki Season, which is what I'm using right now for seasons, which is pretty good for 2020. But have it actually built in, and trees look way better and all that, and have like a smooth gradual transition between being in the north in the wintertime where the trees are green, and then going down to Florida, or not green, but bare, and then going down to Georgia and Florida, the trees are green, and then in between where it gradually transitions and blends between bare trees and green trees. That's the thing that really struggled the most in even Flight Sim X, when Flight Sim X had seasons, is you could get to a certain point and you could actually see where the tree, you could actually see where the biomes change, and there was no blending of it at all. One side would be all bare trees, and the other side would be green trees. And yeah, even with this mod, it doesn't do that. So it had the same thing, but hopefully with 2024's season, hopefully there's a blend, a smooth. Imagine. Yeah. I would just do, it depends. Yeah, and there's templates. It depends on what you want your server to be. Typically, I would just go with standalone. Yeah. Yep. I use a little bit of MySQL for a couple things, but everything, about 95% of my server uses a local database through a JSON file. Yo, you just make a server.lua, and then in there you would basically create all the events and all that you need to save data to a JSON file, and then you use the save resource file native to save the data to a JSON file. It doesn't have to be a JSON file either. You can change it to a different extension like a .text or a. It's better doing it locally. You don't have to worry about all the connection bullshit. The only cons to it. What's up? Yeah, JSON file is local, so it stores it locally to your resource directory. Well, it doesn't require connection. It all saves locally. Remember a while back what? Yeah. I never use that posting. I only use that posting because it's a big scam and you don't have full control over your server. Fucking bullshit. No, the only thing I've ever done with Zap posting was buy upvotes for my server. Yeah, you can buy upvotes so you can go into your the 5M server list and boost the server to get it more up on the top of the list. No, I use shock hosting. And I just host it off a dedicated virtual server box. That's the recommended way to do it. If you want full control and like files storing and all that, that's the best way to do it. Yeah. I mean, it ain't dumb if you're playing with buddies and shit, and you're locking it to just your buddies and all that, but if you want it to be a public server, definitely don't home host it. No. That'd be the least of your worries. The more worry would be people just flooding your IP with packets and shit. And DDoSing you. You'd have to very, very piss somebody off that knows how to do shit like that. That shit's really risky to do nowadays anyways. Yeah. If he'd be a good anti-cheat. Yeah, basically. V-menu is outdated. I mean, you can if you want. Nah, V-menu. You don't need V-menu or easy admin to do admin stuff because the server comes built in with TX admin, which is far better than those two combined. Yep. To update that, you just delete all the server build stuff and then just add the new ones. And it'll update TX with it. TX is built in with FX server. TX data? Yep. By default, your resources are inside of the TX data. I think it's gonna be like a weird like CFX underscore something, and like a base folder where all your stuff's at. I didn't do mine that way. I just created a server dash data folder outside of you know, TX data in the server folder, and then I just pointed it to that. No, the admin.json would be in TX data. Here, I'll show you. This is how I structured my server. See? You have server, which is where all your build stuff goes. Server data is where all this goes. That's for strictly for TX admin stuff. Yeah. By default, usually it typically would throw what these would be into a folder inside your TX data. But you can, it does tell you, I think, at some point in the setup process that you can make your own like custom location to store these to. But if you already set it up, you can still change it. You just make a new folder and move all the stuff to that. But you'd have to edit the batch file and correct the directory. Not here. Yeah, I do. And then you would just go to config, I believe. To launch it. The batch file is what points it to. You can name the command prompt the title, and then it points it to your FX server folder, and then you can set your server profile default or whatever. And then the main reason I use it is my TX admin port. I use a custom TX admin port. It'll work. It's all about personal preference usually at the end of the day of how you want your server structured.
Coming up this weekend, Miranda Lambert is joining us in studio, and we'll find out if Chase is back on.
By the way, what do you think of this media player? It streams the local radio stations in the area that I'm in on here.
Afternoon at 3 on 99.3 and 101.7 Hot FM.
Yep. Yesterday I went through It will, once you go out of range, it will just cut out. Switch. It's clear, like it's clear, and then it just cuts out, like if you were stopping it. As far as I know, never really noticed it yet. But yesterday I went through Austin, Texas, and up that way. Yeah, all the skyscrapers and the big river that you have to cross. I made a pit stop in Waco. Oh wow. I know there's a Texas Ranger Museum there, and there's that stadium, and then you have Baylor University. Thought about going there one day IRL. I just the truck? Yeah. Watch, I'll cut the engine off real quick. Here, let me turn. No, that's the actual truck engine sound. What you're hearing right now is the tire rolling sound. That was... See? I'm at 83% fuel, so more than 3/4. This station has a lot of country music. Oh yeah, those are player name tags. No, he's in the sky. He's flying a A20, A20N. If they don't have the truck mod, they'll just it'll default to like a generic plane model, like a propeller plane model. If somebody got close enough, and if somebody was close enough, they could see me just basically a plane floating across the highway or down the highway. Yeah, I've had a few people interact. I've had a few weird encounters too, where I've had people like nosedive or fly down in front of me and then back up in the sky, and then turn right back around and then like come back and do it again. I'm convinced some of those people are like stream sniping. And then I've had a couple people in my live chats that thought this is pretty cool, and they have flight sim as well, and they came in and met up in game. And I would like stop at some places, and I would like get out the drone camera, which is this, and then like they do like flybys and shit. I actually have a couple clips on my channel of it. Yeah, no, I don't even need to do that anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, did I tell you I had a passenger? Without the blonde hair. Kentucky. I don't know if you can tell, but you see the grass on the sides? That's all auto-generated. Yeah, I had it turned off because it was a lot more buggy back then, and it would cover the whole highways. Because it auto-gens, I think, based on the color of like terrain. I don't know how it exactly does it. What's up? No, every time I launch this, it'll automatically install updates, so I'm up to date. Bruh. Stop popping up. Multitasking. That's even crazier. You see this? About the same. Yeah. So this shows the forecast for the area I'm in on PlaySim. Come on, fucking ads. This thing's lagging like crazy. fucking ads filling up the screen. Don't care for ads.
Another dance to a country song, turning me on.
There we go. The radar and maps. All clear skies. Yeah, it starts like, it's weird because like when I scale it up anymore, it kind of like gets more and more like tilted one way. It's weird. Oh my god. Set that back up there. Nice.
I can tell by the way that you're stirring your drink, or we're already playing with fire. Said that you had to go about an hour ago. Baby, you're such a beautiful liar. It feels like a movie I've already seen. So right now I'm begging you, please, why don't you save me the trouble? Keep those pretty blue eyes to yourself. Why don't you save me the trouble? Give that heartache to somebody else. If you're the kind of girl that's only gonna wanna love and leave a guy like me alone in this bar drinking devil, why don't you save me the trouble? Save me the trouble, baby. Now the closer I get to the red on your lips, I can feel myself falling all crazy. 'Cause just a little kiss and I can never get you out of my mind. So before you go wreck my whole life, why don't you save me the trouble? Keep those pretty blue eyes to yourself. Why don't you save me the trouble? Give that heartache to somebody else.
Amount of trees that's densely in this area is crazy.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-30 East.
Gotta take a quick break. I'm at a random rest area in the middle of a forest. coming up on Arkadelphia. That's a weird city name. I'm almost about halfway between Texarkana and Little Rock.
99.3 1017 Hot FM. Bobby Bones wakes you up weekday morning. We keep you company all workday long. Texarkana's best country. It's Florida Georgia line now.
Hammer and a nail, stacking them bales. I'm dog tired by the 5 o'clock hour, but I'm ready to raise some hell. And Jesse's getting ready. I'm gassing up the Chevy. I'm gonna pick her up at 6. I hope she's gonna wear the jeans with the tear that her mama never fixed. The moon comes up and the sun goes down. We find a little spot on the edge of town. Twist off, sip a little, pass it around. Dance in the dust, turn the radio up. And that fireball whiskey whispers temptation in my ears. I'm feeling alright Saturday night, and that's how we do it round here. Yeah, that's how we do it round here. Mud on the grips, wild cherry on her lips. I've been working and trying and flirting and dying for an all-night kind of kiss. The country on the boombox, candles on the toolbox. I'm doing everything right, got the country boy charm turned all the way on tonight. Yeah, the moon comes up and the sun goes down. We find a little spot on the edge of town. Twist off, sip a little, pass it around. Dance in the dust, turn the radio up. And that fireball whiskey whispers temptation in my ears. I'm feeling alright Saturday night, and that's how we do it round here. Yeah, that's how.
By the way, did you see the solar eclipse the other day? What'd you think of it? The solar eclipse, what'd you think of it the other day?
All over the Arklatex from Hooks to Ashdown. Today's Hot Country, Hot FM.
I wouldn't mind being alone. I wouldn't keep checking my phone. Wouldn't take the long way home just to drive myself crazy. I wouldn't be losing sleep, remembering everything, everything you said to me, like I'm doing lately. You wouldn't be all that I want. Baby, I could let go. If I didn't love you, I'd be good by now. I'd be better than barely getting by somehow. Yeah, it would be easy not
FM, we put together everything you need for the ultimate backyard barbecue. From Big Green Egg to gift cards for your meat and passes to take the family to the water park. Enter by scanning the QR code at one of our live road shows this month or at a sponsor location.
Including Metal Mart, Flying Burger, iFurniture, and Texas Freedom.
The ultimate backyard barbecue giveaway is back. From Texarkana's best country, 99.3 and 101.7 Hot FM.
I didn't know if we were over or just on the rise. Was me thinking I could save us, just a mirage. I was burning up a highway that kept getting longer. With every turn of these times, she just kept getting goner. And the sky was showing no signs of rain. Ain't nothing delaying that plane. I'm racing through the desert, thinking I could catch her, but losing ground in this Chevrolet. And it's 7:47, somewhere between here and heaven knows I let her slip away. Showed up and she's gone. Guess I got to Tucson too late. I wonder if she sat there stirring vodka with a straw. If she counting down the seconds, or maybe having second thoughts and was moving all made up in her mind. Would she have changed it if she knew that I was racing through the desert, thinking I could catch her, but losing ground in this Chevrolet. And it's 7:47, somewhere between here and heaven knows I let her slip away. I showed up and she's gone. Guess I got to Tucson too late. Now she's on some silver wings flying beyond.
Not gonna lie, this radio station's got a good taste in music.
I'm racing through the desert, thinking I could catch her, but losing ground in this Chevrolet. It's 7:47, somewhere between here and heaven knows I let her slip away. I showed up and she's gone. Guess I waited too long, like a sad country song. Damn, I got to Tucson too late. Too late. Oh, I got to Tucson too late. Life's like a road that you travel on. There's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. Where the brave are free and lovers soar. Come ride with me to the distant shore.
Continue on I-30 East for 81 miles.
Did you hear that? GPS is like continue on I-30 East. 80 miles, or 81 miles. Smart. A lot of shit that breaches 5MTOS and the yeah, but they're not supposed to. It's just a lot of people don't follow the TOS. It's because nobody is, because they're probably lucky they haven't got reported yet. All it's gonna take is all it'll take is somebody to hate the server or a group of people to hate the server and then report bomb the server, and well, there you go.
Hot FM, number one for Hot New Country first. New Country from Dylan Carmichael. Great song, it's Drinking Problems on Hot FM now.
I've been working my ass off all day long just to sit in 10-mile traffic on my way home. Between the BS and stress, man, the list goes on and on and on. We all got too much on our plates. There's only so much we can take till it breaks. We all got drinking problems. It's about that time we get to working on them. We'll be cold can hold and keep that jukebox rolling, whirling rounds till we think we've forgotten. Unless you got a better way to solve it, we'll keep on drowning our drinking problems. Bobby's buying beer 'cause he can't pay.
I didn't say anything.
George's new Ford's got a deer-sized tent.
I don't remember what I was saying.
Crossing our fingers that the cake don't flow, 'cause you know we all got drinking problems. It's about that time we get to working on them. We'll be cold can hold and keep that jukebox rolling, whirling rounds till we think we forgot 'em. Unless you got a better way to solve 'em, we'll keep on drowning our drinking problems. Drinking problems. It's about that time we get to working on them. We'll be cold can hold and keep that jukebox rolling, whirling rounds till we think we forgot 'em. Unless you got a better way to solve 'em, we'll keep on drowning our drinking problems. It was always hotter than the grease she used to fry that chicken. Smelled like Marlboro Reds and all the butter from her biscuits. And that Lincoln in the driveway circa 1982 was on the shiny side of rusty and on the pale side of blue. Cousin and complaining weren't allowed in Mama's house. If every nightstand had a Bible, every
No.
If every backyard had a garden, every front door had a screen. Yeah, maybe this crazy world straighten up its line. Every town had a memo. Yeah, maybe this crazy world straighten up its line. Every town had a memo.
It's a China power supply.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
It's a China power supply.
Hey, this is Marmalade.
Hot FM.
Let's get it.
Oh. I'm about to say that Chinese one won't last long.
Hoochie coochie got me like the first time I heard Alan Jackson Chattahoochee. I was never the same again. I'm a lifelong fan. Yes, I am. Baby, I love you like I love country music. You gave me eyes, really, girl. You gave me golden Jones. You turned me on as much as I turn on my radio. Let's take a time off the line, kinda like Johnny and June did. Yeah, let's do this. Baby, I love you like I love country music. The top to bottom, perfect. You're like Brooks and Dunn's, baby. You got me feeling like I'm a brand new man. Yes, I am, baby. I love you like I love country music. You give me eyes, really, girl. You gave me golden Jones. You turn me on as much as I turn on my radio. Let's take a time off the line. Yeah, let's do this. Baby, I love you like I love country music. Get away. If I was stranded on an island, only way I could survive is if I had you and that needle dropping on a vinyl. You gave me eyes, really, girl. You gave me golden Jones. You turn me on as much as I turn on my radio. Let's take a time off the line, kinda like Johnny and June did. Yeah, let's do this. Baby, I love you like I love country music. Oh, baby, I love you like I love country music. Yeah, that's right.
99.3 1017 Hot FM. On air, online at 1017hotfm.com, and on the Texarkana Media Center app for you anytime, anywhere. Here's Lainey Wilson.
sidewalk cracks. Every kind of crazy still running its courses with wildflowers and wild horses. Every kind of crazy still running its courses with wildflowers and wild horses. Wildflowers, wild horses.
Hotels are made for 2-night stays, checking in and out, meeting strangers in the lobby, waking up and leaving town the next day. But love ain't. And whiskey's poured for when you're bored and alone on Friday night. When you wanna lose yourself and need a place to hide from all the pain. But love ain't. Love ain't. You on a sidewalk in your new dress all alone. Love ain't. You calling me 'cause he ain't picking up his phone. The way you're talking sounds like he's somebody you should hate. I mean, I know what love is, girl, but I know what love ain't. Come on, but let me show you what he can't. 'Cause he can only show you what love ain't. Sad movies are for crying on the couch there in the dark. That sad song, it was written just to try and get your heart to break. But love ain't. Love ain't. You on a sidewalk in your new dress all alone. Love ain't. You calling me 'cause he ain't picking up his phone. The way you're talking sounds like he's somebody you should hate. I mean, I know what love is, girl, but I know what love ain't. Come on, but let me show you what he can't. 'Cause he can only show you what love ain't. Wonder what he's doing. Feeling like a fool and you can't keep letting him do it to you. 'Cause love ain't. You on a sidewalk in your new dress all alone. Love ain't. You calling me 'cause he ain't picking up his phone. The way you're talking sounds like he's somebody you should hate. I mean, I know what love is, girl, but I know what love ain't. I mean, I know what love is, girl, but I know what love ain't. Come on, but let me show you what he can't. 'Cause he can only show you what love ain't.
Country on the go with Hot FM on the Texarkana Media Center app and 1017hotfm.com.
If your kids turn me to stone, I'd be a statue standing tall in ancient Rome. And if your touch shattered me like glass, I'd be in pieces trying to make the breaking last. If it took one look to turn my days to night, at least I'd have the stars that sparkle in your eyes. There's just some things that leave a man no choice, like a compass needle needing its true north. Even if I knew the day we met you'd be the
Oh, the radio station just cut out. Remember how earlier we were talking about how the radio stations would get affected and getting out of range of it? That just happened. Yeah, it just cuts out. Dude, there's so much forest in Arkansas, is crazy. The flight sim's registering trees on the road. That's how dense it is. I don't know what the fuck station that is. So we got some Little Rock stations.
KABF is Arkansas's only 100,000-watt community radio station, broadcasting since 1984, and one of only a dozen full-powered, non-commercial stations in the country. Thank you for listening and for your support.
This program is underwritten by Digital Business Solutions Incorporated, your Conoco, Minolta, Rivertech authorized dealer. Also Unibody, marketing, laminating, presentations. Offices and services located in Fort Smith, Little Rock, and Springdale. 783-4180 or email at www.digitalofficemachines.com. A KABF Community Partner.
This is Dr. Sharice Jones Branch, and this is your Black History Moment. On May 4th, 1970, Charles Edward Gordon became the first African-American who won the Pulitzer Prize for drama for his play, No Place to Be Somebody. Gordon wrote and produced the play, which was also the first off-Broadway play to win the prize. Gordon was born Charles Fleming in Greenville, Ohio, on October 12, 1925, but raised in Elkhart, Indiana. After serving in the United States Air Force, he earned a bachelor's degree in drama from California State University in 1952. After graduating, he moved to New York City, where he won an off-Broadway Theater Award in 1953 for his performance in the Broadway production of Men in Mice. During the 1950s and 1960s, Gordon continued acting, started directing, and co-founded the Committee for the Employment of Negro Performers in the Vantage Theater. From 1961 to 1966, he performed in The Blacks. Other plays by Gordon include A Little More Light Around the Place, Under the Boardwalk, The Last Chord, and Antibiosis. In 1987, Gordon accepted a position as distinguished lecturer at Texas A&M University, where he taught English and theater until his death on November 16, 1995.
Breaking your neck is weird, and I mean that literally. Hi, I'm Johnny Erickson Tata, and I broke my neck over 40 years ago. When I severed my spinal cord, all kinds of strange things happened during my slow recovery. For instance, for about 2 months, I could not tolerate, I could not bear any sound. The footsteps of someone in the hospital hallway, a discussion between nurses, someone's television on the screen. Earplugs helped a little bit, but even silence was painful. They told me that my nerves were standing at attention, like the bottom control of my brain was stuck on high. Some years later, I learned that this collapsed tolerance for sounds is an actual condition called hyperacusis, and it's becoming more common. If you think a friend or family member has this condition, go to our link.
We're open on Sundays.
We're open on Sundays. We're open every day of the week except for Monday. We take a day off. But yes, come see us Sunday. It is the dinner price all day on Sunday, but still best value around. And we would love to see you folks. We have roast beef, fried fish, fried chicken, baked chicken, ham on Sundays. broccoli rice casserole.
That's what I love.
Yes, that's a big item. People love it. And we'd like to see you folks come out and check us out.
Mark at Reed for Recycling says you have the best catfish in the state. He said, I'll challenge anybody to beat it.
Yes, that's what they tell us, Banjo. That's what a lot of the customers tell us, that they come for the fish. They love the fish. And we try to keep it hot and fresh out there. And we work real hard on it. So we'd like to see you all out there soon.
And I'm going to tell you something. Steve Barnhill is one of the nicest Christian men you're ever going to meet in your life. And he's back there cooking every day. Started working there when he's 15 years old.
Yep, sure did. 15, 16, 17 years old. And, of course, I've had a whole previous life now since then. That was back in the 70s. But I've been back here about 6.5 years now, Banjo.
Boy, and your business is growing. I can tell every day.
Yes. Today, folks, of course, what we're talking about is the gospel of the grace of God that was committed to our Apostle Paul and revealed only to him by these.
Calling all Patriots, are you ready for the adventure of a lifetime? Journey with me on the Patriots
Gambling can be fun. Here we go. Kind of like skydiving.
Be the same. I'm sick of fake love. I'm tired of fake thugs. Yeah, I just flooded the city with peace. I'm tired of fake plugs. All this internet shit, I can't get into that shit. My little nigga spend 10, I'm really spending this shit. We mix the money with murder, yeah, let's murder business. We got some thugs around you, nigga. That shit gotta be in you. Don't bring them drugs around me, nigga. If it ain't exotic, can't fall in love with these bitches, man. That shit be toxic. I'm from some smoke right to the hood, yeah, I had to start it. Yeah, that was right there behind me, ready to catch a body, ready to give our life away, praying to see another day. I love how thuggy make me feel. I'm trying to give up on these pills. I'm trying to send a message to the streets and show it's another way to be real. Disrespecting my gang plan, man, that's another way to get killed. Me in these streets thugging, just trying to make the pain. Before I walk out the house, I
believe in this gospel of the grace of God.
So many of these stations are like talk radios. It's crazy.
Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Dude, talk stations are fucking full of ads.
Beautiful day in this wonderful nation. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I'm going to say something that is self-evident but is worthy of exploring. You cannot be free if you do not have privacy. You cannot be free if the government knows everything you are thinking, everything you're writing. Why is that? Orwell demonstrated this probably the best of any author. And in, of course, the book 1984, there's so many different elements of the death of truth, the erosion of speech, the deterioration of private and intimate relationships, to the end of 1984, where it sends chills down your spine, where eventually you worship Big Brother. But Big Brother is probably the most quoted and is the most understood concept of Orwell's magnum opus of 1984. And he demonstrates where political dissidents are thrown into jail or attempt to be thrown into jail. I have here MSNBC on just to kind of see what they're talking about. They are salivating about Trump's first trial on Monday. Excuse the graphic language, but Trump being in a criminal trial on Monday is the closest thing to legalized pornography that these people will have on cable television for them. They can't wait for it. I have a question as we dive into FISA here. Are they currently and actively spying on Donald Trump right now? Think about it. Donald Trump talks to people all across the world. Donald Trump has golf tournaments. Donald Trump travels for international business. Donald Trump has golf courses in Scotland and the United Kingdom. FISA allows you to spy on American citizens if you communicate with a foreigner. Let's not get too speculative here. Are they rushing to get FISA reauthorized without warrants because some desk worker at the FBI is able to query, search Donald Trump's text messages and listen to his phone calls? Is that happening right now? Or do they know Donald Trump's intimate campaign finance details, where he's planning to spend time? Are they getting information and relaying it back to the Joe Biden campaign? I wish I wouldn't even have to think this way. I wish we could say, oh, Charlie, that is outrageous. But the FBI has lost all credibility. The Department of Justice has lost all credibility the last couple of years. Not just on the Carter Page, Bruce and Nellie Orr, Peter Strzok, Smirk, Lisa Page. Not just all of those details that we saw regarding the Russiagate investigation. But this story also that, interestingly, is very hard to find now. For whatever reason, the social media companies have buried this story. Last year, FBI repeatedly misused surveillance tool. Unsealed FISA order reveals. How many times did they misuse it? It wasn't like a couple hundred times. No. They misused the FISA authority tens of thousands of times that we even know of. Repeatedly misused the FISA tool. In fact, it's buried in the article. And it shows that the FBI, whether it be for our MAGA patriots and even with BLM protesters, they spy on people's devices, spy on people's communications. This is last year. This came out. The Associated Press released the FISA report. And even Democrats were shocked by this. But now the FISA authorization is being shepherded very quickly through the House of Representatives. And you just have to wonder, what is really going on here? Is there a political reason for this? Is Donald Trump actively being spied on? Is his campaign right now being spied on? Well, think about it. Donald Trump is currently under indictment. They can make an exception in the FISA thing saying, well, Donald Trump is a criminal. We don't know if he's colluding with a foreign government. Let's just get all of his phone calls. Would we ever even know that's happening? Would we even find out that the FBI is doing that? We know from reporting that our own intelligence community used FISA to spy on the Trump campaign in 2016. Are they doing it currently? Is it happening as I am doing this broadcast right now? Well, Speaker Johnson came out and has infuriated conservatives. Speaker Johnson is committed to bringing an aid vote, the Ukraine aid vote, after the House passes the legislation reauthorizing FISA. Let's go through this tape here. Dan Crenshaw supports FISA, and he says we need to do this without a warrant. You just need to give the FBI all of this power without having to get a warrant. I'm sorry, is the Constitution just a recommendation manual now? The Fourth Amendment of the Constitution says, we don't have to follow that. Let's play cut 116, please.
It would do the necessary reforms it would codify 56 more reforms. It would put in processes before queries are even made. It would put in criminal penalties for those who do not abide by those processes. The FBI hates these reforms, by the way. Please support this bill. Please do not support the amendment to require a warrant for queries, and I yield back.
Do not support a warrant for queries. What is queries? I want you to understand how much power these people have. They have been given back-end access to all telecommunication services and many of these supposed secret applications or private applications that you use. So the FBI can open up a laptop, and Edward Snowden demonstrated how this is abused by the intel agencies and the intel community. And they could say, boy, we don't like that Tucker Carlson guy. Oh, wait, they did that. Tucker Carlson was spied on by our intel agencies because Tucker Carlson was thinking of sitting down and interviewing Vladimir Putin, something he ended up doing. So they spied on Tucker Carlson. They spied on Donald Trump. Why would you just not want to go get a warrant? Well, they write here, and the FBI writes in this op-ed, and Christopher Wray reiterates it. He says this. He said all these terrorist attacks that were thwarted, and they're very light on details, but they're finally starting to pepper some of these. But interestingly enough, I don't quite understand how an accelerated FISA 702 reauthorization without a warrant includes this. But so they say, okay, there's some things here, including thwarted kidnapping plots and so on and so forth. They say, quote, this would have been impossible if the FBI had been required to stop and obtain prior court approval before acting. How do we know that's true? I assume that you are lying. I assume that the Federal Bureau of Investigation is misleading us. They lie to us all the time. So they write an op-ed and they say, oh, well, if we had to get a warrant, we wouldn't be able to keep Americans safe. That is pure rubbish. And I will go a step further. And I want somebody who believes in FISA to come on this program. I'll be willing to hear you out. I'm not an expert on this, but I am a patriot. I'm a citizen, and I love the Constitution, and I consume the news for 15 to 16 hours a day. What exactly is the reason we have FISA in the first place? Why do you need this wide-reaching authority outside of going to get a warrant? We know they're power-hungry. They know they want to get rid of Donald Trump. We know that they hate you. Why do we have FISA in the first place? And why is the media carrying the water of all the intel agencies? And it is telling, it's amazing how quiet the BLM folks have been on this. They quelled their left flank. BLM was illegally spied on, and they're just kind of, oh, we want to have some reforms. Makes you think. But the real target is Trump. Is Donald Trump currently being spied on by this FBI? We may never know. Why give them the power? Patriot Mobile. Now that we are launching into the general election season, Patriot Mobile wants to celebrate with you a special offer, just in case you haven't made the switch yet. You can get a free month of service when you switch to Patriot Mobile. All you need to do is stop procrastinating and go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie and use offer code SPRING24. That's it. It is that easy.
It just me, or does it feel like every radio station is just fucking podcasts nowadays?
Which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding the line. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're sending a message, just like we all did on Super Tuesday, that you support free speech, religious liberty, the sanctity of life, and so much more. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service when you use offer code SPRING24. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code SPRING24. Why are Republicans trying to make it easier for the FBI to spy on Donald Trump?
Hey everybody, Charlie Kirk here. The attack on excellence in America is putting our lives and our country's future at risk. In the name of diversity, standards are being lowered everywhere. In medicine, engineering, science, and law, just to name 4 areas. The American Medical Association has declared that medicine is imbued with white supremacy, and that it is therefore lowering the standards of medical school entrance tests. The same is happening in law and other fields. You can read about this in the latest issue of Imprimis, Hillsdale's free digest of liberty that goes to more than 6.5 million homes and businesses. Imprimis gives you smart constitutional commentary from conservatives like Christopher Rufo, Victor Davis Hanson, Heather McDonald, and Hillsdale's president, Larry Arnn. And if you don't get it already, you need
In
a
half
free
a mile,
subscription
keep
at
left.
charlieforhillsdale.com right now. Hillsdale is America's greatest college and the only college I put my enthusiastic endorsement behind. There's no cost or obligation. Hillsdale produces and mails Imprimis as part of its educational mission on behalf
Keep
of liberty.
left.
Sign up today at charlie4hillsdale.com.
It has been confirmed. Those brave Americans who are trying to preserve free speech continue to be censored, shadow banned,
Continue
or
for 3/4
silenced.
of a
Wealth
mile.
Protection Research is on a mission to share the liberating ideas of some of America's brightest
half a
and
mile,
most
keep
free
left.
thinkers. People like Jim Rickards and Porter Stansberry, whose ideas are putting financial control back in the hands of everyday people, helping them protect their money against a government that seems intent on destroying it. Text TRUTH to 76626 to find out more. As this election moves forward, we just released a
Keep
report
left.
that reveals our 3 favorite ideas for protecting and growing your wealth during the 2024 election. These ideas are
Dog, just eat a dog. Been gaining weight that come from nights that I ain't eat it all. Been tripping out that come from nights I can't sleep at all. Some shit just on my mind that I can't.
The only radio station
In
actually
half a
had
mile,
music.
keep right.
Just eat a dog. Ain't been getting out of sleep, I've been hallucinating. Both eyes open to the cross, it don't matter who betrayed me. These niggas steal from you and make you think that you was crazy.
Keep right.
This shit is killing me slowly, like it's a euthanasia. Can't leave your dog starving, if you do, you'll be the target. Rather help my dog eat
Keep
than watch
right.
him digging out the garbage. Some niggas disregard.
GPS is going
For
nuts.
real, I charged them, showed them my heart and they started. Let me dealing with the carnage. Sometimes you can't help it.
Continue
when
for
your
half a
dog
mile.
goes stray.
In half a mile,
Some nights
keep
I
left.
wish it all go away. It's all fun and game till the predators start to prey. Crazy, you can't trust your dog. I got a 9 and a K. Been gaining weight that come from nights that I ain't eat it all. Been tripping out that come from nights I can't sleep at all. Some shit just on my mind that I can't make peace with at all. Tell me what make a dog, just eat a dog. Been gaining weight that come from nights that I
Keep
ain't
left.
eat it all. Been tripping out that come from nights I can't sleep at all. Some shit just on my mind that I can't make peace with at all. Tell me what make a dog.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
Been gaining weight that come from nights that I ain't eat it all. Been tripping out that come from nights I can't sleep at all.
Man, what it do, man? Y'all know what it is. It's y'all boy Just Chuck. Y'all want to be heard in the streets, make sure y'all tap into the real underground radio. You heard me?
Swear shot it wet, squirt shoot like a tick. Lil' baby be nothing, I'm contact. Her head the best.
In half a mile, merge onto I-30 East.
For a meaningful way to preserve our nation's history, consider purchasing a Blueprints of Liberty brick. Each purchase helps to build Liberty Village. By sponsoring a brick, you become a part of the Blueprints of Liberty Village, a unique destination that brings our founding history
Continue
to
on
life.
I-30
This
East for
family-friendly
21
location
miles.
will provide an opportunity for youth and visitors to encounter history like never before. Visit UnitedWePledge.org to order your Blueprints of Liberty brick today.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let me tell you the clip that has conservatives most upset. Constitutionalists. And it is this argument from authority. They continually say, well, if you had a classified briefing like we did, you would understand. If you were able to get into a skiff, if you were able to get into a private room, then, if you were able to get into a sensitive, compartmented information facility, otherwise known as a skiff, your eyes will open. This form of persuasion, which is not persuasion at all, it's actually rooted in a logical fallacy, arguing from authority. It's destructive to our discourse. It is not persuasive. In fact, it creates backlash
cynicism and anger among the citizenry. It's the same type of language that they use with COVID. Just trust the experts. We're in charge. Just, we have information and just trust the experts. The same information that they use with Ukraine. Oh, we have information that you don't have. And if you knew what we knew, then you would be in support. We don't trust any of you, actually. So you have to make the case to the American people. Don't tell us that we need a security clearance and that we need to somehow go into some skiff. Guess what? I'm not allowed into a skiff. This audience is not allowed into a skiff. So go through the details. Make the case. Go through the PowerPoint and say, we are able to thwart this person and thwart this person. And they say, oh, well, we don't want to do that because then we can give our enemies a heads up. Well, hold on a second. I think they know, if it actually works, what FISA can do. They are saying that FISA is safe and effective. FISA is safe and effective. The same way they said the mRNA shot called a vaccine was safe and effective. This clip right here is Speaker Johnson, and he just infuriated the grassroots over this. I mean, people are on fire over this. Essentially saying, if members were just to go down to a skiff, they would all vote for this. If you knew what I knew, and absent the details, because maybe he is right, but I don't trust the DC political class when they talk like this. In fact, I inherently distrust the DC political class. And when Speaker Johnson is in harmony with Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray and Joe Biden, I get even more skeptical about this. So this is the clip yesterday where Speaker Johnson says, well, my eyes have been opened to the importance of 702. Tell us the details. Tell us specifically how 702 keeps us safer. Tell us specifically. And we are willing, as American patriots, to trade sometimes safety for freedom. That is the trade that we have, by the way, for automobiles. You have the freedom to drive cars, and people have car accidents. It is the trade that we have for private firearm ownership. But tell us specifically, with precision, why giving the FBI unchecked, warrantless surveillance authority and power is necessary for a free and prosperous society. Play cut 120.
When I was a member of the judiciary, I saw all the abuses of the FBI, the terrible abuses over and over and over, the hundreds of thousands of abuses. And then when I became speaker, I went to the skiff and got the confidential briefing from sort of the other perspective on that to understand the necessity of the Section 702 of FISA and how important it is for national security. And it gave me a different perspective. So I encourage all the members to go to the classified briefing and hear all that and see it so they can evaluate the situation for themselves. And I think some opinions have changed both ways, but that's part of the process. You got to be fully informed.
That doesn't do anything for me. So that you went down to the skiff and you used to be against it, but then your eyes were open and you want members to go down there and that their opinion might change either way. Hold on, give us the details here. What exactly was shared? Here's how this works. The FBI, the intel agencies, they put on this major dog and pony show, and they are good at it. They're excellent at it. They bring everyone into the room, and everyone is, all of a sudden the intel guys walk in. Again, I've never been in a skiff, but I've been told. And they talk from such authority. And they have these PowerPoints, and it feels so legit. And then they play to the emotions. That we were able to thwart a potential mass casualty event because we were able to intercept this text message. And then someone just asked the question, wait a second, okay, totally get that. But why couldn't you just go to a judge and get a warrant? Why couldn't you just go through the proper Fourth Amendment provisions? Is it really that hard to write something up and get in front of a judge? No, we know that FISA judges are actually on call basically 24/7. It's a secret court, but albeit it is a court that you can get something authorized. Why can't you just go in front of it? Or they say it takes too much time. Well, maybe the time is not an impediment, but it is a feature of our system. Maybe the time makes you think twice whether or not you should be spying on all these people. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. We're just getting started on the FISA topic.
Talking to young American voters. Now back to Charlie Kirk on 101.1 FM. The Answer.
Hey everybody, Charlie Kirk here. Remember as a kid, your parents and grandparents make you try all the vegetables on your plate? Or when they coaxed you to eat fruit instead of sweets? That's because they knew what was good for you. And it's truer today than ever before. You need to eat your fruits and veggies. There's no substitute for a healthy diet, but there is balance in nature. Their products are gluten-free and non-GMO, and they contain no added sugars or synthetics. If you're looking for something to make you feel better, naturally you should try Balance of Nature. Eat your fruits and veggies every single day with Balance in Nature. I started taking Balance in Nature the day I decided I was ready to feel better. When you order online or call them direct, you must use promo code CHARLIE to get this special offer of 35% off. So call them at 800-2468-751 and use discount code CHARLIE, or online at balanceofnature.com. Use discount code CHARLIE for 35% off. That is discount code CHARLIE. Call 800-2468-751. Discount code CHARLIE for 35% off.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Whether you need your garage door repaired, want a custom door designed, or need a new door now, Precision Garage Doors' highly trained technicians are standing by. We're open 24/7 for repairs. We've been proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. Schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com or call 800-DOOR-REPAIR.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Replace your worn-out brakes and save now on Brake Best Select. Brake Best Select Pro are import direct brake pads and rotors only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
God wants true disciples, ones that think like Him, talk like Him, walk like Him, disciples that bring shalom to the chaos of this world. Pursue that path with the RVL Discipleship Series. Bible scholar Ray Vanderlaan will give you the tools to understand the Bible more deeply and inspire you to be a passionate follower of Christ. Watch the first episode at rvldiscipleship.com.
As
What's up,
Passover
Keegan?
approaches, Salem is offering an autographed
Just
edition
outside
of
Little
the
Rock right
National
now.
Passover Haggadah for 50% off at the Prager store. The Haggadah is the book used for the most widely celebrated Jewish ritual, now increasingly celebrated by Christians, by the way, the Passover Seder. The Rational Passover Haggadah is intended to serve as a guide to life, God, Judaism, and the evening's service, the Seder. Biblical and sacred texts need to be explained in a rational manner and made relevant. You will find topics that raise some great issues of life, ranging from questions like, does God answer our prayers, to is it possible to reconcile a good
By the way, I
God
don't know
with
if you-
unjust suffering?
It's
Whether
just
or not
me,
you
but,
attend the Seder, this book is
like,
meant for
most of
people
these
all
radio
faiths
stations
and even those with
are
no
all
faith.
talk
Get
stations.
An autographed copy of the Rational Passover Haggadah for 50.
I don't even know what this is. Some...
Gambling can be fun. Here we go. Kind of like skydiving. But be careful, or gambling will...
Nope. What the fuck? That one's offline. And then you have this one. The only station that has music, especially with vocals, on this list. It's wild. And of course, out of all stations, it has to be hip hop. Whatever. Yeah, right.
I've been working on myself, steady building up my temple.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum.
There's not any good stations though. At least not around Little Rock area. You don't get copyright strikes, you get copyright claims, and it will end up, they like they'll restrict the video or whatever afterwards, but I can always go back and like mute that section or just overlap it with some YouTube music library stuff. The only time you would get a copyright strike is like if you have so many like repeat claims in like a span of time, I think. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind the talk stations. I guess so far the only good one is this one. It's talking more or less about our country, politics, and all that. I mean, most of the talk stations are all just political talk or the religious talk.
I want to make sure we get our facts straight here because there's a lot of misinformation in the media.
Oh well.
They say, oh, Republicans are just trying to stop the ability for the government to stop terrorist attacks. No. Our main contention is to get a warrant. Now, additionally, I will say, I want to know why FISA exists in the first place. Now, what do I mean, why FISA exists in the first place? Well, it's a 1978 law, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. It's a United States federal law that establishes procedures for the surveillance and collection of foreign intelligence on domestic soil. But here's where it starts to get sticky, is we have so many foreigners here on our soil. Illegal aliens, people on temporary green cards, people that are visitors, that the connective dots between a U.S. citizen and a foreigner is not hard to find. For example, if I am texting my friend in London, which I do, all of a sudden my information, my text messages could get looped into a FISA query. Now the FBI, they do not want to have to answer to a warrant. Now, let's go all the way back to our roots. Let's forget all the chatter by the intel agencies. Let's forget the spin from Speaker Johnson. Let's go back to our roots.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 138A for I-440 East toward LR National Airport, LR Riverport.
The Bill of Rights that was ratified in 1791, that was
the
inspired
road's
by the
damn
Virginia
bright.
Declaration of Rights, written and composed and authored by George Mason. And that then became the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights all address certain issues. The Bill of Rights...
How much more brighter can the road get? God damn.
Is the solution to so many of the complaints.
It's like
that were
it's like
found in the
sand in
Declaration.
bright
The Declaration of
daylight.
Independence says the king is putting soldiers in our homes and the king is lying to us and abusing us. And so a lot
If it was
of
like
the-
this
the
IRL,
details
it
found in
probably
the Bill of
is,
Rights
but as I
were
say, if the road's like this IRL, I couldn't imagine how hard it'd be seeing the road markings.
From the British Empire in the first place. We know why we have freedom of speech. You need to be able to petition your government. You need to be able to organize.
And it's why they
You as a sovereign being
paint
have rights
black
given to
road
you
markings.
by
They do
God,
white and
by
black.
government. We know why we have a Second Amendment to
And
protect all
some
our amendments to
road
protect yourself
surfaces
against,
because of how
God
bright
forbid,
it
a
gets.
tyrannical government. The Third Amendment, you can't allow soldiers into your home. It's a big deal back in founding revolutionary era times. The Fourth Amendment
In half a
is
mile,
actually
use the right
the
2 lanes
sister
to take
amendment
exit
to the First Amendment.
138A for I-440 East toward LR National
You cannot
Airport,
have
LR
freedom of
Riverport.
speech. You cannot have freedom of inquiry. You cannot challenge power. You cannot protest. You cannot organize if you don't have privacy. Because then those ideas are not actually your own.
Use the
If
right 2
you
lanes
believe
to take exit
everything that you are
138A.
saying is being monitored by the state, then you would act differently. Now, you should believe that everything
Continue
you do
for 10
is
miles.
being viewed by Almighty God, that's a completely different thing. In fact, I think that creates better people. It creates better action. But what if you were doing something righteous? For example, during lockdowns, let's say lockdowns come again, and you run a church, and you're planning to defy government orders, and you also happen to do some mission work. And you text one of your friends who's a Coptic Christian in Egypt, and the FBI then has an excuse to be able to get to all of your devices, all of your text messages. So
okay, how long is
this? The
this?
Fourth Amendment was written there by the Founding Fathers specifically so that the Leviathan, the government, cannot interfere with your own private thoughts, your private activities.
Yeah, I wouldn't have made it on this.
In fact, without privacy, you are constantly under the sword of Damocles of the state. And we have learned in the last couple of years, has the government earned our trust in the last 4 years? They called ivermectin horse paste. They locked down our schools. They masked our kids. They pushed this gene-altering vaccine. They kicked people out of the military.
So what are you up to right now, Keegan?
They've been failed to secure the border. They lied about Russiagate. And none of the people responsible have landed in federal prison. Anthony Fauci, Peter Strzok, James Comey. And these same characters and these same actors might not be the same actual individuals. Some of them, it's true. But the same type of person. They are now reemerging and want your representative to say, hey, vote for more power for the federal government. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978 was intended as a wiretap act and was the result of congressional investigation into federal surveillance. Through FISA, Congress sought to prove judicial and congressional oversight of foreign intelligence. Now, Section 702, that is a post-9/11 wrinkle. And 702 is the more dangerous part of this. 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, according to DNI, the Department of National Intelligence, is there to keep Americans safe. The overview of Section Over-2, but this is their own website. Let me read to you what your government says. According to DNI.gov, the Department of National Intelligence says that they need 702. By mid-2000s, many terrorists and other foreign adversaries were using email accounts
I tried
to
making
service US companies. Because of this change in communication technology,
I tried doing the ATS map builder stuff
finding probable cause
before.
To obtain the communications of non-U.S. persons located.
Every time I tried, I always had issues with it.
Resources required, and because the government couldn't always meet the probable cause standard, which was designed to protect U.S. persons and persons in the U.S. But hold on a second. They're completely they're conflating two different things. We're not talking about foreigners that are abroad. We're talking about when you
have you
spy on American citizens. Which
have you been a scenery editor yet for Flight Sim?
They say, well, who can the IC target under 702? Non-U.S. persons located abroad who are expected to possess, receive, or communicate foreign intelligence information. But then the report last year
looks like I'm gonna have to slow mode across this
that is
too.
not the case. They used that authority and lied to you. They lie about how much they abuse it. They lie about their capacity and the expanded powers.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy once you get the hang of it.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation improperly.
If you go to my Flight Sim Discord, in the releases I provided my custom models. You just put that in your community folder, and then when you load the scenery editor, you can actually place those objects down.
Very, very hard to find. Finally found it. And it's someone is really lobbying these media companies to all of a sudden make these stories disappear. I want to repeat this. I have not heard anyone tweet this out. Let's tweet this out again, just so everyone is clear. This is not like, oh, sorry, we did this once or twice. In just calendar year 2021, the FBI improperly used warrantless search 278,000 times. That is 761 times a day. I'm sorry, I have not heard anyone mention this. Why? Because this story is so hard to find, and I finally found it. I'm really proud of myself, because I knew it existed. This is Orwellian, by the way. It's where, like, you saw something and you can't find it, because it got memory hold. And I'm like, looking through Google, where is this thing? Where is this thing? Where is this? And finally I found it. Memory hold did not win today.
In 2 miles,
That is
use the
8
right lane to
times
take
per
exit
FBI
11
employee.
for I-40 East toward Memphis.
The FBI abused in
Memphis,
one calendar year
Tennessee.
278,000 times. This is a systematic, I should say, insane failure. The FBI is discredited. Andrew just put in our chat, man, I was searching for that article. I couldn't find it earlier. Either. Interesting how that works. I was losing my mind during the break. I said, I know it exists. I know it. I remember reading it. And all of a sudden, you have to go to the 4th page of Google and finally it pops up. You have to find the right terms and do this, and finally, 278,000 times. Can we get that shown up on screen? I have not heard anyone whisper that. And who are the ones pushing for it? The intel agents are pushing for it. Who's one of the chief cheerleaders for this? A man who should be in prison. A pathological liar. He's a snake. He's a serpent. He's a viper. He should be in a federal penitentiary. Instead, he's been treated with kid gloves, and he got a cable news contributorship. None other than James Comey's little sidekick. I was going to use a different word. His sidekick. Andrew McCabe. Play cut 103.
702 authorities were never used in the course of that investigation of Donald Trump and his campaign and some of his campaign associates. He may be referring to
In
the
half a
FISA
mile,
that
use the
was
right lane to
used,
take exit
that was
11 for
obtained to
I-40
surveil
East
Carter
toward Memphis.
Page. We now know there were many mistakes in that FISA. Those are all regrettable, but that is not Section 702. Totally different thing here.
Okay, there is Andy McCabe.
Use
saying
the right
on
lane to
television,
take exit
very
11,
clearly,
then slide right onto the I-40
it was
East
never
ramp.
used to spy on Donald Trump or his campaign. That is complete rubbish. It's BS. We're going to get the video and finally get the story. I want to get this viral. I have not heard in all of this debate anyone mention, hey guys, last year we got the report. It was
Slide
abused
right onto the
278,000
I-40
times.
East
I'm
ramp.
sorry, you guys are liars. Your own report says that we broke the protocol 278,000 times in one calendar year.
Continue on I-40 East for
Are they spying on your
121
local
miles.
GOP? Maybe. Are they spying on our effort to try to get Nebraska to be winner take all? I don't know. They could. They abused it 278,000 times. I don't want to hear ever again, well, the FBI says that, they're following the rules better. That's like sitting down with the 5 crime families of New York and they're saying, we're going to follow the law better. They are a mob. They are a mafia. They are a criminal organization. They are a cartel. And by the way, that was just in 1 year. In 1 year alone, there it is. It's on screen. Thank you, guys. Wonderful tech team. We got to get this article viral, by the way. Let's get that tweet up. Let's get it on X. Let's really get some juice behind it, because that is the smoking gun that people are forgetting. They broke the warrantless search powers and improperly used them 278,000 times. That is just 1 year. 1 year. Breaking news. An amendment by Andy Biggs to require a FISA warrant failed at a tie vote, 212 to 212. Republicans largely voted in favor, 128 to 86. Democrats voted against, 84 to 126. I never want to hear that Republicans are fascists when we're the ones that want the government to get a warrant before they spy on you. If we're fascists, we are the worst fascists ever. Stop spying. Slow down. ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out at ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor very well might be the best solution for you. Relief Factor is a remarkable supplement that really helps a lot of people. Get out of pain right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. So check it out at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. All sorts of different types of pain might be plaguing you. It has omega-3s, turmeric, and so much more. So go to ReliefFactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you have an organization that breaks the protocol and properly breaks the law 278,000 times a year, why would you give them more power?
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Channel your automotive passion into a rewarding career path. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting fresh, your local CarStar has a variety of opportunities to join this elite premier collision repair company. Get your foot on the gas and race to success with a career at CarStar. Explore the endless possibilities and visit carstarjobs.com to learn more about how we drive excellence together. That's carstarjobs.com. Start your journey with us today.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Whether you need your garage door repaired, want a custom door designed, or need a new door now, Precision Garage Doors' highly trained technicians are standing by. We're open 24/7 for repairs. We've been proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. Schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com or call 800 Door Repair.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Number one mistake business owners in Central Arkansas make is thinking that digital marketing means posting to a social media account. Hey, it's not their fault. They've just never been educated on what digital marketing is, how it works, and how inexpensive it can be. They want to reach new customers, but they just feel stuck. Here's some great news. The sales team at our station are experts in all things digital. If you ever want to talk about it, we'd love to help. Call us at 501-404-6560. Here at 101.1 The Answer, we're dedicated to you. Yeah, we talk about the issues that matter most and provide unique insights so that you'll be as informed as possible. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. We have truth on our side. Truth, common sense, and the belief in what's right and who's telling the lies. That's why we exist. 101.1 FM, The Answer.
Ministry leaders, if you think that people of faith should be leading the way in solving society's issues, we invite you to join 101.1 The Answer and the Americans for Prosperity Foundation for the Faith and Liberty Summit, May 11th at Agape Church in Little Rock. This free event will provide the knowledge and the resources to help unify the faith community's role in civic life. Lunch is provided, but space is limited. So register right now at 1011fmtheanswer.com. Use the promo code FAITH.
Okay, for those of you on radio, just so you know, an amendment to the FISA bill that would have required warrants, which would have been a serious win, had 212 to 212 votes. The speaker rarely votes in these sorts of things. He came down and broke the tie to say the FBI doesn't need a warrant. So Speaker Johnson just came down and said, hey, FBI, I got you. I got your back. No warrants. You can keep on spying on my voters. You can keep on spying on the American people. I'm going to have to collect my thoughts before I properly address that. But I do want to say, let's play this. So Speaker Johnson broke the tie. This has been memory hole. My team and I were searching for this all morning, and we finally found it. What is a memory hole? If you know, in 1984, they throw a news article down to the incinerator. It disappears as if it never happened. This was so hard to find. It's been memory hole, unless you know the exact number of times the FBI abused it. I finally found it because I said, I think it was like 200,000. I went to Google Advanced Search, and we finally hit it. So just so you know, this is the news story that is
turn
so
left
hard.
onto Arkansas 15 North.
Mentioning this, and we have the FISA report. In fact, you guys, the audience, you're
turn left onto Arkansas 15 North, then turn right onto the ramp to I-40 East.
Report, which has also been memory hold, the 2021 FISA certification opinion, which is a 127-page document that I think we should print out. So thank you, Weston, for finding it. Why are people not repeating this? Why is this not because the intel agencies have come in and have basically whitewashed this from history?
Take the next right onto Remington Road.
Why is Google and these major search engines suppressing this to like the 4th or 5th page? Very hard to find unless you know what you are looking for.
Continue on
Like that
Arkansas
124.
15 south for 3 miles.
Court document released just a few hours ago found that the FBI misused a popular digital surveillance tool on everyday Americans more than 278,000 times in 2020 going into 2021. We're specifically talking about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, also known as FISA. It gives the FBI and other agencies the ability to digitally surveil without a court order or a warrant. We now know the FBI used the tool on people connected to the civil unrest following the death of George Floyd on the streets of the United States, those involved in the January 6th Capitol attack, even political donors. According to the court, a redacted name or names, quote, conducted a batch query for over 19,000 donors to a congressional campaign.
Okay, so, I mean, that right there, that's a smoking gun. Let's get that up on our social media. Hey, audience, we need to really get some traction on this. So, I want to just be clear. The FBI says we only do this on foreign nationals. Again, I am not a fan of BLM individuals. Like, as far as the activists, especially the terrorists, the one that burning down Wendy's and stuff. You got to get a warrant. They have rights too. Unless they were foreigners here on American soil, you got to get a warrant. And by the way, that would not have been a hard warrant to get. Oh, they're burning down a Wendy's. Again, yes, sir. Here's your warrant. Not exactly a tough one. Oh, they're congregating and they're pillaging and looting. Yes, sir. Here's a warrant. Oh, they're doing organized activity. Yes, sir. Here's a warrant. Not a tough one. Get a warrant. January 6th stuff. We know that they abused FISA for January 6th. We know it. And then they say, oh, yeah, we also spied on political donors. This is a travesty. 86 Republicans voted against Andy Biggs. Do we have time to list them all? I'm going to try my best. Alderhort, Bacon, Balderson, Barr, Bice, Buchanan, Bouchon, Burgess, Calvert, Carl, Carter, Chavez, DeReamer, Cole, Crawford, Crenshaw, Diaz-Esposito, De La Cruz, Diaz-Ballart, Duarte, Elzey, Estes, Ezel, Feenstra, Ferguson, Fitzpatrick, Flood, Scott Franklin, Gallagher, Garbino, Garcia, Jimenez, Gonzalez, Granger, Graves. Oh, do you notice that Gallagher stayed around long enough just to do this? That's snake. Hill, Hinson,
In a quarter mile,
Johnson, of
turn
course,
left onto
Speaker
US
Johnson,
70 East.
Mr. FBI. Joyce, Keene, Kelly, Kiggins, Kim, Kustoff, LaHood, LaLota, Lambert, Lotta, LaTurner, Lawler, Letow, Lucas, Malatakis, McCall, McHenry, Miller. Man, Max Miller has been such a disappointment. Unbelievable. Miller Meeks, Moore, Moylan, Murphy, Nunn, Obonerte, Pence, of course, Pfluger, Rogers, Rouser, Rutherford, Salazar, Scalise,
Take the next left
Scott,
onto US
Smith,
70 East.
Schmucker, Elise Stefanik. Ooh, Elise Stefanik, you have ended your running to be Donald Trump's vice president. Elise Stefanik, you're done. We will now
Continue on
actively
US
oppose you
70
Trump's
East
VP.
for 6 miles.
Nice person. You just ended your
Hey, Farrell, what the hell I'm gonna do?
all that ambition for nothing. Strong, Tenney, Turner, Valadeo, Van Orden, Wagner, Waltz, Wenstrup, Womack. Okay? More coming up next hour. The real loser, I guess, is Elise Stefanik and the American people. We'll be right back.
Speaking millennial to millennials. Now back to Charlie Kirk on 101.1 FM. The Answer.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can
I was
save.
trying to
It's
find
very,
a
very smart
place.
use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call
Trying to get a place to stop, but there's a town off this way, so I figure we'll just take some back roads.
Bible. 844-94-BIBLE.
Hey everybody, Charlie Kirk here. I talked to you about how horrible nutrition has become for people in our ultra-processed food society. Truth is, it's even worse for our beloved dogs. Seen dog food lately, it's more like dead food. Mr. Briggs,
Since we don't take many macros,
the more adventurous we are, I've realized that food is the most important thing ensuring he's healthy. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has invested everything into bringing our dogs' food to life. He created Rough Greens, not dog food. It's a natural supplement to your dog's existing food, full of essential vitamins and minerals, and made right here in America. You don't have to change your dog's food. Just adding Rough Greens to their existing diet will be the best decision you ever made to improve their life. Mr. Briggs has more energy, plays longer, and is overall the best version of himself. Dr. Black is so confident that this will change your dog's life, he is providing a free Jumpstart trial bag so your dog can try it. You just cover the shipping. Head to roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com/Kirk. Go to roughgreens.com/Kirk to grab yours today. roughgreens.com/Kirk.
Are you over 30 and putting on... Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Whether you need your garage door repaired, want a custom door design, or need a new door now, Precision Garage Doors' highly trained technicians are standing by. We're open 24/7 for repairs. We've been proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. Schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com or call 800-DOOR-REPAIR.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Find us at 1011fmtheanswer.com. Download our apps. Stream us 24/7. KDXE, Little Rock, Chemic Village.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. House Republicans have advanced a bill that would reauthorize a crucial national security surveillance program, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as Section 702. Republican Representative Ralph Norman of South Carolina tells reporters he supports the reauthorization of the act in a form that Donald Trump would approve.
The warrant has got to be in there for me to support it. So provided it passes, and then the agreement to let Davidson's bill amendment come up next week to vote on. So all is good, hopefully.
With a slim one-vote Republican majority and sniping from different party factions, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson says his challenge is to make Congress productive anyway. On the new weekly news program, This Week on the Hill, Johnson feels pressures from social media don't make lawmakers' jobs any easier.
The job that we have right now in the midst of this modern Congress is to govern anyway. We've got to show the American people that we can keep the train on the tracks. If we do that, we're going to have a very strong November. But if all this grinds to a halt and people stop getting government services, they're going to be very angry very quickly, and that is not going to inure to our benefit.
Speaker Johnson adds that in his view, the stakes could not be higher in this year's elections. Also at townhall.com, the United States and Israel are preparing for a possible Iranian attack on Israel. That's according to White House National Security spokesman John Kirby.
We are in constant communication with our Israeli counterparts about making sure that they can defend themselves against those kinds of attacks.
Iran's supreme leader has vowed to retaliate against Israel over the attack on its consulate in Syria earlier this month. Stocks are sharply lower. The Dow is off 480 points. The NASDAQ 268 points in the red. More at townhall.com.
Biden has started tracking Christians like cattle. Yes, you heard it right. He pressured banks to tag transactions for certain keywords. One of them is Holy Bible. That's a horrifying and creepy attack on our religious freedoms. It's made possible by a digital financial system that makes you a sitting duck. But you do have other options. I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. I'm Lance Wallnow, a news analyst, a best-selling author, and evangelical leader to people who cherish their financial independence. A precious metals IRA can help you avoid the scrutiny of Biden's anti-Christian bureaucracy while also preserving your retirement savings. To find out more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word FAITH to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and see how a gold IRA can help you. Text FAITH to 989898. There are no strings attached. So text FAITH to the number 989898 right now and take action to protect your own prosperity.
The UN Refugee Agency says millions are facing starvation in Sudan, where it's been nearly a year since civil war broke out.
They did a measurement of malnutrition, a mass screening of more than 60,000 children and women, and they came out with those figures that around a third of the children under 5 are acutely malnourished. Actually, about
Continue on West Palm Street for 3/4 of a mile.
And breastfeeding and pregnant women are also around 30% malnourished, which is a staggering figure. They also have another category called severe acute malnutrition. They said 8% of children were suffering from that. And in this category, if you don't get to medical treatment in 6 to 8 weeks, then you could die.
BBC correspondent Barbara Platt-Usher reporting. Berlin Zoo celebrating the 67th birthday of Fatu the gorilla, its oldest resident, who the zoo believes is also the oldest gorilla in the world. Breaking news at townhall.com. You can hail a ride in Minneapolis, at least for now.
Uber and Lyft will delay their planned exit from the city to July 1st after the city council unanimously decided to push back the start of an ordinance that increases driver pay from the original May 1st date. Some council members said this gives other ride-hailing companies more time to establish themselves in the market before Uber and Lyft potentially leave, and it gives Minnesota lawmakers a chance to pass statewide rules. The ordinance is intended to ensure companies pay drivers the equivalent of the city's minimum wage of $15.57 an hour. Rhonda Rockster reporting.
Oakland officials voting in favor of changing the name of the city's airport to San Francisco Bay Oakland International Airport, despite San Francisco threatening a lawsuit over what it says is a trademark violation. The Board of Commissioners for the Port of Oakland voting unanimously to approve the name change. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Have a senior in high school? Wondering how you'll pay for college? Your child could be eligible for thousands of dollars in scholarships and financial aid just by filling out the FAFSA. They don't need to be a stellar student or an all-star athlete to qualify. At only 36 questions, it's easier than ever to complete. Just create federal student aid accounts for you and your child to get your FSA IDs and fill out the form together. Take the first step toward your child's future. Fill out the FAFSA today. Get started at mi.gov/FAFSA info.
Lowe's knows pros need the right tools for every job. That's why we sell the largest in-store selection of Klein tools anywhere. Find new items like the self-leveling green laser level for just $159.98. Plus, shop the Connect pass-through socket set for $49.98, which you can only find at Lowe's. Shop Klein tools in-store and online today, because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
This is 101.1 The Answer, home to all the best shows. Listen anywhere on our app or at 101.1 FM, theanswer.com. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. So, thinking about climbing Pikes Peak? Yeah, well, you can get this radio station there too. TuneIn.com, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey.com. We're always on 101.1 The Answer. This is 101.1 The Answer. The Charlie Kirk Show starts right now.
Oh, man.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. In just a second, we have Congressman Warren Davidson. I just want to say this. Speaker Johnson was the tie-breaking vote to basically say that the Founding Fathers were wrong. I hate to be that cruel, but that's just the way it is. It was the tie-breaking vote to say that we're in a new era. The Fourth Amendment shall not apply. Donald Trump was supposed to do some press conference with Speaker Johnson today. He should cancel on that. You should say, I'm not getting near you. Not after this. That's my strong advice. Okay, joining us now is Congressman Warren Davidson, who's on the subcommittee of weaponization of the federal government. Congressman, I'm told you're fired up. I'm certainly fired up here. I'm trying to stay, I'm not calm. I'm trying to stay, let's say, centered, because I don't want to allow my emotions to get ahead of me. But there are 3 words out there that our audience is demanding, and it's motion to vacate. I don't want to get there immediately. But Congressman Davidson, what happened today?
Look, freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. We had a chance today to claw back the right to privacy as it's been infringed. The Fourth Amendment's supposed to guard that. You know, there is a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and there's a reason there's not a Domestic Surveillance Act. It's the Fourth Amendment. You're supposed to have to get a warrant or a subpoena if you want to go after an American's private data. And unfortunately, that's being abridged. And today we had a chance in the House to vote to require a warrant. And unfortunately, 86 Republicans and 84 Democrats voted, frankly, to ignore the Constitution and say, no, we know better than the Founding Fathers. We know better than, Benjamin Franklin. We're going to take the other side of Franklin's deal, and we're going to take security and give up liberty. And, what a sad day for our country.
So help me understand this. Why is the Speaker of the House parachuting in when it's a tie vote to basically say that the Founding Fathers were wrong, that James Madison and John Jay and Alexander Hamilton, that the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution is invalid? The Fourth Amendment, quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing this place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Congressman, I mean, why does the Speaker and House leadership, including Elise Stefanik and Steve Scalise, and the people that are supposed to lead our conference, why are they so adamant to make sure the FBI has huge powers and they don't believe in the Fourth Amendment? I'm not tracking with their belief.
Well, Charlie, it wasn't discovered until COVID that the Constitution has an asterisk by it. And when you find the encrypted asterisk, it says, does not apply if you're scared. Basically, that's it. They were scared, and they were scared by the Intelligence Committee that this is all going to be your fault. We know they're abusing the civil liberties of American citizens. We know they're trampling on your rights as citizens of this great country. So that's not really your fault. So if you can make a little bit of a difference, then okay, you can go back and be the hero and say you tried to fix something. But if there is a terrorist attack and you change anything that's fundamental, it's all going to be your fault, Speaker. And that's how they scared Mike Johnson.
Okay, is it time to vacate the chair?
Well, we'll see what happens. Next week, I think we're going pretty benign. We're going to defend the freedom to own the right kinds of appliances. But we are also going to have an effort to stop a really bad abuse that's kind of across the board, not just with FISA. The government is buying data that would otherwise require a warrant or a subpoena. So instead of even getting a search warrant, in lots of cases where they're required to get a search warrant, not even including FISA, they're just going to data brokers and buying up data. And if they find voids in that data, they're paying third parties to begin collecting the data that they want to fill in the voids. And they're doing that in really sweeping ways in some cases, or in very targeted ways in other cases. And the Fourth Amendment's not for sale. Is a bill that passed the House Judiciary Committee last summer, 36-1. Mike Johnson voted for it when he was a member of the committee. But unfortunately, it had been stripped from the FISA plan. So both getting a warrant and not bypassing it with the data broker loophole were part of the base text of the judiciary bill. They were both stripped out. They were both supposed to be offered as an amendment. And unfortunately, the Fourth Amendment's not for sale was stripped out. And I think that's because they believe that it will pass when given a vote. So we'll see next week whether we can at least stop that abuse of the Fourth Amendment.
So, Congressman, first of all, thank you for your leadership on this. I'm incensed right now and infuriated. So the audience is just saying, if there's ever a time to vacate the chair, it's over the Constitution. I need to center myself before I come to such conclusions of this. So I see it both ways. But I'm certainly very upset. So let me just say, Speaker Johnson said rather pompously yesterday, members should go down to the SCIF and see for themselves. Have you been down to the skiff? What is he talking about here? He basically made it sound like if you knew what I knew, there's no way you could possibly get in the way of the FBI needing a warrant, and we should just hand this over. What is your response to that?
Yeah, so I didn't go to the skiff this week. I've been to the skiff for years now. So I've been in Congress since 2016. I came in after Speaker Boehner resigned and took office that summer. I've been working to, frankly, claw back the abuse of the Patriot Act. You know, post 9/11, they voted to enact the Patriot Act, which really expanded FISA pretty badly, and then layered in all these expiration dates so that the whole thing doesn't ever expire. It's just little sections, so you can get at it one section at a time. And so I've looked at it in depth over the years, and I can tell you Christopher Wray has explained how querying is not searching. And this is really basic. So they say, oh, we've already lawfully collected this data under a search for the foreigners. So then it's fine if we search it for Americans, because it's not really a search, it's a query. And when you go to that query bar, if you type in, you know, the name of an American citizen, you're supposed to have to get a warrant. And that's the real distinction. If you want to search for, you know, Muhammad, whomever, from Mazar-e-Sharif, Afghanistan, known terrorist, and you happen to notice an American, I mean, that's kind of like plain view doctrine. But if you go to the database and you're not searching for Muhammad, whomever, from Mazar-e-Sharif, you're searching for Muhammad Jones from Westchester, Ohio, then you should have to get a warrant. And yes, terrorists are bad people, and there could be some domestic ones, but so are pedophiles. And so when you're going after somebody and it's an emergency situation, the warrant doesn't apply. There's a waiver for that. So every scenario that they throw up is always this hypothetical emergency, exigent circumstance, but that's exempted with the warrant requirement, just like it is for pure domestic, you know, law enforcement, hot pursuit kinds of cases. The Fourth Amendment does have an exception for exigent circumstances.
1 minute remaining here, Warren. I want to keep you for another segment. You're terrific. You're on this thing. You understand the topic. The audience is loving this. What is the time horizon now that FISA is going to pass the House, essentially? What kind of powers are we giving the FBI? Is it 2 or 5 years? I've heard conflicting reports.
Well, it was a 2-year reauthorization. So the people that took down the rule earlier this week, frankly, trying to get this 2-year horizon, trying to get the Fourth Amendment's not for sale included as an amendment. We didn't get that. They did at least get it down to 2 years. So hopefully when President Trump is in office again, we don't have to wait 2 years, but they can't go past that 2 years. At that 2-year mark, then there'll be another deadline. That seems to be what motivates Congress. And we'll hopefully reclaim the freedom that's been surrendered today. And boy, we lost a lot of ground. Some of these intel amendments that passed make FISA far worse than it was before this debate today.
Congressman, stay right there. You really understand.
Oh, who's all still here?
I want to zero in on something you said, which is how the intel agencies operate. They operate like a mob, like the mafia. It's very opaque. It's hard to get clear answers. And they violate the law and they violate protocol 278,000 times. 278,000 times. And we just hand them on a silver platter like, yeah, please spy me harder.
Nice.
Okay, stay right there. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. That was just in 1 year, by the way, in 2021. We don't, and by the way, they might be doing it right now. They might be laughing at their desk right now, just typing in Charlie Kirk text messages. They could do that. They could go Donald Trump text messages. Dan Bongino text messages. ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor is terrific. You got to look at it, no matter what kind of pain that you're in. Back pain, elbow pain, shoulder pain, neck pain, ankle pain. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. All sorts of different types of pain that you might be experiencing, and Relief Factor can help you get out of pain. So take a look at it, ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Has turmeric, omega-3s, helps you get your step back at ReliefFactor.com. I want to hear from you, the audience. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Should we vacate the chair here in April of an election year? To be honest, I see it both ways. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com.
Oh, Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/Charlie to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/Charlie and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It has been confirmed. Those brave Americans who are trying to preserve free speech continue to be censored, shadow banned, or silenced. Wealth Protection Research is on a mission to share the liberating ideas of some of America's brightest and most free thinkers. People like Jim Rickards and Porter Stansberry, whose ideas are putting financial control back in the hands of everyday people, helping them protect their money against a government that seems intent on destroying it. Text TRUTH to 76626 to find out more. As this election moves forward, we just released a report that reveals our 3 favorite ideas for protecting and growing your wealth during the 2024 election. These ideas are especially critical if you have an IRA or 401k. Text TRUTH to 76626. Discover ideas that are so simple and actionable they might save your retirement. Text
Head
TRUTH
east on
to
West Palm Street toward
76626
Navajo
now
Trail.
for your free report. That's TRUTH to 76626. Standard text and data rates may apply.
To get the most pet-friendly apartments, Apartments.com has a dedicated team of experts. Status report, please. Do we still have the most dog-friendly apartments? Good. Cat-friendly? Don't need the attitude, Miss Jangles. Simple yes suffices. Okay, how about potty-mouthed parrot-friendly apartments?
You betcha.
Ooh, language, Phil, language.
Take the next right
kids
onto
around.
US
Keep
70
up the good
East.
work, though. Apartments.com, the place to find a pet-friendly place.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based
In
on
a quarter
you.
mile,
With Allstate,
turn left onto
not one
Arkansas
based on the
89
driver who
spur.
treats the highway like a racetrack and the shoulder like a passing lane. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows all states to
Turn
use your
left
driveway
onto
for purposes of
Arkansas
the law. While
89
in some states, the
spur.
rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Channel your automotive passion into a rewarding career path. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting fresh,
Continue
your
for 1
local
mile.
CarStar has a variety of opportunities to join this elite premier collision repair company. Get your foot on the gas and race to success with a career at CarStar. Explore the endless possibilities and visit carstarjobs.com to learn more about how we drive excellence together. That's carstarjobs.com. Start your journey with us today.
He's back. Doc Washburn returns to the radio. Listen every Tuesday through Friday at 6 p.m. starting April 16th. The Doc Washburn Show on 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. If you can snap your fingers, you can find this radio station. So the next time you want to listen to us, your smartphone is now your smart radio. We're always on 101.1 The Answer.
Are you ready for an adventure of a lifetime? Journey with me, Mike Gallagher, and Dr. Sebastian Gorka on the Patriots Alaska cruise this summer. It's going to be an incredible opportunity to engage with other like-minded patriots on an
In a
epic
quarter mile,
7-day
turn
cruise
right
over
onto the
4th
ramp
of
to
July.
West
Witness
Memphis.
the untouched wilderness of Alaska while discussing America's future. Join Dr. Gorka and me, Mike Gallagher, from June 29th through July the 6th. Call 855-565-5519 or reserve online at patriotsalaskacruise.com.
Turn right onto the ramp to West Memphis, then merge onto I-40 East.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Warren Davidson is with us. So Congressman, help me understand. You said that the intel agencies got to Speaker Johnson. What do you mean by that exactly? What was there potential threats, intimidation? I mean, just help me understand Because it certainly can't be on the merits of the case. The FBI lies to us, they spy on us, they hate our value system. What do you mean by how they got to Speaker Johnson?
Well, look, obviously, the Speaker gets extra information more than, frankly, even anyone in the Intel Committee, in theory. But you see the Intel agencies, they will hold some information. They've held some information so classified that they refused to share it even with the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Speaker McCarthy at the time, or Senate Leader Chuck Schumer. Now, that's not what our Constitution says. We have a separation of powers, not like these unelected bureaucrats who've risen through the ranks. Some of them great Americans, want to love our country and keep it safe. It doesn't say you can trust them, but you can't trust the elected leadership of the country. And I get that, okay, maybe by the time you get to George Santos and Ilhan Omar, to pick on two people, Santos, I guess, isn't here anymore, you say, all right, maybe we shouldn't share everything. So regular members don't get all of the same information that the Intelligence Committee members get, and so they share certain extra things. And so they have these briefings, and they try to say, see, because reasons, it's really important. But what they don't share is actually a case that would have actually not been able to be stopped if they had to get a warrant, or because it was an emergency that there would have been an exception for the warrant. So the warrant requirement was here. Chairman Jordan and Ranking Member Nadler, who virtually never agree, Jerry Nadler and Jim Jordan agree, you'd have to get a warrant. They sent to the Intelligence Committee and said, could you give us a single example where you stopped something bad that you would not have been able to stop with our warrant requirement? They don't have an example.
So I just want to repeat that. So when you challenge the intel agencies, because they actually, of course they lie, they said in a op-ed that all of these instances of kidnappings and foreign interventions, they wouldn't have been possible if we had to go get a warrant. But when you actually
not quite. I fly in this as well.
As a lawmaker, they can't give you an example. Can you repeat that?
Yes, Chairman Jordan, Chairman of the Judiciary.
A buddy of mine is setting up a virtual flying company.
Chairman of Judiciary and Jerry Nadler, the ranking member, sent an inquiry into the intelligence community saying, please give us an example that would not have been able to be stopped if you had to get a warrant, and the specific version that we're saying that has an exemption in case of an emergency. If there's something time sensitive and urgent, you can waive the warrant requirement. Show us an example where you wouldn't have been able to stop this horrible act under the warrant requirement that we're proposing. And they had no example to present to them.
And yet we have the speaker that goes and votes against amendments. So let me just understand at a fundamental level deeper here. What amendments, was there any alterations, any changes to FISA that were meaningful, or is it basically just a blanket renewal with window dressing?
Oh no, there were changes and they were all bad. So Mike Turner led an amendment that expands surveillance to all Wi-Fi hotspots. So all of your wireless Wi-Fi hotspot communications will be now swept up. And, good. I hope they catch some bad guys with that. But the problem is you're collecting a lot of American citizens' data. And, the check on that is if you want to search for the American citizen, then if you get a warrant, then there's at least some limitation on what you can do with that American data. There's not a minimization effort here. There's actually a maximization effort underway, and that was Turner's. The other one that's huge is Dan Crenshaw had an amendment that says anything involving the war on drugs, essentially, you can sweep up that communication too. And, it's basically like a war on drugs exemption to the Fourth Amendment. And look, pedophiles are bad too. Why wouldn't we waive the Fourth Amendment to go after pedophiles? We've had a horrible fentanyl crisis. It is killing Americans, and we should stop the cartels. I have a bill called the Stop the Cartels Act that would escalate collection on the cartels to the same way we targeted ISIS or Al-Qaeda as enemies of our country. But you don't sweep up American citizens' data in that. And then the last one that was a big expansion was Mike Waltz had an amendment that is intended, I think, to go only after people coming into the country illegally. That's already permissible, so you could say it really doesn't expand anything, but there is some concern that the language is so expansive that literally everyone coming into the country, including U.S. citizens returning home, could be vulnerable to swept up communication. So That's the concern about the Waltz Amendment. But if it's as benign as he claims it is, then it really didn't change anything.
So instead of fixing it, House Republicans made it worse. Warren Davidson, thank you so much. Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. The Constitution is certainly not the law of the land. We'll be right back.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos. A better, easier way to get term life insurance. All online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are numbers. But you already knew that. If you want to know what number you're going to pay each month for your car, use Kelly Blue Book My Wallet on Auto Trader. They're really good at numbers. Auto Trader.
Meet the Bedroom Suite by Thuma, the foundation for the perfect staycation. Time spent at home is the ultimate luxury, and Thuma makes it easy to stay in with lifestyle-enhancing pieces like the bed, the dresser, and the nightstand. To get $25 towards the bed, go to Thuma.co. That's THUMA.co to receive $25 off your purchase of the bed. Shop the bed at Thuma.co.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now. Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
There's some shocking news that has flown under the radar, and it could mean the death of the dollar as we know it. It's been reported that Russia and Iran are officially ditching the U.S. dollar and trading in their local currencies. Russia has said it will not be accepting the U.S. dollar for trade. Why is this important? Because it could have disastrous consequences for the value of the U.S. dollar, and it could potentially spread to other countries. That's why it's critical you learn how you can diversify and protect your savings today with precious metals like gold and silver. And you can get started today with a free 2024 Gold and Silver Guide from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco has helped thousands of Americans place over $2.5 billion in gold and silver. Right now, they're offering qualified customers up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. Call Goldco today at 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
The words you are about to hear are taken from letters sent in by members of the Trinity Debt Management Program.
Dear Trinity, today I'm making my final credit card payment.
Before I came to you, I was in a constant state of anxiety and panic, but now there is hope for my family's financial future.
Working with Trinity made me understand that I'm not alone.
You really do help people.
Your kindness will never be forgotten. Without Trinity support, I would not have achieved my lifelong goal of becoming debt-free.
We saved a lot on interest and penalties, of course, but the reward was the gift of human kindness.
Trinity has carried me through a very difficult time in my life. You're amazing.
I used to feel so anxious and hopeless. Now I feel grace and peace.
God bless Trinity as you continue to help others become debt-free.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-793-9159. That's 1-800-793-9159.
Are you a lifelong learner searching for the next career lane? Fix Auto USA is a top collision repair provider that offers opportunities for continuous training and education. With an emphasis on emerging technologies, giving back to the community, and uplifting its team members, Fix Auto USA may be the perfect fit for you. Visit fixautousajobs.com for more. That's fixautousajobs.com.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Industry leaders, if you think that people of faith should be leading the way in solving society's issues, we invite you to join 101.1 The Answer and the Americans for Prosperity Foundation for the Faith and Liberty Summit, May 11th at Agape Church in Little Rock. This free event will provide the knowledge and the resources to help unify the faith community's role in civic life. Lunch is provided, but space is limited. So register right now at 1011fmtheanswer.com. Use the promo code FAITH.
Your home for Bill O'Reilly 4 times a day. 7:30 a.m. during the Dave Ellswick Show, and 2:30, 3:30, and 4:30 p.m. during Sean Hannity, exclusively on 101.1 FM. The Answer. Watch The Dave Ellswick Show live on Facebook, weekdays at 7 on 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. For the latest information about all the national and local elections, keep it right here. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. Here's your forecast on 101.1 FM. The Answer.
Sunny and warmer today with a high around 76 degrees. Still rather breezy though. And tonight's low not as chilly, just down to about 58. Low 80s expected both Saturday and Sunday. Still a little breezy this weekend. From the Channel 7 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Melinda Mayo.
Investors from disaster for years with wonderful precious metals. So if you're worried, it might be time to research gold and silver. Gold has proven in eras to be a safe haven and a shield for investors' portfolios, and a volatility balance against uncertainty. If it helps, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 3-ounce American Virtue coin with its new IRA this month. If you open your Noble Gold Investments IRA or 401k rollover, you can claim your coin today. Remember, crisis brews, portfolios waver, gold insulates. Secure yourself against the threats. Gold is skyrocketing right now. Just make your own decision. Check it out yourself. We don't do investment advice. We tell you where to go, though. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com. That is noblegoldinvestments.com. So check it out right now, noblegoldinvestments.com. Joining us now is Ben Weitgarten. He has a story out that's very important about how our taxpayer dollars are subsidizing the Democrats' boot-on-the-ground operation. So our taxpayer dollars are helping fund the Democrats' GOTV operation. Ben, welcome to the program. Tell us about it.
Charlie, thanks for having me. And yes, this is a really remarkable story about the processes and how the processes and rules are being exploited in the run-up to the 2024 election to likely try to effectuate the same thing that we saw in 2020, infamously described in that Molly Ball expose about that election as a shadow campaign to quote-unquote fortify it. And what we see in 2024 is an expansion of, if not an improvement upon, those efforts in 3 different ways that I identify in this piece. One of them has been dubbed Biden Bucks, and this is an executive order which notably was executed in March of 2021 with Democrats recognizing maybe they wouldn't be able to push federal legislation that would effectively federalize election processes in the face of Republican opposition. And what this order did was it called on every single federal agency, over 600 offices, to develop these strategic plans to register and mobilize voters with a particular focus on underrepresented or purportedly marginalized populations, something that had never been done before at the federal level, something which may well flout not just Federalist principles, but the Constitution, since electioneering and election rules and processes really reside with the states. And then, of course, prohibitions on electioneering among federal officials. But what this said is that every single office ought to be engaged in registering and mobilizing voters. And not only that, but they ought to partner with so-called nonpartisan third-party organizations to drive out the vote. And the administration has hidden the strategic plans, made it very difficult for anyone to obtain them, except through litigating over FOIA requests. But what we have seen, based upon information that has come out, is that the administration is trying to use everything from naturalization ceremonies to food stamp delivery to using federal work study funds to pay students to engage in get out the vote efforts. And in almost every single instance, it appears that overwhelmingly the government agencies themselves are communicating with likely Democrat voters based upon the demographics that interact with federal agencies. So you have these myriad touch points of federal agencies under the command of the Joe Biden administration trying to drive out voters in 2024. And the groups that were behind this effort, by the way, it should be noting, the leader of the architect of it was Demos, a progressive think tank. And if you look at the groups who have been putting out these progress reports on how the administration's doing in implementing the executive order, it's virtually all left-wing, progressive nonprofits, and they claim that if fully implemented, the order will generate 3.5 million new or updated voter registrations every single year. So you can imagine how potentially decisive that would be when you're talking about a presidential election, for example, that's likely going to hinge on thousands of votes in a few states. So that's just effort number one, and we can move on to 2 and 3 if you like, or we can keep talking about Biden bucks. Either way, happy to
please
proceed.
keep going, Ben, please keep going. Keep going.
So after Biden bucks, we've got the exploitation of charitable organizations, and these 501c3s are barred from engaging in electioneering political activity, but they are allowed to engage in voter registration drives. And so Democrats have devised a sort of ingenious plan to use these so-called charitable organizations, led generally by progressives, funded at infinite levels by private donors on a tax-deductible basis, so without the limits that you would have in normal campaign finance context, and then also unlock potentially hundreds of millions or billions of dollars from private foundations that would also be barred from engaging in political activity. And they flood hundreds of millions of dollars annually into these 501c3s to drive voter registration and mobilization, like the administration. Why is it putatively nonpartisan but actually partisan, despite the fact that they don't say they're supporting Democrat candidates or Democrat causes? The explicit purpose of these voter registration and mobilization drives is to target, again, quote-unquote, underrepresented voters, single women, minorities, etc., and specifically in swing states. And Democrat super PACs, one of which, Mind the Gap, is sort of a Moneyball-style, analytics-focused, powerful and influential Democrat super PAC. It says that contributing to these quote-unquote nonpartisan nonprofits gives by far the highest return on investment for Democrat voters and is most essential, the best way you could spend your money to win in presidential elections. So you get these tax-exempt organizations, individuals can contribute without limit, and you unlock hundreds of millions of dollars in funds previously locked from engaging in political causes from these charitable foundations. And then last but not least, there's Zuckerbucks 2.0. And despite the fact that 24 states have put in restrictions on private financing of public election offices to likely drive out the mail-in ballot vote, for example, in blue jurisdictions, as we saw back in 2020, there's still an $80 million effort being undertaken over 5 years, largely in the states that have not put up these Zuckerbucks restrictions, to once again have these left-leaning nonprofits be the recipients of and coordinate with election offices, likely in key jurisdictions, to try and drive out the vote. So these are 3 massive, comprehensive efforts that, again, in a hugely tight election, likely to be decided in a few states by thousands of votes, could prove decisive. And there's not a comparable counterweight, anything remotely resembling it, on the Republican side.
So let's get into the text. So how much taxpayer money is being thrown towards a Biden get out the vote strategy? Do you have a ballpark number?
Well, we know that there have been roughly $500 million annually going towards just these 501c3s, some percentage of which, and it's usually, at least going back to 2020 and 2022 cycles, you're talking in the tens of millions of dollars just to the 501c3s, and then you get that tax-exempt, tax-deductible benefit to it if you are the donor. This is part of a really $1.3 billion annual effort for Democrats to fund 501c4s and other organizations. That's really without comparing the Republican side. But in terms of the federal government, it's anyone's guess the total value in terms of man hours or dollars being put forth to execute and implement this executive order. But obviously, you're talking the full weight of every single federal agency. And the Office of Personnel Management has also passed rules essentially giving federal officers time off to be able to engage in these activities as well. So we don't even have a ballpark estimate for it, but you can imagine the full weight of the federal government. That's without compare. And obviously, there's no way that Republicans could have a counterpart to it because Republicans don't control the executive branch of government.
So I want to just reiterate, the 501c3s are prohibited from engaging in electioneering. We know that very well. We have a C3 and a C4 at Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, and we're very clear about it. But the C3s are so cavalier. They take this donor money and they basically make the pitch like, yeah, we're supposed to be nonpartisan, but give us the money and it's going to help Democrats anyway. There has to be something there. And you said there's nothing comparable on the right. At the entire conservative ecosystem, can you point to any organizations or groups outside of what we're trying to do at Turning Point that are trying to fix this problem at the size or scale that the Democrats have?
I couldn't find in my analysis anything remotely comparable. People who study the activities of these sorts of groups have estimated that maybe there's 1% of funding on the right comparable to what we see on the left with these 501c3s. And look, the tactic is shrewd. It's the same tactic that we see in terms of trying to get around restrictions on affirmative action by proxy, where you don't say we're targeting Democrat voters. We say we're targeting underrepresented or marginalized communities that don't vote at the percentages they should vote. And that's a clever way, who disproportionately vote Democrat when they are registered.
Southeast toward
And that's a
Turtle
clever
Road.
way of getting around the restrictions. And what I found in doing my reporting in this story was there's an assumption on the part of the right that Republicans would get taken to the woodshed by the IRS were they to engage in anything remotely resembling what the Democrats are engaged in, because there's a chill in the air that goes back to the Tea Party's targeting under the Obama administration. Now, maybe that's a cop-out. Maybe it is that Republicans simply have not developed the reflexes and the tools on the ground or the focus to try to build anything comparable to Democrats. Maybe if there was a similar mousetrap to what Democrats have devised, Democrats would already be far ahead. And I think it's worth noting that Molly Ball piece, it made it seem as if this dominant Democrat electioneering effort came out of nowhere. But in the piece, one of those interviewed, who plays an essential role leading one of these organizations that's dominated in terms of registering mail-in voters, he basically said that what happened in 2020 was the culmination of multiple decades. So if you're talking about hundreds of millions or billions of dollars over multiple decades, of course, Democrats will have perfected that effort. And obviously, there's been nothing remotely resembling that kind of push on the right.
Ben, stay right there. It's such an important topic. I hope everyone understands. This could determine November. And if in November we get some bad news, oh, Joe Biden wins, we have 1% of the infrastructure on the ground that the Democrats have. 1%. And it's a permanent multi-billion-dollar infrastructure. Ben, stay right there. Roughgreens.com. Check it out right now at roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com/Kirk. We talk about how horrible nutrition has become for people in our ultra-processed society. The more adventurous we are, realize that the food is the most important thing ensuring that our dog is healthy. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has invested everything into bringing our dog's food back to life. He created Rough Greens, not dog food. It's a natural supplement to your dog's existing food, full of essential vitamins and minerals, and made right here in America. You don't have to change your dog's food. Just adding Rough Greens to their existing diet will be the best decision you ever made to improve their life. You got to check it out. Dr. Black is so confident this will change your dog's life. He's providing a free Jumpstart trial bag so your dog can try it today. You just cover the shipping. Head on over to roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com/Kirk. roughgreens.com/Kirk. Check it out right now. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We are outgunned 99-1 in the key battleground states. That could prove to be decisive. We'll be right back.
1, 2, 3, 4. Those are numbers, but you already knew that. If you want to know what number you're going to pay each month for your car, use Kelly Blue Book My Wallet on Auto Trader. They're really good at numbers. Auto Trader.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Channel your automotive passion into a rewarding career path. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting fresh, your local CarStar has a variety of opportunities to join this elite premier collision repair company. Get your foot on the gas and race to success with a career at CarStar. Explore the endless possibilities and visit carstarjobs.com to learn more about how we drive excellence together. That's carstarjobs.com. Start your journey with us today.
It's been reported that Russia and Iran are officially ditching the U.S. dollar and trading in their local currencies. This could mean the death of the dollar as we know it. Learn how you can diversify and protect your savings today with a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Right now, they're offering qualified customers up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. Call Goldco today at 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
As you know, Mike Lindell has a passion to help you get the best sleep of your life. After he invented the world's best pillow, he created the famous Giza Dream Sheets. They are the best sheets you will ever sleep on. The best night's sleep, however, just got even better. For a limited time, you'll get a queen size set for $59.98. King size, just $69.98. The lowest prices in history. Mike and MyPillow employees continue to be canceled by big box stores and attacked by the media. They appreciate all of your great support during these times and want to thank you by giving you free shipping on your entire order today. To get the best specials ever, go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code AMERICA. You get the famous Giza Dream Sheets. Queen size, just $59.98. King size, only $69.98. Visit MyPillow.com. Use the promo code AMERICA. Get free shipping on your entire order today.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right. Whether you need your garage door repaired, want a custom door designed, or need a new door now, Precision Garage Doors' highly trained technicians are standing by. We're open 24/7 for repairs. We've been proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. Schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com or call 800-DOOR-REPAIR. Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Meet the Bed by Thuma, the perfect platform bed frame. Thoughtfully handcrafted from upcycled wood, the bed is strong, backed by a lifetime warranty, and ships directly to your door. Assembly takes 5 minutes, no tools.
In 2 miles, take exit
To get
216
$25
toward US 49 South, North Main Street.
That's thuma.co to receive $25 off your purchase of the bed. Shop the bed at thuma.co.
Channel your automotive passion into a rewarding career path. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting fresh, your local CarStar has a variety of opportunities to join this elite premier collision repair company. Get your foot on the gas and race to success with a career at CarStar. Explore the endless possibilities and visit carstarjobs.com to learn more about how we drive excellence together. That's carstarjobs.com. Start your journey with us today.
It's been reported that Russia and Iran are officially ditching the U.S. dollar and trading in their local currencies. This could mean the death of the dollar as we know it. Learn how you can diversify and protect your savings today
with a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated
In
precious
three-quarters
metals
of a
company,
mile, take
Gold
exit
Co.
216
Right now,
toward
they're
US
offering
49
qualified
South,
customers
North
up to
Main Street.
$10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. Call Gold Co. today at 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
As Passover approaches, Salem is offering an autographed edition of my Rational Passover Haggadah for 50%
Take exit
off
216.
at the Prager store. For 50% off at the Prager store, the Haggadah is the book used for the most widely celebrated Jewish ritual, now increasingly celebrated by Christians as well.
In a
the
quarter
Passover
mile,
Seder.
slight right
Get
onto
your
the US
autographed
49
copy of
South
the
ramp to
Rational
US
Passover
70
Haggadah
Brakely.
for 50% off. Go to PragerStore.com or click the banner at DennisPrager.com.
Slight right onto the US 49 South ramp, then merge onto US 49 South.
For you, introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now.
Merge onto
Year
US 49
2024.
South, North Main Street, then turn
Orangey
right.
flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
At the light, turn right, then turn right.
Attention all patriots, are you ready to embark on an unforgettable expedition? You're invited to journey with me on the Patriots Alaska Cruise, June 2024. We'll dive deep into geopolitical trends and unpack the influences shaping today. This experience is more than a vacation, it's a chance to participate in profound discussions and spirited debates with like-minded patriots. 7 action-packed days will explore new ideas and chart a course toward a bright American future, all while surrounded by the raw majesty of Alaska's natural wonders. You'll experience powerful creation as you're immersed in the splendor of glaciers and fjords. Let's come together as patriots in this amazing landscape. Mark your calendar, June 29th to July 6, 2024. Learn more and secure your spot on this once-in-a-lifetime adventure by calling 855-565-5519 or book online at patriotsalaskacruise.com.
Your destination is on the left.
KFC's new saucy nuggets are here to show you what it really means to have the sauce. These juicy hand-breaded nuggets come drenched and dripping. Get the real sauce. Try KFC's new saucy nuggets. Available in Nashville Hot, Georgia Gold, Honey Sriracha, Korean Barbecue, or Sticky Chicken. Dripping in flavor. 10 pieces for just $5.99. Only at KFC. It's finger-licking good. Prices and
Head
participation
east
may
toward
vary.
North
Tax,
Main
tip, and
Street.
fees extra.
Meet the Bed by Thuma, the perfect platform bed frame. Thoughtfully handcrafted from upcycled wood, the bed is strong, backed by a lifetime warranty, and ships directly to your door. Assembly takes 5 minutes, no tools needed. To get $25 towards the bed, go to thuma.co. That's THUMA.co to receive $25 off your purchase of the bed. Shop the bed at thuma.co.
Democrats want to win and they want to wield power, and when they get that power, they use it to the nth degree to drive home their agenda, and if they fail, minimally they move the Overton window. And you have to ask, among a large percentage of elected Republicans and many in the Republican establishment and beyond, are they similarly dedicated, and do they understand what's at stake? And those may sound like rhetorical questions, but I think they're open questions that deserve answers as well.
Yeah, well, no, our side does not want to win, and we're not playing to win. We just hope that a victory will just fall from the sky. And Democrats are really interested in the infrastructure and the ballot chasing, voter registration, and we are not. And maybe we'll win, maybe not, but the Democrats are certainly playing to win, and we're playing to lose comfortably. Ben, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Charlie.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. And look, I'm not going to say it's too late, but it is kind of too late. This is why we were beating that drum all last year. If you do not have your full-time staff vetted, onboarded, and ready to go right now, it's not going to happen over the summer. You cannot hire thousands of people in a short period of time, onboard them, vet them, and get them out there. So maybe we can win without infrastructure. We shall see. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Third hour, I take your questions for those of you that are members, members.charliekirk.com on Real America's Voice. Enjoy Jack Posobiec's program.
I'm Dr.
Dr. Ashley Lucas, the founder of PhD Weight Loss and Nutrition. I'm on a mission to help as many people as possible reach their peak health without relying on prescription drugs, injections, or supplements. If you've tried losing weight and have failed, I'm here to tell you it's not your fault. Success has nothing to do with willpower. It's biological. Your body is working against you to keep you fat. Our program focuses on scientifically proven nutrition, works through your relationship with food, and gives you all the tools to be successful in your weight loss journey. You'll have a nutritionist beside you every step of the way. We even provide 80% of your daily food at no additional cost. Every program is customized to your nutritional needs, your schedule, and your lifestyle. We are committed to helping each of our clients reach their peak health and live their best life. Are you ready? Call us today at 864-644-1900 or find us online at myphdweightloss.com. PhD Weight Loss and Nutrition is doctor and dietitian developed, individually delivered.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
2 weeks after I had started taking them, I told the wife, I said, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm 20 years old. Ever since, I just stayed on it. And I'm not the most educated guy, but anyhow, I'm not the dumbest guy in the area. And I do know what they got in there, just reading on it and everything. I'm pleased with it. Anybody I speak to, I convince them right away that give it a try.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHARLIE.
Life insurance. What?
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
The information age can be overwhelming, especially when the information can't always be trusted. But for the past 180 years, readers around the world have turned to The Economist as their trusted news source, delivering in-depth expert analysis of a wide range of topics. Listeners get a 1-month free trial when they sign up at economist.com. That gives you unlimited digital access to daily articles, special reports, great podcasts, subscriber-only newsletters, and so much more. Take the guesswork out of staying informed. Go to economist.com to sign up.
Find us at 1011FM, theanswer.com. Download our apps. Stream us 24/7. KDXE, Little Rock, Chemic Village.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. The U.S. House has passed a bill to reauthorize and provide sweeping reforms of a key U.S. government surveillance tool, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, without including broad restrictions on how the FBI uses this crucial program to search for Americans' data. A provision ending warrantless surveillance of Americans was also offered on the floor, but failed to garner enough support. The United States views Iran's threat to attack Israel as credible. White House correspondent Greg Clugston with that report.
National Security spokesman John Kirby isn't discussing intelligence details or timelines, but says,
"We do believe that this still is a viable threat."
Kirby says the U.S. is communicating with Israel about making sure they can defend themselves against an Iranian attack. Israel's military said it's ready if Iran retaliates for a deadly airstrike on the Iranian consulate in Syria. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Also at townhall.com, on Monday, a Manhattan court has to begin finding jurors to hear Donald Trump's hush money case. Rita Foley has more on that story.
How to choose jurors? Well, one analyst says the judge and the lawyers have to find people who will look at the law and the evidence and make a decision. Sounds simple, but in prominent cases, courts and attorneys watch out for stealth jurors, people who want to be on the jury because they want to steer the verdict or profit from the experience. Conversely, some people may not want to be on the jury because they don't want the attention. Judge Juan Rashan says this isn't about whether you like Donald Trump or you don't like him. It's about whether you can decide the case based on the law and the evidence. I'm Rita Foley.
A tough day on Wall Street. The Dow losing 518 points. The NASDAQ Composite 280 points in the red. More at townhall.com.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-774-9900. 800-774-9900. 800-774-9900.
A growing number of Russian soldiers are trying to get out of the war in Ukraine.
Overall asylum claims from Russians have surged in the US, France and Germany since Russia's full-scale invasion 2 years ago, but few are getting in. Russian soldiers present particular concern. Are they spies, war criminals or heroes? The AP's found out facing criminal charges in Russia, all but one live in hiding as they wait for a welcome from the West that hasn't so far arrived. They argue that helping deserters is in the West's own interest and less costly than shipping weapons to Ukraine. I'm Charles Phillips.
The United Nations says heavy rains pounding different parts of Kenya have led to the deaths of at least 13 people and displaced some 15,000 people. Forecasters are warning that more rains can be expected until June, and at least 5 major roads have been cut off by floods. Breaking news at townhall.com. Harvard University is reinstituting standardized tests.
It will be a requirement for admission beginning with the class of 2029, joining other colleges that are again mandating tests for those hoping to enter the schools. In June 2020, Harvard began a temporary test optional policy under which students could apply to the college without submitting scores. The change was adopted as access to standardized tests during the pandemic became limited. Other schools like Yale, Dartmouth, Brown, and MIT are also again requiring standardized tests for those seeking admission. Keith Peters reporting.
Police say a man has been arrested for allegedly taking a decommissioned New York City fireboat for an overnight cruise on the Hudson River. Police say he then stole a sailboat, and he was taken into custody on its deck. He was charged with 2 counts of grand larceny. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
This is 101.1 The Answer, home to all the best shows. Listen anywhere on our app or at 101.1 FM, theanswer.com. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. If you're
You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
opinions, insights, and common sense. That's what we're all about, keeping you informed. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. This is 101.1 The Answer. The Charlie Kirk Show starts right now. The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
A
Okay, everybody, welcome back. This is the Ask Me Anything hour. We are traveling, so for tech purposes, it's easiest for those of you that are members to email us your questions, freedom@charliekirk.com, and we have them right here. So I want to start going through them. Let's go to the first question here from Lisa. Charlie, how can we stop what I'm calling holier than thou wars that are going on social media since Trump came out with his stance on abortion? And what I heard was a states' rights issue, but he also mentioned exceptions that are akin to Ronald Reagan's exceptions. Now, every pro-life group is outraged, some even saying they're turning in their Republican card. A candidate cannot make changes until he's in office. How do we appease these groups, all of whom I believe Trump will give an audience to, so he can affect real change and get them back on track? So let's walk through this. I have been a recipient of many of the pro-life leaders, and they're wonderful people that are really upset right now. Lila Rose, Kristen Hawkins. I don't want to speak for them how upset they are, but they've been saying some things publicly, and they're fired up.
Use the left lane
And
to
they're
turn
fired
left
up
onto
because
North
they
Main Street,
believe
then
and they
turn
think,
left onto the
based on some of
I-40
the
East
things that
ramp.
Donald Trump has said, is that he's betraying his pro-life promises. I might be a little charged in my vocabulary selection, but he's turning his back on some of the pro-life promises, and he's no longer a pro-life president. So there's a lot of things going on here right now. So first of which is,
Turn
you're right,
left
Donald
onto
Trump
the
does
I-40
give an
East
audience
ramp.
to pro-life groups, and he was the most pro-life president in modern American history. He got Roe versus Wade repealed. Understand, abortion would not be a primary topic
In
on
1,000
any
feet,
of our
merge onto
political
I-40 East.
lists for conversations outside of on the fringes, if he would not have repealed Roe versus Wade, sending it back to the states where it is necessary. Now, you know my stances on abortion. I'm 100% pro-life, and I remain 100% pro-life. And your principles and your moral stances must be very clear. I hope one day that our politics can be in alignment with what I think is the morally correct stance on abortion, very similar to how we abolished slavery
Continue
in the
on I-40 East for 64 miles.
Took a lot of advocacy. In fact, there were abolitionists of slavery that attacked Trump for being inadequately anti-slavery. I sent out this tweet, and it was very well received, I think. And there were some pro-life leaders that texted me, but to their credit, they weren't mad because they know that it's true. And I see it both ways. For pro-life leaders that, and I got to give Blake credit on the team, because Blake has really kind of pulled the alarm on this. Pro-life leaders are afraid that the Republican Party is going to become the Republican Party like in Canada, where there's no pro-life movement whatsoever. That the pro-life position has no political home, and it just disappears into oblivion. I think that's a legitimate concern. Not necessarily from Trump, but there are certainly forces in the Republican Party that want to make this issue go away forever. They don't care about pro-life voters. They don't care about the issue. They don't care about the unborn. So I think that is a legitimate concern. And so when pro-life leaders reach out to me, I'm not angry. Again, they're rather sweet. In fact, I'm literally speaking at a pregnancy crisis center tonight. I could not be more enthusiastic about the Pregnancy Crisis Center cause. What's the name of the group I'm speaking at? Can you message me? Like, just message me. And I think they're doing the Lord's work. So here's the tweet I sent. I'm 100% pro-life. I have spent countless hours defending the pro-life position on campus and in the media. To all my fellow pro-lifers, we must be passionate as well as strategic. And the choice is simple. If you allow November to become a referendum on abortion, evidence suggests our side will lose and more babies will die. If we win in November, we'll be positioned to claw back radical pro-abortion policies while we continue to persuade more voters on the horrors of killing babies. Win and we can save lives, and lose and even more will die. Now, the criticism some people would say about that tweet is, Charlie, you are compromising your pro-life position. Well, I'm really not. I'm making a statement rooted in political reality, which is, without political power, how are you going to advocate for the unborn? It is legitimately incrementalism. And I would ask, for the pro-life warriors in California, how's that working out for you? You're constantly under attack. You're constantly under siege. You're constantly under assault. In fact, you have the California Attorney General going after pregnancy crisis centers. And understand, they will not stop with just people believing in pro-life positions. They will try to lock down any organizations that try to help a woman choose life instead of abortion. At the federal level, the wins we need to look for are very simple. To defund abortions, stop having the military enable them, impose the restrictions that we can, morally delegitimize the pro-abortion cause. But we're not strong enough in numbers or will yet to impose a nationwide ban on a country that rejects it. And that is an uncomfortable truth for my incredible brethren in the pro-life movement. Because for those of us who are pro-life, we see it so clearly. We don't understand how people could look at it any other way. And therefore, there's a fair amount of impatience and anger that sets in, because those of us that are pro-life say, well, if you're not with us, then you're against us, and I won't move or compromise an inch. And it's not even a matter of compromising. It's a matter of taking incremental wins towards a greater goal and a greater purpose. But I will repeat what I said, which is a very difficult truth, but it's a necessary one. Our movement is not yet strong enough to impose a nationwide ban on a country that currently rejects it. We had to fight for 50 years just to overturn Roe versus Wade. And we have to remember the way we fought in those times when banning abortion was literally impossible. And now it's banned in 15 states. That would have been unthinkable 10 years ago. And so the way that it looks, it's going to be just a kind of a chart where we have a huge win, and then there's going to be a little bit of a regression and a retreat. And then there'll be a win, and then there'll be a retreat. But the moving average, the trend is our friend. And you can't betray the pro-life community. And I don't think Trump is doing that. But there are certainly voices in Trump's ear that are trying to get him to do that. Why? Look at what they got done. With limited resources, limited money, 50 years of fervent prayer and activism, launching a multi-decade legal strategy, got it done. We have scored wins, and there are children alive today who would not be alive today if it was not for Dobbs and the heroic work of pro-lifers. But we are not on the brink of final victory, and we cannot act as though we are. It's likely going to take another 50 years to get to our endpoint. And that will require cultural change, spiritual change, political change. All three of those things. And the bad guys that are all on board for the slaughter of the unborn, they're playing offense right now. And sometimes when they play offense, we don't play very good defense, so we're going to have to hold the line the best way we can. And there will be a backlash. So I see it in a very balanced perspective as someone who's 100% pro-life. And I think I'm uniquely positioned to do that because some individuals with their head down in the pro-life movement are very foreign to politics. And some people that are very head down in the political movement are very foreign to the moral crusade of getting rid of abortion in this country. I happen to be both. I happen to be both trying to change hearts and minds in the cultural, ideological, and spiritual landscape while simultaneously trying to increase political power for good causes. Against evil, for righteousness, the Constitution, for life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. So both things can be simultaneously true. So what then needs, how do you, the question Lisa asked, who's a member, thank you, members.charliekirk.com, how can we deal with the holier than now? Look, first of all, understand where they're coming from, because they actually are advocating for the right thing. Secondly, ask a series of questions, which I've been doing all week, which is, do you think having no political power like we do in New York and California will advance the pro-life cause? Now, their objection is, well, Charlie, all you care about is winning elections. No, it's not all I care about, but it is a primary concern, because winning elections gets you political power that then allows you to get policies. That is the system that we have, but it's not all I care about. Elections are a means to the end. Political power is not the end, and that is what differentiates us from the leftist Marxists. The Marxists look at power as the end. We're rather uncomfortable with losing political power. We just don't want, it feels dirty to us. It feels totalitarian. But using political power for good and righteous purposes is necessary. The first step, though, is not to call them holier than thou, Lisa, but I understand where you're coming from. This is a scourge on our nation. It's innocent blood being spilled. And I think people deserve grace if they're getting upset. However, I think walking them through a strategy, the same way, we need a recasting of a strategy. For 50 years, the strategy was get rid of Roe versus Wade. We now need a recasting. Without a vision, the people perish. And there might be some movement perishing happening. What does that new 50-year strategy look like? I have some ideas, and I think that is worth getting into the details of. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I think I was supposed to do an ad read, but I didn't hear anything. Roughgreens.com/Kirk, ruffgreens.com/Kirk. So check it out right now. Your dog food is dead. Bring your dog's food back to life. Go to roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is roughgreens.com/Kirk, ruffgreens.com/Kirk. I'm going to stay on this topic. I think it's very important. We cannot allow the Republican Party to turn its back on the issue of life. We'll be right
Are
back.
you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos. A better, easier way to get term life insurance. All online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 844-94-BIBLE. That's 844-94-BIBLE. 844-94-BIBLE.
This is Dennis Prager, and now a truly exciting new benefit. My monthly online video get-together for Pragertopia Plus members only. For an hour each month, get an exclusive chance to ask me anything. I'll be answering your questions. I've never done this. Submit your questions for me at Pragertopia.com. This is our chance to connect like never before. Go to Pragertopia.com or click the banner at DennisPrager.com.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings of the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
How easy does Apartments.com's 3D virtual tours make finding a new home? Well, I bet you could even do it while soaking in a clawfoot tub, wrestling a giant Pacific octopus. And that's not rhetorical, is it, Craig?
No, sir. Look at that balcony. And there's an in-unit washer dryer. I mean, this townhouse is just stunning. Why are you so strong?
You see, our 3D virtual tours make it easy peasy, octopus squeezy. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic, creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Replace your worn-out brakes and save now on Brake Best Select. Brake Best Select Pro are import direct brake pads and motors only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Meet the bed by Thuma, the perfect platform bed frame. Thoughtfully handcrafted from upcycled wood, the bed is strong, backed by a lifetime warranty, and ships directly to your door. Assembly takes 5 minutes. No tools needed. To get $25 towards the bed, go to Thuma.co. That's THUMA.co to receive $25 off your purchase of the bed. Shop the bed at Thuma.co.
Channel your automotive passion into a rewarding career path. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting fresh, your local CarStar has a variety of opportunities to join this elite premier collision repair company. Get your foot on the gas and race to success with a career at CarStar. Explore the endless possibilities and visit carstarjobs.com to learn more about how we drive excellence together. That's carstarjobs.com. Start your journey with us today.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Mike Rowe here with a few thoughts on my favorite sweatshirt. A classic zip-up hoodie that used to be navy blue but has since faded to what the fashionistas call a distressed indigo. It's 13 years old, soft as a flannel bathrobe, and after a few hundred dirty jobs, demonstrably and undeniably indestructible. This is the kind of sweatshirt girlfriends like to permanently borrow. But I've held on to this one because I got it from American Giant. American Giant makes all their stuff right here in the USA so they can control every link in their own supply chain. That matters because when you buy American Giant, you not only get great quality, you create jobs for people in factory towns all over the country. No pressure, but if you give a damn about the business of making things in America, you got to support the companies who are doing it right. Go to american-giant.com/Mike to get 20% off your first order. That's american-giant.com/Mike.
As reported on by Fox Business, 2024 will bring the biggest crash of our lifetime, and everything bubble will burst. The government has borrowed and printed $27 trillion over 15 years, and it's all been 100% artificial. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2024 gold and silver guide, and all customers eligible to receive up to 10% back in bonus silver. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. 855-GOLD-IRA.
If you've ever spilled grass seed on your lawn and accidentally created the world's largest bird feeder, then you know that lawn care isn't easy. If it were, everyone would do it, as well as True Green does it. Our science-driven expertise ensures your custom, nutrient-rich treatment works to deliver a greener, healthier lawn. And it's all backed by the True Green Guarantee. Go to TrueGreen.com today and save 50% off your first application. It's time to trust your experts at True Green. True Green. Live life outside.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Meet the Bedroom Suite by Thuma, the foundation for the perfect staycation. Time spent at home is the ultimate luxury, and Thuma makes it easy to stay in, with lifestyle-enhancing pieces like the bed, the dresser, and the nightstand. To get $25 towards the bed, go to Thuma.co. That's THUMA.co to receive $25 off your purchase of the bed. Shop the bed at Thuma.co.
It's been reported that Russia and Iran are officially ditching the U.S. dollar and trading in their local currencies. This could mean the death of the dollar as we know it. Learn how you can diversify and protect your savings today with a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Right now, they're offering qualified customers up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. Call Goldco today at 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
If your lawn looks more like a desert than an oasis, then you know that lawn care isn't easy. If it were, everyone would do it, as well as True Green does it. In just 3 easy steps, True Green's online tools help customize a treatment plan for you. And it's all backed by the True Green Guarantee. Go to TrueGreen.com today to start your 3 easy steps and save 50% off your first application. It's time to trust your experts at True Green. Live life outside.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-796-9107. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-796-9107. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-796-9107. That's 800-796-9107. Again, 800-796-9107.
Are you looking for a meaningful way to preserve our nation's history? Consider purchasing a Blueprints of Liberty brick. Each purchase helps to build Liberty Village. By sponsoring a brick, you become a part of the Blueprints of Liberty Village, a unique destination that brings our founding history to life. This family-friendly location will provide opportunity youth and visitors to encounter history like never before. Visit UnitedWePledge.org to order your Blueprints of Liberty brick today.
Okay, everybody, I'm guessing I'm back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. So I want to read a statement here, and then I want to just go to one of the objections here that somebody has. So let's go to this statement here. Donald Trump just put on Truth Social, the Supreme Court in Arizona went too far on their abortion ruling, enacting and approving an inappropriate law from 1864. So now the governor and the Arizona legislature must use heart, common sense, and act immediately to remedy what had happened. Remember, it is now up to the states and the goodwill of those that represent the people. We must ideally have 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. This is important. Democrats are the extremists. They support abortion up to the moment of birth and even execution of babies, in some cases after birth. This should not be. Arizona legislature, please act as fast as possible. So the last part of the statement is excellent. Let's start there. President Trump is talking about how the Democrats are the extremists. That is absolutely right. I'm neutral on this particular Truth Social post. I understand why he's doing it, and let me defend it. Let me think why he's doing it. The current abortion decision by the Supreme Court in Arizona was technically legally the right decision. It's one that I morally agree with, but it is unpopular with the people in Arizona, and Arizona is a must-win state. So President Trump is trying to float out, hey, he does not want to be tied to the unpopularity of this current measure. That is why he put that out there. However, there is an email we got here from John, which is, Charlie, I'm not voting for Trump anymore. What is the point if Trump compromises on abortion, even if he has a better chance of winning? Why not offer everyone free school, health care, UBI? That would help him win an election, right? So based on what do you think, whatever it takes to win, compromise when you can't govern. Trump has abandoned the pro-life cause, so he doesn't deserve my vote. I have never said you should do whatever it takes to win. I've never said that. I've never alluded to that. However, you want to try to have the most morally clear position that can fit within the popular will of the people so you can get political power. There are positions that we hold that are unfortunately untenable with the American people. So you try to find one that is the best version of that, and then you try to find out how can you make it fit with the American people. That is the whole idea of the will of the people and the sovereign. And sometimes the people, they don't want the morally correct and clear position. So do you completely betray, or do you your deeply held beliefs that are rooted in scripture and rooted in truth? Of course not. So no, Trump is not pro-choice, and I think it's kind of laughable if somebody were to say that. This is a guy who put the justices on the Supreme Court that got Roe overturned. He helped defund parts of Planned Parenthood. He is not. To say that is laughable. In fact, I would say he's the most pro-life president in history. Spoke at the March for Life, first to do so. You know who is pro-choice? George W. Bush was pro-choice, like actually pro-choice. And yet, pro-lifers voted for him because they saw other merits in his presidency. Even though George W. Bush, especially his wife, were very, very big pro-abortion advocates, he never spoke at the March for Life. Okay, let's get to another question here. And the abortion thing could take all hour. And by the way, I'm speaking tonight at, let's see, Mikey sent it to me. Just to Pregnancy Assistance Center of North Houston, PACN. They do amazing work. In addition, I also want to talk about our partners, Preborn. Preborn is amazing. This is all on the topic of abortion. The politics of abortion is where I spend most of my time, but Erica and I contribute to Preborn. There's no greater impact than saving a preborn life. So regardless of if we're able to outlaw abortion, we need to try and find ways where we can save babies' lives, and that's what Preborn does. And so we're big donors to Preborn. They glorify God by leading and equipping the nation to save babies and souls. It is preborn.com. You guys, or you can go to charliekirk.com and click on the Preborn banner. That wasn't planned. I just felt it was necessary to mention that. Let's get to the next question here. Bill from Arizona. Charlie, as a conservative heading into my first year as a PhD student at Harvard, surrounded by predominantly liberal perspectives, what strategies do you recommend for maintaining intellectual independence and focstering constructive dialogue while
There's
staying
a
true to
speed
my
trap
principles,
ahead.
all without getting in trouble with my views? That is definitely written by someone who's getting a PhD. Listen to the vocabulary here. Surrounded predominantly perspectives, strategies, recommend maintaining intellectual independence, fostering constructive dialogue principles. A lot of big words. Definitely someone who's getting a P. I laugh because not everyone who emails freedom@charliekirk.com as a member has that impressive vocabulary. I'm going to carry that question over to the break. The best thing I could say is you will be an intellectual minority. Ask more questions than you tell people's statements. Try to find weak spots in people's arguments, and that will strong your argument. And read vociferously. There's another good word for you. And go deep into these ideas. Become a master of them. Do not sit idly by and just allow people to say things unchecked. And wow, you're getting a PhD at Harvard. Honestly, I'm going to talk about that for a second. We need more people to get credentialed at the highest level. It might surprise you to hear me saying that. We'll be right back.
The most engaged conservatives on Twitter, behind only President Trump. Now, back to Charlie Kirk on 101.1 FM. The Answer.
You all know how your tax dollars have been used to push progressive politics in public schools, while math and English scores decline. For years, America's biggest asset managers have been doing the same thing, using your retirement savings to push their politics, their DEI and ESG agenda, without your consent and at your expense. There's an alternative. At Strive, we put shareholders first. Maximizing your returns is our only agenda. To learn more, visit strive.com now. That's strive.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
To stay up to date on the stories and events that everyone is talking about, all you need to do is keep listening. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. We have truth on our side. Truth, common sense, and the belief in what's right and who's telling the lies. That's why we exist. 101.1 FM, The Answer. Here's your forecast on 101.1 FM. The Answer.
Sunny and warmer today with a high around 76 degrees. Still rather breezy though. And tonight's low not as chilly, just down to about 58. Low 80s expected both Saturday and Sunday. Still a little breezy this weekend. From the Channel 7 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Melinda Mayo.
Millions of American families. That's especially true if you're a Christian family. For those of you worried about the best educational path for your kids and grandkids, I'm pleased to announce our new partnership with the friends at Herzog Foundation. They are the trusted source on American K-12 education, with a remarkable suite of resources for parents and grandparents thinking about making the switch from public schools to a Christian education, and for those already in Christian schools as well. From their online publication, The Lion, to their wonderful new podcast, Making the Leap, the Herzog Foundation offers a wide range and information for Christian parents who want to make the best education decisions for your kids. To learn more about how your family, faith, and community can flourish through a quality Christian education, go to herzogfoundation.com. That is herzogfoundation.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show, go to herzogfoundation.com. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. Okay, let's get to another question here. Michael says, Charlie, when Nebraska Republicans fail to act, what will you say to you about the nature of conservatives and future ways of addressing the future? You see, Michael, you're far more black-pilled than I am. Black-pilling means that you think everything is just pessimistic. I have confidence that Nebraska is going to act. I do. I have confidence that the governor is going to call Nebraska into session, special session, anytime now. And I have confidence that once called into special session, the senators will do the right thing and make Nebraska winner take all, because I can't imagine the great conservatives of Nebraska being able to justify to the rest of the 300 million Americans that will be looking at Nebraska, not 300, let's say 100 million Americans, why did you give us the Joe Biden presidency? But if they don't do it, it will be Nebraska Republicans telling you, we don't care that much about Joe Biden becoming president. It's just not a priority. Priority is other things. It has always been a matter of the will. If Democrats, in April of an election year, for whatever reason, in California or in Massachusetts, could find a way to guarantee another electoral vote for their cause, they would absolutely do it. So I'm not quite where you are yet, Michael, but we shall see. If they end up not doing it, it is them sending a message that the country is not that important. Okay, let's get to, a lot of questions about the Arizona Supreme Court. I think we've covered that thoroughly here. Let's see here. Charlie, you were so supremely articulate and eloquent the last time many moons ago. You answered a question to me on air. Should Christians watch the TV series Ozark? Boy, that was a couple of years ago. Would you mind giving me that same Charlie Kirk level response? Oh boy. To the topic of racism versus pattern recognition. I feel I know the gist of what you would state, but I still would love your same articulate response. P.S. Have you listened to every podcast of yours since 2020? Every single one. Keep it up. Wow. Brooke, let's send Brooke a signed book. She's listened to every single one. That's impressive. P.S. Only Blake has listened to every episode, I think, in the last 2 years. Maybe Andrew, too. For Blake, how was his viewing of the solar eclipse in Austin? Really want to meet him in my home state, but also don't want to weird him out. Brooke, we might have somebody for Blake here. It's Brooke and Blake. Gotta get that information there. Daisy, get Brooke's information. Got to do a little intro here to the very eligible bachelor of Blake. Okay, so you asked the question here: response to topics of racism versus pattern recognition. Okay, so this is an interesting topic in the sense that if you notice a pattern, and I don't even want to make this racial, but if you notice a pattern that doesn't necessarily make you bigoted, or it doesn't mean that you have any sort of stereotype towards a specific group. In fact, God gave us the ability to notice patterns. Let me give you a very just an example off the top of my head, which is if you're driving at 2 o'clock in the morning and there's a car that is swerving left and right, that is a pattern that you are recognizing, and you suppose that person is drunk and they're a drunk driver, and you should. If you're in school and you see that a certain group of students do not do their homework, that is a pattern and you recognize that pattern. So there's nothing necessarily wrong with pattern recognition. The activists on the left think that there's something inherently wrong with recognizing any sort of patterns, especially when it comes to crime. It is not racist to simply state the fact that 55+% of all murders are done by 13% of the population. Largely, God gave us this ability to look at pattern recognition as a way, dare I say, to analyze data in a synthesized fashion. It is never racist to observe a real pattern. It isn't. They want you to say that, and it's never wrong to use your brain to notice something. If you notice that there is a theme or a trend, and then somebody says you can't notice that theme or trend and you're a bad person for doing so, you then should ask the next question, why? Why am I a bad person for noticing that theme or trend? What are you either trying to hide? What are you trying to force? So I'm not even going to get into any of the more provocative examples in modern society, but Brooke, great question. Happy to connect you with Blake. Okay, let's go to this one here. So, boy, a lot of questions from Nebraska. Let's go here. Lexa says, when you talk about fight that we need to have if the election doesn't go our way, can you expand on what does that mean? Growing up a good Christian always meant coming under authority. Now, of course, I feel government authority is completely wrong, but when does civil disobedience cross the line, or how do we ever know how much we should buck against law? Okay, so Media Matters and all these groups come out and say, Charlie Kirk says we should fight if the election doesn't go our way. So what do I mean by that? I mean that you have to not give up and continue to politically organize. I don't mean anything physical, any confrontation. That's complete nonsense. I have to say, the word fight is the most overused word in American politics, without a doubt. I overuse it. Democrats overuse it. I mean, you could have a montage of Joe Biden saying, we must fight for women's rights, or fight for this, or fight for reproductive freedom. And so when I mean by fight, I don't mean go into the streets. I simply mean that you do not give up. You continue to organize. You continue to rally. You do not give in to the predominant viewpoints around us. Okay, how about this? Frank here, who is a member at members.charliekirk.com. Charlie, what's the latest on FISA? It's very confusing for me to understand. Let's play this piece of tape here. We didn't get a chance to do this. This is Turning Point alumni Anna Paulina Luna on Newsmax. Let's play cut 124.
I think that in general, in discussing it amongst each other, and then also to knowing for a fact that this was the tool that really the Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Biden administrations used to spy on this president, we ensured that, that can't happen again. But not just that. I mean, it literally has been responsible and breached, I think, over 250,000 times, in addition to the fact that they actually had made carve-outs in this legislation for members of Congress, but not the general population, meaning that if you're a member of Congress, you'll be notified by the FBI nicely that you're being under surveillance, but if you're a normal person, that you're not. So that's completely unacceptable.
Anna Paulina is now throwing up a rare procedural hurdle. God bless her. This is Turning Point USA alum at its finest. Anna Paulina is an American hero. On FISA renewal, which will force another vote and delay sending the bill to the Senate. Can we applaud Anna Paulina Luna here? Let's play cut 125, please.
Something that's pretty rare, and we're just breaking this down right now, that they're going to have to go through. You're absolutely right. They passed the bill 273 to 147 here, but there was a motion made by Anna Paulina Luna, Republican from Florida, that's going to hold this up, and there's going to have to be another vote to kind of discharge this to get this over to the Senate. We don't see this very often. All that is a delaying tactic, but they have passed the bill. The bill is in fact passed, but they can't send it across to the Senate. Keep in mind that there is a deadline here in about a week and a half where the Senate has to sync up with the House, or the House has to align with the Senate to make sure that these programs don't go dark. But they have passed the bill today, 2-year reauthorization through 2026.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, your questions here. I want to just reiterate this. Anna Paulina Luna, being a Turning Point alumni, is almost single-handedly delaying the FISA bill. It is just a delay tactic, and it is not itself going to block the bill. So what is the latest? Speaker Johnson cast the tie-breaking vote. Now, Speaker Johnson's office reached out to us. They said, well, we weren't the tie-breaking vote. We voted early. Hold on a second. It doesn't matter if you voted early or voted late. You're Speaker of the House. You do not vote on these typically. If you would not have voted, we would have had a Fourth Amendment provision. They said they didn't whip votes, but you still voted for this. So why did you decide to vote against the United States Constitution and the Fourth Amendment? That is the most simple question I could ask. This is how the Constitution dies. It dies by a bunch of congressmen saying the Fourth Amendment, they got that wrong. That George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and John Jay and the beautiful, amazing founding of this country was incorrect. They weren't as smart as we are today. And I want to repeat cut 123, the abuses by the FBI, play cut 123.
This court document released just a few hours ago found that the FBI misused a popular digital surveillance tool on everyday Americans more than 278,000 times in 2020 going into 2021. We're specifically talking about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, also known as FISA. It gives the FBI and other agencies the ability to digitally surveil without a court order or a warrant. We now know the FBI used the tool on people connected to the civil unrest following the death of George Floyd on the streets of the United States, those involved in the January 6th Capitol attack, even political donors. According to the court, a redacted name or names, quote, conducted a batch query for over 19,000 donors to a congressional campaign.
19,000 donors to one campaign? So they spy on like every single donor to a congressional campaign. Good job, House Republicans. Really making a strong argument as to why we need to keep on giving you political power. Roughgreens.com, ruffgreens.com/Kirk. Check it out right now. Roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com/KIRK. So check it out right now. Rough Greens is amazing. So next time that Ernest Black has invested everything into bringing our dogs food to life. He created Rough Greens. Not a dog food is a natural supplement to help your dog consistent food. So the essential vitamins and minerals you need right here in America. You don't have to change your dog food. Just adding Rough Greens to your existing diet will be the best decision you ever made to improve your life. Go to ruffgreens.com/Kirk to try it out today. That is roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is roughgreens.com/Kirk. Email me directly through them at podcast. The final segment of the week is next.
The Bumper to Bumper Car Show is Saturday. Register your car and 100% of the proceeds benefit the Ronald McDonald House Charities. There will be tons of door prizes to win, and we'll also be there with a special edition of the Car and Truck Doctors Show, starting at 7 on 101.1 The Answer. Don't miss this year's car show, sponsored by Bumper to Bumper Auto Parts. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk.
He's back. Doc Washburn returns to the radio. Listen every Tuesday through Friday at 6 p.m. starting April 16th. The Doc Washburn Show on 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk.
So, thinking about climbing Pikes Peak? Yeah, well, you can get this radio station there too. TuneIn.com, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey.com. We're always on 101.1 The Answer.
Yeah, it's a radio station, Zach.
Welcome back. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. You know the best part about being surrounded is you can shoot in any direction. That's right, Brian. You've edited a couple Charlie Kirk Show podcasts before. Mikey doesn't know it. He just had his head down, was trying to think. The best. See, Brian, he's edited about. Do you do that on speed or you edit work on speed? Brian knows that on almost as much as well. But speaking of he's a tech. And I gotta be honest with you, we're getting all these questions here. I live to be let down by politicians. I don't like thinking that way. But albeit I was in expectation that FISA was going to pass.
Been at this all day.
But when there's an up or down vote to allow to say, hey, FBI, we're not going to win, and that failed, that is a gut punch. That is a gut punch.
Like this app for Flight Sim that like gives you the local radio stations based on where you're at on this.
And it fails just by
I'm
one
coming
vote.
up on
Speaker
Memphis,
the Speaker
Tennessee.
could have abstained from voting. If Speaker Johnson would have abstained from voting, we could have put an attachment of the amendment there. Speaker Johnson could have been a hero in this story. Just a little reminder. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported
which is entirely lawful and has survived every court challenge, is just astounding to me. There is no one in the community, in the intelligence community, who would support such a thing.
Did you hear what he said there? There's tons of people that support Hamas in our country. Why are they in our country? And that's because mass migration is an excuse for mass surveillance. How do you get mass surveillance? When you have a low-trust society. And we have a very low-trust society. In fact, Joe Biden outrageously came out today, and this is what Mike Johnson voted for. The Biggs Amendment is a threat to national security. The extreme amendment would impose dangerous limits on the ability of intelligence on key threats. Joe Biden is saying the U.S. Constitution is a threat to American national security. Now, do you want some hope? Usually that these righteous amendments, they fail in spectacular fashion. It was 212 to 212. And there are even some Democrats that are not willing to give the uniparty, the regime, unchecked authority to surveil Americans. Joe Biden continues, sections of 702, including U.S. person queries, are essential to identify and disrupt threats to our national security. Pause. Hold on. Joe Biden says the greatest threat to our national security is white Christian nationalism. White rural rage, white supremacy, domestic violent extremists, they say, that are all white political organizations. Are they going to use this to go after MAGA? They're using it today to go after the Trump movement at its core. And Joe Biden is pushing. Joe Biden is pushing. The Biggs Amendment is a threat to national security. The White House of the United States of America in year 2024 says that the Constitution is an impediment to keeping us safe. You cannot have both liberty and safety.
Open VR.
Joe Biden thinks the Fourth Amendment is a threat to national security, just like he believes that free speech is a threat to national security. I'm going to keep on arguing and advocating for the Fourth Amendment and the Constitution. I just wish our Republicans would do the same. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Shabbat Shalom, and we'll see you again on Monday. God bless.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-284-1204 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-284-1204. That's 800-284-1204. What do you have to lose? Call 800-284-1204. Again, 800-284-1204.
Hi, Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Step up your grilling game with our Solaire portable infrared grills. Our compact everywhere is a favorite of RVers and trailer pullers. Solaire infrared provides the quick sear for bar marks and texture needed to properly finish sous vide. Use a portable alongside your larger conventional grill to create an instant sear zone and more juicy and flavorful food. Learn more at BestHotGrill.com. Affordable, powerful, portable infrared grills at besthotgrill.com.
And paid for by America First Tax Groups.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic, creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Precision Garage.
Oh, great. Fucking thing cut it out of here.
Whether you need your garage door repaired, want a custom door designed, or need a new door now, Precision Garage Doors' highly trained technicians are standing by. We're open 24/7 for repairs. We've been proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. Schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com or call 800-DOOR-REPAIR.
Precision Garage Door. Garage doors done right.
Find us at 1011fmtheanswer.com. Download our apps. Stream us 24/7. KDXE, Little Rock, Chemic Village.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. On Wall Street, stocks are sinking after a mixed start to earnings reporting season. JP Morgan Chase fell after giving a forecast for a key source of income that fell below analyst estimates. The pressure is always on companies to produce better profits, but it's particularly acute now given worries that interest rates may stay high for a while. Worries about tensions in the Middle East are sending prices for oil and gold higher, while Treasury yields fall as investors are looking for safer places for their money. Also at townhall.com, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby says more trucks have been delivering aid to Gaza residents.
Over the last few days, we have seen more than 1,000 trucks get in. That is certainly welcome.
However, the UN says the surge of aid is being hampered due to persistent distribution difficulties. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is blocking a move to invite Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. On the Salem news program This Week on the Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who initiated that invitation, says Schumer's foot-dragging is unfortunate.
Right now, Israel is at war. Their very identity, their very existence is being threatened, and the idea that we would not roll out the red carpet and invite our close friend and ally to come and update the Congress on that, to me is unconscionable. I don't know what Chuck Schumer is doing with that. This should have been signed many days ago and sent. So we're trying to apply the pressure that's necessary to make sure that happens. I need his signature on the paper so that we can get that sent.
The full interview with Speaker Johnson heard on This Week on the Hill, premiering this weekend on many of these same stations. The Dow is down 563 points. More at townhall.com.
Our government has engorged itself on borrowed money. Now we are over $30 trillion in debt. If this bubble finally implodes, many Americans will be left penniless and heartbroken. For example, what happens if state and federal pension funds go broke? Or if 401ks and IRAs get cut in half due to hyperinflation? Hi, I'm Lance Wallnow, news analyst, best-selling author, and evangelical leader to millions of people just like you. People who understand something big is coming. Now's the time to prepare with a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. Precious metals are among the most proven hedges you can make. And they're even better inside a tax advantage account. To get a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and see why a gold IRA can help you. There are no strings attached, so just text FAITH to the number 989898 right now, and I pray you are blessed with continued prosperity.
A court in Argentina has declared Iran a terrorist state, guilty of a crime against humanity after finding it was behind 2 lethal attacks on Israeli and Jewish targets in Buenos Aires in the late 1990s.
The attack on the Israeli embassy in 1992 killed at least 29 people. The victims included Israeli diplomats, embassy staff, clergy, worshippers, children, and passers-by. 2 years later, when a van laden with bombs was driven into the building of the Jewish center, more than 85 people died. It was the worst atrocity ever perpetrated on Argentine soil. More than 500 were injured in the 2 attacks.
BBC correspondent Sanjay Dasgupta.
There's a speed trap
Divers
ahead.
in northern Italy recovering the last 2 bodies of workers killed by the explosion that collapsed and flooded several levels of an underground hydroelectric plant, bringing the death toll to 7. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. New York City police say a boat thief is in hot water. Tasha Stevens has more.
Police say a guy trying to steal boats was busted after he got stuck on the Hudson River. Police say Juan Hernandez tried to steal a decommissioned fireboat, but he couldn't get it started. Officials say he then jumped into the water, swam to a nearby sailboat, and tried to steal it as well. That plan didn't go anywhere because Hernandez couldn't get the sails up. He now faces several charges of grand larceny. Tasha Stevens reporting.
The departure has been pushed back. The ride-hailing companies Uber and Lyft say they will delay their planned exit from Minneapolis to July 1st. That's after city officials decided to push back the start of an ordinance that increases driver pay to the equivalent of the city's minimum wage. That is $15.57 per hour. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
If you can snap your fingers, you can find this radio station. So the next time you want to listen to us, your smartphone is now your smart radio. We're always on 101.1. The Answer. Here's your forecast on 101.1 FM. The Answer.
Sunny and warmer today with a high around 76 degrees. Still rather breezy though. And tonight's low not as chilly, just down to about 58. Low 80s expected both Saturday and Sunday. Still a little breezy this weekend. From the Channel 7 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Melinda Mayo.
This is 101.1. The Answer. Home to all the best shows. Listen anywhere on our app or at 101.1 FM. TheAnswer.com. 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock comes to talk. Watch the Dave Ellsworth Show live on Facebook, weekdays at 7 on 101.1 The Answer, where Little Rock.
But you're the devil.
There's
I
a
don't
speed
want to
trap
live
ahead.
without a woman's a woman.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right?
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Atwell Eye Care is hosting a free cataract lunch and learn Thursday the 18th at noon at their Abbott Road location. Learn about the latest technology in cataract surgery. Atwell Eye Care's cataract lunch and learn Thursday the 18th. RSVP at atwelleye.com.
This Saturday, turn your tax refund into a great vehicle at Perry Auctions. Cars, trucks, and many repos. Repos! Stretch your refund when you grab a repo this Saturday. Perry Auctions, 5300 Lockport Road. Details and pics at perryauctions.com. Doors open 8 a.m.
Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Available only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're looking for the most epic place on earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Oh, our attic is dusty.
Sweetie, it's our Zen den now.
Okay, let's chant. Yeah.
Oh, man, how did he miss that kick?
Okay, how long have you been watching the game?
Only since kickoff, so not that long if you think about it.
There's a speed trap ahead.
Just going to wait and see what happens. They prefer not, they don't have enough talent to give up years of draft capital. And they don't believe Daniel Jones is the kind of guy that can take them where they want to go privately. So here's my thing. If, let's say, Drake May falls to the Giants, and you're like, well, we think he's better than what we have, but he has holes. What would you do if you ran the Giants in one of these? J.J. McCarthy was available. Drake May was available. We know Penix and Bo Nix will be. So Caleb's off the board. Jaden's off the board. Would you go quarterback if the other guys are available?
Unless I firmly believe that this guy's going to be our quarterback for the next 10 years and that he can actually get us to where we need to go, and you're not hoping, you're not trying to sit in the room with the ahead of the draft and the pro personnel guys and the owners and convince yourself that he's better than Daniel Jones, because in that case it's a mistake. Yeah. You're going to spend $92 million on Daniel Jones. And you really lost Saquon Barkley because you made that decision with Daniel Jones. And they've spent a lot of money this offseason. They've spent the 7th most money of any team in the NFL, and there are other holes. And I really believe that Brian Daboll can get the most out of Daniel Jones.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And I think he'll do a good job with a rookie quarterback as well. But unless you have a firm conviction that the guy you're taking in that spot is not only going to be better than Daniel Jones now, but he's going to be there for the next 10 years and gives you a chance to win a championship. Otherwise, it's probably going to end up getting Brian fired because there's going to be tremendous pressure to play that guy, and he's probably not going to to be ready. And when
yesterday morning we started just off of San Antonio, Texas.
And ownership's going to look at it and say we spent a lot of money on this player, and now we had to go take another guy with the 6th pick in the draft. They start to question the decision making. So I would say, if anything, draft the best player to either help Daniel Jones or push back and get more firepower to improve the overall team.
Well, you know New England well. I've made the argument that if you move down in the draft and just go get skill players and draft capital, and then if your team is that young, if you hit on 7 or 8 draft picks, then go pay for a free agent quarterback next year, because I don't believe even Caleb Williams could succeed with this lack of playmakers. I think you have, for me, there's 2 quarterbacks I love, and then everything else is really situational. And I think Jaden Daniels is going to work with Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, he's had that kind of player before. I think Caleb's going to work. The Bears are a much better situation. After that, it's where you land. Whoever goes to Minnesota with Kevin and those raw weapons will do fine. But I look at New England and I'm like, boy, I could really be talked in if I was Robert Kraft. Move down, get picks, get faster, and let's just go to the free agent market next year. Is that crazy?
No, I don't think it's crazy, but it's a little bit like they say, you should never go shopping hungry. And right now, New England is hungry for a quarterback, and they've got Jacoby Brissett, and he's got 18 wins, and they've got Bailey Zappi, and he's got 4 wins. So there's not a lot there, and the fan base is looking for the answer to who's going to be the next Tom Brady. But, but
check out my screen.
You're right again. If there's not the conviction in that spot, either trade back and try to build the roster and maybe pick up another number one for next season, and understand that this is a transitional year, and it may not be what everybody wants to hear and what everybody wants to see in New England, because they're used to so much success for so long. But there are a lot of things that have to get better. So to bring another quarterback in there, they just did that with a rookie quarterback.
I have this media player where it gets the local radio stations, depending where I'm at in
again, that you don't know.
It's like since I'm near Memphis, Tennessee, it's getting all the local
that he can be the
Memphis,
guy.
Tennessee stations.
To me, it's just trying to win the press conference as opposed to trying to win long term.
All right, here's Tom Brady on a podcast. I want you to listen to this from a guy you know well. Here's Tom Brady.
Let's say one day there's a
What's up?
Right? Maybe it's the 49ers, head to the playoffs, defense is great. God forbid somebody goes down. Would you pick up that phone?
Gotcha.
I'm not opposed to it. If they would, I don't know if they would let me if I become an owner in the NFL team, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm always going to be.
Am I still a hub manager for ATL, or was that switched over to Ryan?
I don't know if they let me, but I would.
Gotcha.
All right, Eric. What do you mean?
I think it said KBV, BVK, right?
I thought it was going to happen last year.
Or BKV.
I thought he was going to play for the 49ers last season. And
That's
I
fine.
certainly felt that if someone needed him late, he would have answered that call last season. And it couldn't be more clear. The fact that he's putting it out there, that he could do it, he'll be ready to do it, he'll be open to do it.
Yeah, I saw that.
About as clear a message as he can send to any team that's interested, that he's ready. And you know, he's got to be sitting there watching Joe Flacco last year and think, I can do this, and I can do this at a really high level, and I've got the opportunity to maybe go win another Super Bowl if I get with the right team. I thought it was so interesting when he brought up the Patriots. I mean, can you ever imagine if he went back to New England and they had a ton of success and it wasn't with Bill, and what kind of controversy and debates that would create?
The two that jump out to me are both in the NFC North. So between Kevin O'Connell and those weapons and that left tackle tight end run game, if Sam Darnold,
It looks a lot different compared to the other site we
I can
used.
see absolutely Kevin O'Connell saying, listen, I got J.J. McCarthy. He's not ready to play. Tom, I'm going to have this kid watch it for a year. Or if Jared Goff with that thing. The Detroit team's got about 2 years until they have
I've
to
seen
pay the
that.
roster. They're not paying him.
Thanks.
I can see if Jared Goff got banged up, like, you want to come play. So, I mean, to me, I think people...
It's up to you, I
This
mean.
is not Drew Brees or Peyton Manning or Marino.
I noticed something, with the there was a select aircraft section. I remember where it was. Right here. Aircraft transfer, I was looking at these. Are these like for the ones we're using, or are these just templates?
People forget about Thomas. It was never about mobility with him. That was the last thing that was known in terms of his game.
I would say that I'm so used to TVM, like.
And to bring in someone like Tom with his level of not just experience, but winning to a team that's really good and balanced, you've got a real shot at that point. He is a legitimate answer to a problem for a good team, especially late in the season.
Eric Mangini. You're going to be on First Things First today. You're in the studio. Right?
Yeah.
So you'll be,
I am. I'm in the studio, yes.
All right, good luck. Good luck on that show. They're a little crazy. They're a little more sedated here.
Have fun this weekend.
All right. Thanks. Yeah, you know, that's interesting. Brock Purdy has another elbow issue.
What the hell is going on with my flight?
You know what? I never root against anybody. But if Brady took control of that organization and won a trophy, would you then acknowledge? Here comes Brady off the senior tour, grabs the clubs and wins the Masters. Wouldn't you be acknowledged now? Okay.
So 47-year-old Tom Brady takes control of the organization. Brock Purdy was just what, caddy for Debo Samuel and everybody.
Honestly, it's really just a TBM. That's as far as what I fly. The TBM, TBM 930.
He put it out there for the league to hear it. Tom is
930.
He also had a smile on his face. He wants to help this barber go viral. I'm assuming that's a barber, right?
Yep.
So I mean,
I believe it's called. I believe the brand is or the manufacturer is called Dahir or something like that.
I'd take the call. Aren't you kind of putting yourself out there?
Listen, I love it here. If Barkley and Shaq said, man, McIntyre, we like the cut of your gym. I take the call. What am I doing? I take the call from them. I take a call.
I seen you had yeah, let's say the Airbus. Not bad.
It's fortitude, all the things that matter, right? That's what Steeple, Midwest based, St. Louis based.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 East. Follow signs for Memphis, Nashville.
You hear that?
Planning for retirement, saving for college?
Yeah, look at this. I actually got this working.
As a client, you'll have access to award-winning equity research and investment strategy views.
Got ya.
It's your money.
Keep left to stay on I-40
Make
East.
informed decisions. You earned it. Find a financial advisor. 130 years of doing it the right way.
Continue on I-40 East for 7 miles.
STIFEL.com. Saving for college, planning retirement. Steeple, Nicholas and Company Incorporated. Member SIPC of the New York Stock Exchange.
You know, the biggest reason people don't invest is because it's too complicated. Crazy. You'd rather have the cash sitting in the bank, earning less money, than use it. So you're not saving or investing. You're losing money month after month. It's depressing. If you're looking for an investment you don't have to check 10 times a day, Noble Gold Investments is your answer. Precious metals are simple, and Noble Gold Investments understands them. You'll get a dedicated American expert who will run you through your options and be your personal contact whenever you get in touch. No call centers, no hassle. Just simple, straightforward, and real. This month, Noble Gold Investments is giving a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin with every qualifying IRA investment. Just use the promo code GOLD. Go to NobleGoldInvestments.com now. NobleGoldInvestments.com. And if that's not a reason to put your money somewhere else, we don't know what is. This performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
DC? No. Yeah, I know. It's like
There's a speed trap ahead.
Doesn't work in the NBA. Maybe that's why
yeah.
the NBA has lost half.
It's got like the wheel on the back.
Since Michael Jordan.
The single smaller wheel on the back and then the 2 wheels on the front.
Same data, they play the exact same.
Yeah.
Kind of boring.
Yeah.
Dumps and threes, that's it. The American audience told you. Men's and women's college basketball. You like some old school stuff. Zach Edey's not the same player.
Yeah, I've seen that.
He's not. He's a better finisher. He's in better shape. He's more relentless. I mean, how many players...
Do you see this, by the way?
Bill Walton, Ralph Sampson.
Do you see this, by the way?
It says something, doesn't it?
No, do you see this?
We just don't want everything to be a 3 or a dunk.
This is The Herd.
And the story of today...
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
I'm Gary York,
yep.
Service Director at Lexus in Memphis. Our service department wants to be
about to cross Mississippi River into Tennessee.
Windshield replacement, recalibration of your camera and sonar systems, even wheel repair, tire replacement, all the things you would expect.
What's cool about this truck mod though?
Please check out
pull that back up on my other monitor. Oh, now I'm in a photogrammetry area. That's good.
Or if you'd like to do it in person, please reach out to one of our associates.
Look at look at all the different payloads you can have with this truck. It's all labeled cargo boxes.
It's called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of...
Then you have the driver and tech, which driver would be me, and then tech to my right is that.
The timeshare cancellation. The ugly truth is, when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had
I know, right?
go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane.
Look at that, Mississippi River.
Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends.
I'm on Flight Sim.
If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel
Kirschbach.
Call for your free information.
You remember him?
Welcome to Tennessee.
That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
We're going abroad for the first time in years.
He crashed a plane.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
What, on Flight Sim?
You can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with
No,
control in mind.
Patrick said he crashed a plane.
To have conversations in
Presumably on Flight Sim.
Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Yo, Mark, long time no see. You still
why
down
it's
at
doing
Dyer's?
this.
Well, I'm not down at Dyer's. I'm out at Carville, Historic Town Square. When'd you move out there? We've been out there for about 13 years. We've got the shops, the park, we got the train the kids like to play on. You still cooking those burgers the old-fashioned way? Man, we're still flattening out those hamburger balls on a slab of marble and skillet frying them the old-fashioned way like they've been doing for 100 years.
You ever been to Memphis before, Kirsch?
Man, they're fantastic.
When you were on the road?
Right. I loved those milkshakes. Please tell me you're still doing those. Man, we are hand dipping those shakes, putting them in the old glass in the shake tin, served the old-fashioned way.
Do you know the pyramid? Yeah, just past that. When you cross the Mississippi River, it's like right there.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 East.
They're so good, you'll suck the show. Go see my buddy Mark at Dyer's Cafe in Collierville's historic town square.
So you on X-Plane or FS?
Has been covering the Memphis sports scene with great sports talk throughout the day. The voice
of Stay on I-40 East
brings you Wallow and Friends from 10 to 11 Monday through Friday. Dave will keep you in the know with what's going on with the Tigers and be joined by...
Yeah, it's got its pros and cons. I have X-Plane 12 and I didn't play much of that.
For Wallow and Friends from 10 to 11 right here on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
I don't know if you could tell, but like, do you hear the do you hear the tire rolling sound? A little bit. I don't know if you could tell, but you hear the tire rolling sound a little bit.
Live from the Ohio State spring game. Did you read that Ohtani stuff? I went home last night, read more on that stuff. That's a sad story, man. What's that? What's that body language?
I still feel bad for Ohtani. I feel terrible for him. 16 mil? This guy was just a degenerate. So it appears he was like buddies with him, close friends, interpreter for 3 years. And at some point in 2021, he decided, I'm going to just start stealing money and gamble that away. I'm very curious what happened. Maybe he just saw up close. This guy Ohtani's loaded. He's not going to notice if I just start taking.
Well, you start money and sex makes people validate bad decisions, and for men, and your ego, your id gets involved, and I don't. That to me, that's sociopathic. You could do that. The fact that
how's it going, Southwest?
Is discouraging. I couldn't do it to anybody.
Just so you know, I'm talking on Discord as well to some buddies of mine.
Remember, he's hanging out.
In case you're wondering who I'm talking to.
There are guys doing this all over. There are guys hitting on buddies' wives. There are sociopaths among us. They're all over the place. I mean, there's a lot of, I think 99% of the people are good people. But there are people that are, I mean, my wife sat on a plane.
It's a truck.
And she sat next to a sociopath. Was screaming at people on the plane because she touched his bag. No, like, got out of, she's like...
Box truck.
I don't know him, like, crazy town. Because somebody touched his bag. It was a nice bag. And just went ballistic on, like, airline workers. There's people out there that they'll justify behavior, justify criminal behavior just because they feel they're important and they're, hey, it's no big deal for you. You see it all over society. Thank God it's a small... Most people are very decent. Most people would be gutted by this. But what he's doing, I have seen pro athletes and entertainers robbed by agents and allies my whole life. De Niro, Billy Joel, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Kareem. You're smart guys, people that know what they're doing, robbed by allies.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with just entitlement. For the first time in my lifetime, I had someone this week threaten to take me to court over something. And I said, I mean, this is it. Are you speaking like English? Does this make sense? Like, people are just crazy and just think they're entitled to do a bunch of stuff. I was like, I don't know. I feel bad for Ohtani. I don't know how he's handling this.
J-Mac with the news.
Turn on the news. This
What
is
the?
the Herd Line News.
Start with the Houston Texans blockbuster offseason, adding Stephon Diggs. Remember, they got to the playoffs last year. C.J. Stroud went off. Now they're trying to build a contender. While Hannah...
Yeah, I think it's a podcast. That's what most of these stations have been all day, is just podcasts.
We've seen their win total spike.
Honestly, it's better to... Yeah.
I thought they'd pull back a little, but they've made more.
Like, all these stations I've been listening to throughout all day, like, have been all podcasts. It just seems like there's more podcast stations nowadays than, like, actual music stations.
I'm sure it's somewhere, but we had said, because we have a guy on the staff, Greg, that's from...
But I guess on the plus side, too, it saves me from getting copyright claims up the ass on the YouTube stream.
Dalton Schultz. It's not an 8. You didn't get Travis Kelce, but very productive tight end. And they just started adding guys, and you're like, God, it's the Houston Texans. And then their draft, and you're like, oh, they hit a couple of home runs, and this offseason again. Like, it's people don't win by osmosis or coincidence. Like, the Houston Texans now have a very sharp GM, a great coach, a great coordinator, and a star quarterback. They're not doing it. It's not a matter of the AFC South being weak. They hit on several key things. And the other thing that jumps out to me when the Texans grow is Nick Casario was in New England. Why were their drafts so damn bad for the last 6 years? He goes to Houston, and they're questioning.
Joe Rogan. I wish.
Belichick usurped some of his power and had too much of it. Because New England was awful at the draft. Same guy leaves, go to Houston, and they're terrific in the draft.
Okay, but, and this, we'll never know the answer to this, but how much of it was just luck that C.J. Stroud fell to them? And Carolina picked the right guy. Now, if C.J. Stroud goes to Carolina, I mean,
but it's not
I don't know.
It's not luck, because they also hit on the coordinator and the coach and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz. Luck is Powerball. This isn't luck. Were they fortunate that they got C.J. Stroud? But the reason C.J. Stroud, then they also, by the way, traded up for Will Anderson, if you recall.
And at the time, people were like, you're trading up for a defensive end. And I think it was Arizona had their pick, and people were like, oh, Arizona's going to have 2 top 5 pick next year. I said that myself. It wasn't, it just looked like this morning.
So what's your next flight for?
All these new faces and bodies. And
from Miami.
Joe Mixon, you saw on that list. Stephon Diggs. Young quarterback. How is that super?
Gotcha.
Is everything going to go together nicely? And that's a tall order for a young head coach, D'Amico. That's a very difficult one, is it not?
I think.
I wonder where I should do my first flight at.
Because they won their division.
I don't know if I want to fly out of Detroit and go to like Tampa, or start from Tampa and then like go from there.
Aaron Rodgers will be healthy. Once again,
Gotcha. Yeah.
They just got smart guys. I know there's a lot of people out there that think success is luck. Houston is.
So do we still use the smart cards or whatever it was called?
People making really smart moves. Do you know that they reached out to me? This is people that do their.
You have to help me set that up sometime.
Safety, Kyle Hamilton, at my house. Because he was on a podcast network. The Houston Texans saw it, literally reached out to me.
Gotcha.
Like, hey, do you got 5 minutes? What were your interpretations of him as a human being? So I wrote him an email on the.
Yeah, because I have to reinstall the Smart Cards app. And along with the FSU IPC, I believe is what it's called.
You spent 35 minutes with him. What were your interpretations? They just wanted information from any source, and I was like, that's real. Because I've had people on this show. If
Could
I
be.
had somebody, I had a quarterback, and I had somebody reach out and say, what was he like off the air?
FSU IPC is more or less a framework or API for like abroad different things. like wide variety of different things.
I think that's where the betting value is. Here's a hot take.
Not just for like the smart cards app, I know other things use it too, like virtual ATCs and such.
You know, I think Jacksonville now with Trevor Lawrence is healthy in Houston. No, that division's no longer. It's don't confuse it with the NFC South.
Well, last year it was Bills and Dolphins in the AFC East. I think both will miss the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I think what I'll end up doing is take this truck all the way to Detroit and then fly from Detroit down to Florida. I think in the TBM I should be able to go all the way down to Tampa in one go, but if not, I might have to play it safe and stop at Atlanta, get fueled up, and then fly the rest of the way.
By the way, the best Cadillac on the streets. Well, you could say that about C.J. Stroud. That, I mean, look at all the great players he played with. At some point, we think J.J. McCarthy's talented. I do not see what everybody else sees in terms of, like, superstar, but what do I know? I think there's two quarterbacks that feel different. Caleb Williams would succeed almost anywhere, and I think Jaden Daniels is really good. Really consistently good. After that, whoever lands in Minnesota has a strong likelihood, whoever it is, they'll succeed. And if Sean Payton gets a guy, I think Sean Payton and Kevin O'Connell, Denver and Minnesota.
Man, look at how his looks with the photogrammetry on.
Ended up with just an average coach or a defensive.
You know what my takeaway from this is the Athletic was talking to a GM who's like over 65 years old because nobody references Cadillacs anymore. It's all about the Lambo, the McLaren.
Oh, that's a good point.
The real car. So who are the old in the league? I'll siphon through that at the next commercial break and get back.
How's the roads not bumpy? Just join the Flight Sim Discord that I have in the description.
They lose Kirk Cousins to the Falcons, and they're sitting at
respond to someone's question.
And their GM spoke about why Minnesota sees plenty of great options in this quarterback class.
There's multiple guys that you're in love with.
In half a mile, keep left.
TBM 930, yeah.
Follow signs for Nashville.
If you get them at a certain value,
it could be labeled as TBM 9, but you might want to double check.
Skill set wise, if you're talking about ability to overcome context, well, if the guy's got less ability, but we have assets to go get some.
Yeah, it's got like
those things add up too.
Keep left to stay on I-40 East.
I don't know how to describe it. I know it's got like the newer modern style like cockpit with the display panels and such.
Continue on I-40 East for 14 miles.
Holy crap, the GPS is lagging.
By the way, he kind of disappeared.
It was a good timing. They move off Kirk Cousins. They dump Madison, the backup to Dalvin Cook. They know you can just plug in a guy, Ty Chandler, whoever. I'm not as excited about them as you are this season. Going forward, yes, but
in 2 miles, use the second from the right lane to take exit 13AB for Walnut Grove Road.
Green Bay's titles, but they remind me a lot of Kansas City pre-Mahomes. I always thought of them as a tough team, good at home. So I grew up in the 70s. They were great for years.
Yeah.
Purple people eaters.
Grant Tarkenton, Alan Page. I mean, Ahmad Rashad.
Yep.
I mean, they were just great. They were always good.
All I remember is Dante Culpepper, Randy Moss.
Sounds about right.
Those teams were nasty.
Yeah.
I think 15-1.
Like, it's just one of those things where, you know, you
look GPS almost... GPS almost fucked me over again.
Or Mahomes goes to Minnesota, not Kansas City.
Because this the photogrammetry is out of date from today's imagery.
They move off Stephon Diggs, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Osborne.
So like the exits here were kind of off.
A quarter mile, merge on I-40 East.
God, it's lagging like hell.
J-Mac with the news.
Well, that's the news.
And thanks for stopping by.
The herd line news.
It's almost like, and I know I go old school here, and it really bothers J-Mac, but when the Golden State Warriors got great, I'll give you a great example. So I grew up in the 70s is when I fell in love with sports. Well, the Warriors were great. They had Rick Barry and Jeff Mullen and Al Attles and Clifford Ray and I think Keith Wilkes. I'm just throwing guys out there. But they were really, really good. And it was an incredible basketball city. And then they were bad for it. But the city still loved the Warriors. So when you watch the Warriors now, it's easy to say the fans are bandwagon fans. But I always thought it was for years and years, like Chicago. I go to watch the Bulls twice in the last month. The place is sold out. The team's not any good. Chicago's a very good. I grew up with the Bulls. years and years and years. When in the 70s, they had like Bob Love, and they just, Michael took a really good fan base and
DTW.
exploded for 10, 12 years. And that's what Steph Curry's done. There are a lot of cities out there that are great cities, but they've been poorly owned or poorly run. And so, you know, I mean, like when you look at the Cleveland Browns, when have they not loved the NFL? They've always, my entire life, the Browns have been one of the top 5 fan bases in the league. They've had a lot of bad owners. It's not their fault. After a long day, breaking down the game, you want a hot shower to unwind, but what happens? Somebody did 2 loads of laundry.
Oh yeah, by the way, Kirsch, did you ever end up joining the place in Discord that I had?
They're a game changer. They only heat water when you need water.
All
so
good.
Spotlight comfort never runs out. Doesn't matter if your kids came home from practice, showered, doing laundry. Doesn't matter. 15-year limited warranty. Because they only heat water at the right times, you save on your water bill. Not as clunky and don't take up the space of traditional water tanks. A slam dunk. Also local rebates, save $100 or $2 there. Web address simple, tanklessmadesimple.com, tanklessmadesimple.com. It's Navien. Water bill goes down, more space, warranties. Always hot water when you need it. Navien. The secret to getting endless hot water at home. Go tankless with Navien. Navien tankless water heaters provide endless hot water for spa-like comfort. How? They heat water on demand, right when you need it, instead of wasting energy by storing it in a tank, which means you get instant hot water that never ever runs out. Right now, save hundreds on Navien tankless water heaters with local rebates. It's easy. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com. 36,000, the number of businesses which have upgraded to the #1 cloud financial system, NetSuite by Oracle. 25. NetSuite just turned 25. That's 25 years of helping businesses streamline their finances and reduce costs. Because your unique business deserves a customized solution. That's NetSuite. Learn more when you download NetSuite's popular Key Performance Indicators checklist absolutely free at netsuite.com/herd, netsuite.com/herd. The winner in this is also
Colin Cowherd.
If Zach Edey doesn't work in the NBA, maybe that's why the NBA has lost half its audience since Michael Jordan retired. Every team in the NBA uses the same analytics, the same data, they play the exact same way. Aesthetically, kind of boring, dumbs and threes, that's it. The American audience told you. Men's and women's college basketball. We like some old school stuff. Zach Edey's not the same player he was a year ago. He's not. He's a better finisher. He's in better shape. He's more relentless. I mean, how many players have won multiple Naismiths? Bill Walton, Ralph Sampson, Zach Edey. It says something, doesn't it? We like basketball. We just don't want everything to be a 3 or a 4.
This is the Herd.
And the story out
Take Tennessee 177 South ramp, then use the left lane to take the ramp to Tennessee 177 North.
Smoke, bake,
Use the left lane to take the ramp to Tennessee 177 North, then turn right onto Tennessee 177 North.
Replacing expensive grills that cannot match the flavor of the big green egg. Ready to cook in only 10 to 15 minutes.
Turn right onto Tennessee 177 North, North Germantown Parkway, then turn left onto Rock Creek Parkway.
Change your at-home cooking experience for life. Go to
Turn left onto Rock Creek Parkway, then make a U-turn at Talmadge Place.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early, so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts, so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go
For the dot here?
for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones.
Yeah, it ain't bad.
Attention business owners, are you looking for working capital to fuel your growth in 2024? At Lency, we help you reach your goals with fast, easy funding solutions tailored for all your business needs. At Lenseek.com, a simple no-cost application gives you full access to nearly 100 lenders, and our high approval rates mean instant approvals for larger amounts and better terms. Whether your business needs funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll...
Take the next left, then turn right.
LendSeek provides revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. And you'll love our one-on-one concierge service. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with an average monthly revenue of $20,000, you can receive business funding
in 1,000 feet, turn left.
No collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how to use the funds, regardless of your personal credit score. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
5-Ash Roofing is what we do. Roofing and siding, gutters too. We're the pros you can trust to get done right. Call on us. 5-Ash Roofing, the name to know. 5-Ash Roofing, the only way to go. 5-Ash Roofing, it's what we do. 5-Ash Roofing.
Is that not the corniest thing you've ever heard? Can you believe I paid good money for that silly jingle? Well, the experts say make it memorable, and I think I got my money's worth. 5-Ash Roof Services, proud partner of the Memphis Tigers and the official roofer of the Tigers home team. 5-Ash Roofing, 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
5-Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
For over 25 years, Sports 56 has been covering the Memphis sports scene with great sports talk throughout the day. For the drive home, it's Memphis sports radio veteran Brett Stats Norsworthy and Bryant Dacus bringing you Sports Time on Sports 56 from 3 to 6. Bryant and Stats will get you up to speed on the big stories happening each day and get you ready for what's happening each night while talking with great guests. Join Brett and Bryant for Sports Time from 3 to 6 on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM.
It's music time. Broadcasting live from Los Angeles.
It's a wonderful thing.
And we're back. Back to the herd.
It is time to come clean with my audience.
With Colin Cowherd.
Tomorrow on Fox, catch Ohio State's annual Scarlet and Gray game, where Coach Ryan Day and the Buckeyes begin a pivotal season and look to rise to the top of college football once again. It all kicks off at noon Eastern on Fox.
So outside of the NFL, every sport in America is overwhelmingly dependent on who is winning. In college football, Michigan got really great last year. Michigan has a massive national fan base. The ratings went up. The Big Ten this year, adding Washington and USC and Oregon, popular programs, UCLA. The ratings for the Big Ten, the people upstairs are indicating it'll pop 50.
Someone in the chat was like running over all the squished cars.
Serena is hard to replace. Roger Federer, hard to replace. John McEnroe, hard to replace. So almost all sports, outside of maybe in England, the English Premier League, they're going to watch Liverpool regardless. And in the NFL,
I sent it to you the other day. Did it expire or something?
NBA, we were just talking during the break. What if the Warriors and Lakers both don't get in? Steph, AD, LeBron, Draymond Green. Villains or not, those are big names in the West. People don't know OKC yet. Now, OKC is really good. But people don't really follow Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert and Edwards like Steph and LeBron. That's why it's really important that the Knicks with Jalen Brunson are playing great basketball. Like, it's really important for the NBA because after Boston, Milwaukee's not driving a number. And so it's interesting to me this weekend, you're getting into a situation that play-in tournament, I mean, if LeBron gets launched out and Steph Curry, now I tend to believe the Warriors are more valuable than LeBron at this point because I think the Warriors' style of play, they've got the beloved Steph Curry and the villain Draymond.
If you ever want to,
I don't think LeBron's necessarily.
If you ever want to promote your
but AD is not, he's not
thing, you
driving
can in the Discord.
I do think if the Warriors get bounced in the playoffs, it is bad for the NBA. If the Lakers get bounced and the Warriors make a surge,
give me a minute.
Yourself. Steph Curry to me drives a bigger rating than anybody in the sport. Any franchise, any player, including LeBron, it's driven by Steph Curry. His style of play is more fun than LeBron, taking wild shots. It's like Caitlin Clark at Iowa. It's nothing against Iowa or women's college basketball. Caitlin Clark drove those numbers. Her games got huge numbers, and then the game that followed right after got huge numbers. You take Caitlin out, it's not the same TV rating. So it's interesting. At the end of the year, you got everybody in the league playing tonight and Sunday. It does matter who gets into these NBA playoffs. By the way, speaking of Karl Anthony Towns and the New York Knicks, so we know that all stars are not the same in the NBA. So the Timberwolves, Karl Anthony Towns is coming back. He's been hurt. They're actually a better team statistically when he was out. They play faster. They hit more threes. Minnesota offensively was a better team. Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers without Cat. Points per game, assists per game, fast break points, especially fast break points. They're a faster team without Karl Anthony Towns. What does this mean? Teams like the Warriors and Knicks that are looking for a big who can score, Minnesota is looking at this thinking, we already got a big. This is an Ant Edwards team. We can move off this. We are in a weird way, the injury has let Minnesota get a real view of this club without their second big. My take is they'll move off if the Knicks and Warriors or somebody calls. Julius Randle's also interesting. So he's out, and the Knicks have been great without him. And so if you look at Julius Randle, his price tag, and what he historically has done in the playoffs, he disappears in the playoffs. He's a guy that plays with heavy effort, big minutes, heavy effort. That's great for the regular season. But if you go look at his playoff career average, he's a very average player. 17 a game, 34% from the floor, too many turnovers. So the Knicks, similarly, Julius Randle has a market. Karl Anthony Towns has a market. But both the Knicks and the T-Wolves have gotten a little bit of a break. They have watched their team without really good players who they're probably privately wondering about moving, and their teams are fine without him. The Knicks now run more of their plays through Jalen Brunson. He's on fire. He's great. I mean, Luka got in the way of him. It looks like Julius Randle a little bit gets in the way of Jalen Brunson. So Luka and Jalen. So I'm watching Jalen Brunson last night, and I've watched him live here recently. This kid is, next to Ewing, to me, he is the Knicks. This is the best Knicks star in a long time. So Karl Anthony Towns leaves Minnesota. They actually play at a faster pace. They're a little better offensively. Julius Randle leaves the Knicks. You think you lose this and that and this. But in the playoffs, there's an argument. They'll be less reliant on him, won't have to create shots for him, and it'll be more Jalen Brunson's team. So just things to think about. I don't know. I think Karl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle, especially Karl Anthony Towns, there are teams out there that need a 20-point a game, 22-point a game big. Warriors do, Knicks do, among others. All right, Tom Brady said on a podcast, J-Mac is downplaying it, but I do think certain athletes, when they become like cottage industries, they're strategic. They put stuff out there. LeBron, I've seen do it. I've seen Brady do it. It's not a bad thing. They put stuff out there. So Brady put it out there on a podcast. Hey, if somebody calls, I'll take the call. Well, he wouldn't say it twice. Tom's no dummy. He wouldn't say it twice. He's looking around at Joe Flacco and thinking. Anyway, Eric Mangini, who coached around Brady for years, his thoughts on what Tom said.
The fact that he's putting it out there, that he could do it, he'll be ready to do it, he'll be open to do it. To me, that's about as clear a message as he can send to any team that's interested, that he's ready. And you know, he's got to be sitting there watching Joe Flacco last year and think, I can do this, and I can do this at a really high level, and I've got an opportunity to maybe go win another Super Bowl if I get with the right team. And the thing that people forget about Tom is it was never about mobility with him. That was the last thing that was known in terms of his game. So as he gets older, that's never been something that's hurt the way that he's been able to produce.
Do you think the league's better with Brady in next year? I do. I think it's more fascinating. I think we're in the story business. He goes to a Minnesota or San Francisco. Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm not going to answer that, but let me push back on this. If he's not opposed to a late season return, why didn't he call the Jets when Aaron Rodgers went down?
Because he doesn't want to play with a team with a defensive coach and a terrible O-line. That's a terrible place to go. There is an absolute truth. Old quarterbacks need good O-lines, which why the Niners to me is not the best fit. It would be Jared Goff goes down Detroit. Kirk Cousins gets hurt Atlanta. Those are great O-lines.
Well, wait a minute. Atlanta had no quarterback last year anyway. Why didn't he just go there? Come on.
Because it wasn't his first choice. Maybe he's waiting for the Niners. Jets is a bad O-line.
Well, it was bad. It's now better. Morgan Moses added. Tyron Smith.
Let me ask
they
you
got
this.
the guard from Baltimore. They're going to draft the guy.
Okay.
It's going to.
On this show, had you ever mentioned Morgan Moses before this?
We often don't talk right tackles, but sometimes I like to get in the trenches.
Okay.
Colin, no, actually we do talk tackle during the gambling NFL season. You know offensive line matters.
We love Lane Johnson. For the record, Lane, we love you.
Yeah, and just for the record, Jets have the best roster in the AFC East, and that's undeniable. You cannot even push back against that. Go ahead, let's see the depth chart for the Dolphins. There's holes all over the place.
I do not want to take the audience through this nonsense.
But you'll talk 70s NBA with them, right? Okay.
You can't tell me that America isn't riveted when I bring up Jack Sikma. You can't.
I know Jack Sikma because he played in the 80s. I know a little bit of 80s. Yeah.
Okay. The 70s NBA just didn't have a dynasty, but it's when the NBA was reborn.
Didn't have a dynasty. Did they have a TV deal? I mean, they were on tape delay, bro. Come on. Jeez.
You forget. You think the 70s, the 70s and today has a lot. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches were great then, they're great now. We didn't have FaceTime, the distractions, all the silly apps. It was the same place. You loved your kids, you got to work.
Listen,
You
I'm
put
going
in
to
the
pull back
hours.
the curtain a little bit here. You're a big FaceTime guy. Every time I'm hanging out with you, you're on FaceTime.
No, FaceTime's the greatest invention outside of television.
Bash it here.
No,
FaceTime's
I'm not.
good.
It's a little distracting, but it's the second best invention of my life to television. And I'm not talking medical inventions. I'm saying tech that we use. I don't need Zoom. I could live without
How about
Zoom.
air conditioning?
Well, again, I've never lived in Mobile,
What's
Alabama.
up?
I've yes, air conditioning made the South more viable with factories. Arizona's livable. Yes, I know that.
Well, Arizona, I thought
What?
Yeah.
DTW to Tampa?
In my life and in my reality, TV FaceTime.
Gotcha. I mean, yeah, I probably could. I'd just have to top out at fuel.
If you like where Mercedes-Benz has been, you're going to love where they're going. A full range of EVs
Gotcha.
now available at your local dealer. Mercedes-Benz is turning electric completely on its head. Experience the all-electric EQB, a versatile luxury SUV that can seat as many as 7. The brilliantly advanced and superbly equipped EQE SUV, positively alive with groundbreaking technology. The inspired EQE, the electric sedan with energizing comfort
In
features
400
that
feet,
reach
turn left
Oh,
on
yeah.
North Germantown
Sure.
Parkway.
capable EQS SUV, a vehicle that takes luxury
Do you hear this?
places they've never been before, and of course, the
Listen to how this truck
EQS,
starts.
the flagship of all EVs, delivering the Mercedes electric experience on a truly epic scale.
That's how
the
it's-
vehicles
that's
are
how
all
the engine
electric.
turns
The
off.
feeling's all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Test drive a Mercedes-Benz electric model today at your local dealer or learn more at MBUSA.com.
Yeah.
Greens at Augusta will soon host golf's greatest players in DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top.
Turn left onto North Germantown Parkway, then turn right onto the I-40 East ramp.
$5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets with any golf bet. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and the code is HERD, H-E-R-D. New customers bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or in West
Turn
Virginia,
right onto
visit
the I-40 East ramp.
1-800-GAMBLER.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call
In a quarter mile, merge on I-40 East.
or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.co/MMA for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and
Guns, guns, and more guns. Over 700 firearms in stock. Home defense guns, old guns, new guns, used guns, big guns, little guns. Every gun you can think of, Classic Arms has them. All brands like Glock, Sig, Colt, Ruger, Smith & Wesson, Browning, Beretta, Benelli. Used guns, big guns, little guns. Every gun you can think of, Classic Arms has them.
Continue on I-40 East for 7 miles.
Browning, Beretta, Benelli, Remington, Winchester, and more. Guaranteed.
Gotta head back up to Michigan.
Gun importer in the Mid-South. Free gun
inspections and appraisals, and free bore sighting for the upcoming deer season. Shop online at classicarmsofmemphis.com or visit Classic Arms at 1740 Germantown Parkway behind
What's up, AC?
in Cordova.
Looking for sports in all the wrong places? Try the Owner's Box Sports Bar and Grill in Lakeland Town Square. Fun, friendly, exciting, and comfortable with wall-to-wall TVs for all your favorite games, 24 taps for all your favorite beers, including NA and local craft beers, and an in-front-of-the-wall full bar for all your other favorite beverages, including a full wine list. Add in an upscale menu, patio seating, daily specials, and events, and you found all your sports in the one right place. The Owner's Box Sports Bar and Grill in Lakeland Town Square, Highway 70.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing.
What's up?
I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
It's patio season. Family leisure sure is. That's why they have factory direct pricing on swimming pools, spas, and even, yes, patio furniture. Yes, sir, it's indeed patio season. So come by Family Leisure and check out all the
AC Boy says yo.
patio furniture sets. And with patio season here, you know that pool season will be here before you even know it. So buy now to get in line for your pool installation and get pre-season pricing. Plus, you could save $1,000, $2,000, $3,000.
I swear, some of these roads are an eyesore.
On all spas and swim spas. Family Leisure has got special pricing on all in-stock saunas, theater seating, pool tables, and even outdoor kitchens. I love it when it's patio season because of all the fantastic deals that Family Leisure makes available just for you. Family Leisure, Whitten Road at I-40, where family and fun come together.
Moving is stressful, but Black Tie Moving can take the worry out of the process. Whether you're moving across town or across country, moving your home or your office, your personal moving concierge from Black Tie Moving will work with you to design a plan that perfectly fits your budget and needs. And they're available 24/7 to answer any questions you have. Give Black Tie Moving a call at 901-316-6196 or go to blacktiemoving.com/Memphis to get your personal, no-obligation quote from the moving experts at Black Tie Moving.
Ole Miss is back. The Rebel Yell Hotline Radio Show is back on WHBQ Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. Every Monday night at 6, hear the latest news on your Ole Miss Rebels with Yancey Porter with 24/7 Sports, former Ole Miss defensive tackle Mike Fitzsimmons, Gordon Ford covering SEC Sports Call, and former Ole Miss baseball announcer Gary Darby. From kickoff to free throw to extra innings, your Ole Miss Sports on the Rebel Yell Hotline Show right here Monday night at 6 on Sports 56, 560 AM and 98.5 FM, your Mid-South sports station.
We are real sports talk. Sports 56 WHBQ. Available on your radio dial at 560 AM and 98.5 FM, as well as around the world online at sports56whbq.com. Take us with you everywhere by downloading the Sports 56 app. And at home, just say, Alexa, play Sports 56. Wherever you are, stay tuned
in 2 miles, take exit 24 to 25 for Tennessee 385 north toward Millington.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ.
I gotta fill. I'm at 70% fuel left. Good thing I'm stopping at this exit.
It's time for Sports Time on Sports 56 and 98.5 FM. The first hour of Sports Time is brought to you by Lexus of Memphis. Here are your hosts, Brett Stats Norsworthy and Bryant Dacus.
Welcome into Sports Time. Bryant and Brett with you. Johnny Hill producing. It's a Friday. We're Sports Time. We're with you for the next 3 hours and plenty of things to get into. We're going to talk a lot of Masters today as we're into round 2. A lot of guys starting to wrap up or at least get to the back 9 on their second round, as it was an early morning for a lot of guys trying to finish their first round, and for some guys finish your first
in half a mile, take exit 24 to 25 for Tennessee 385 north toward Millington.
To start your second round. So it's been a busy day at the Masters. NBA wrapping up. Some Tiger news as well, Tiger basketball news as well. So plenty to get to today. But Brett, how are you this afternoon?
Brian, I'm doing well. 15 NBA games tonight, none tomorrow night, and 15 on Sunday.
Take exit 24 to 25, then take the Tennessee 205 ramp.
Off day on Saturday, but hey, you know.
And then the curtain drops.
That's right. And then
For everybody that's not going to the play-in or to the playoffs, and the Grizzlies aren't. We've known that for a long time, but games tonight and Sunday.
Take the Tennessee
afternoon,
205
that'll do
ramp,
it for
then
this
use the
year.
left lane to take
And
the
next year,
Tennessee
this time,
205
we're
south ramp.
talking about being the 2 or 3, the 1 or the 2 or the 3 seed, 4 seed, and hosting first round in the playoffs like we've enjoyed the last 2 years.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I hope we're having completely different conversations today. You know, instead of just talking about
Use the
NBA
left
and
lane
what
to
the
take the
playoffs
Tennessee
look
205
like
south
next
ramp,
year.
then use the
Today's
right
show
lane to take the
consists
Tennessee
of
205 south
Masters
ramp.
and Grizzlies playoff talk.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
talking about where they could end up in the NBA playoffs, and I think we will be having those conversations because you know I don't think you can wish this upon anybody, but I think this team will be much healthier next year. You gotta hope and think. And if those stars are out there, I think they'll put themselves in a really, really good position to have a really good seed.
Use the right lane to take the Tennessee 205 south ramp, then slide right onto the Tennessee 205 south ramp.
Controversy really, starting really March of last
Who's
year.
left?
And injuries and the injury to Ja when he was getting back, and it looked like this season might end up even in the playoffs. I think that would have been a tough slog.
Slide right onto the Tennessee 205 south ramp, then merge onto Tennessee 205 south.
Then it ended up
Say that again?
but this Masters Friday afternoon, we will talk a lot about it, and
All right.
Tiger Woods has made the cut. I guarantee you, he's completed
Merge
his
onto
round
Tennessee
plus
205
one
south,
well
Airline
inside the
Road,
cut
then
line.
turn right.
So he will break the record of 24 consecutive.
Take the
made
next
cuts
right, then turn right.
at the Masters. But will he complete the weekend? Can he play another 10 holes? Because it was hard to watch.
Yeah, and that's the $1 million question. I was talking to somebody this morning and kind of talking of, I thought the second round was gonna do it for him because I mean
Felt like a jump ball.
Oh man, I went in and I'm watching this morning and he finishes his first round and then I had it on my iPad and so I have it over here and I'm doing work and it feels like 30 minutes later, I look over, and here comes Tiger Woods getting ready to start round 2, and I was going, whoa, that is not a lot of time for anybody.
Your destination is on the right.
Woods and how his body is now. I thought today was going to be a struggle. Those first couple of holes, he bogeyed back-to-back on 5-6, or excuse me, 4-5, and so I thought that might have done it there, and that was going to be the start, but really impressive round 2 for Tiger, I thought.
I thought so too. It was one of the all-world great even par 72
right.
rounds, plus one for the tournament. You'll never see the wind blow there on a pretty day like it has today, and really right now it's kind of peak winds. When I think about the winds there, I can hear Ben Wright from CBS from years ago, and he was the guy on 16 for a long time before Vern, and we know what happened to Ben Wright and what ruined his career with some very poor words. Sure. But he would describe the pine trees at Augusta National as the towering loblolly pines.
Wow!
And it was just beautiful how he would say it with that British accent. And they are whipping around today, and the everything, the beautiful magnolias out on the course. Everything's blowing, and the sand in the bunkers on 18 is really made that green, if you can get to it, easier to putt.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
It's almost, they almost top dressed it.
No, you're right.
I think if I should call it for the day or
whipping around
keep
today,
going a
but,
bit
Bryson
further.
DeChambeau, he's even.
Who's all
for the
still here in
day,
the-
but still in the lead at 7 under right now. Max Homa right behind him. Scotty Scheffler now 1 over today. He was tied for second, but just both.
Who's all still in the chat?
So a lot of familiar names at the top, but certainly going to be some talk into the weekend if a live guy is still at number 1 when we get into Sunday.
Yeah, and I don't need anybody to crack on the live guys and their logos with whatever that was that Jason Day had on this morning.
Oh, man. How about that? Stylish look.
And what was that?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I mean, it made some of that look John Daly used to wear look traditional.
Well, that's true. Yes, I always loved trying to figure out what John Daly was wearing out on a golf course when he would get out there. But no, it was an interesting look. But yes, it's different seeing all of the Liv logos. I'm trying to, I knew them. I kind of had them down when Liv first started. Don't have them down anymore.
I don't.
And so I kind of
don't have them down.
Try to look at the logo and go, well, what could that be? What is that logo? And it's about 50-50.
Yeah, I don't have the Liv logos down.
No, it's I don't know why you would. It seems pretty useless knowledge.
If John Rahm has his way and Liv goes to 18 holes, don't we have to change the name?
I mean, yeah, you would think.
That was the whole deal, Roman numeral 54.
Exactly.
Would we go to, help me, LX?
Don't ask me to help you.
XII? Would it be Lixie?
That's
I don't know if we can call it that, can we?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if we...
I don't know about that. I think Liv. I think you just keep it as Liv. I think it's.
But it's not 54 holes if you go to 72.
If we're being honest, Brett, how many people when they hear Liv immediately think that that's the Roman numeral of what they're using? I think at first
it took me a while to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people are just like, okay, Liv, and then.
I realize we're having a windstorm right now.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey,
like
your
IRL.
guess is as good as mine. I never got Roman numerals.
Yeah, it'd probably be best to end the stream here because in case of power cuts or something.
70 and I 72.
Don't want to cut midstream.
Zany Romans.
Yeah, what do they know?
Yeah, we'll call it here for the day. I think we covered enough miles.
Too many toga parties, Johnny.
All right. Well,
too many, but no.
Appreciate y'all watching.
Fun day at Augusta National.
See you guys next time.
Hopefully it's
And
a fun weekend.
another thing,
I was worried one of these guys
we'll
would
be
start
flying
running
here
away
pretty
with it
soon.
in this round, or maybe see it tomorrow. But hopefully we
All right, take care.
nice, and it doesn't seem like.